writes, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." Now, the president says that he will address the nation later this week. President Biden right now at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. As you may recall, he contracted COVID last week. CBS News chief election and campaign correspondent Robert Costa joins us now for the latest. Robert, what are your sources telling you this afternoon?
Good afternoon from Washington. This was a deeply personal decision for President Biden, something that he has been reckoning with for weeks since that debate in Atlanta, Georgia, where many Democrats believe he did not perform in a way that provided the party with confidence as it heads toward the November election. But for the last few days, President Biden has been talking to family members, talking to his top advisors, and been thinking about the political future ahead of him for both the party and his own presidency. And this has been a heart-wrenching decision, I've been told by Democrats, as he has thought it through. He has wanted to stay in the race. But this is now the first time since March 31st, 1968, when Lyndon Johnson decided to step away from the Democratic nomination, that you have an incumbent president deciding just weeks before the convention in August in Chicago, just where it was in 1968 as well for the Democrats, to move away from the nomination, to open it up. This creates a moment of enormous uncertainty in American politics. President Biden's letter does not detail any preordained successor he has in mind for the nomination. In fact, in his letter to the country, he says to my fellow Americans, "I will offer more thoughts about my decision later this week in an address to the country." But he decided to make this decision from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, a place that is so special to him, a retreat for him personally and politically going back a half century. He is there with his family thinking through all of this. But it now raises the question, who will be the Democratic nominee for president? The most likely successor in this compressed time window is probably Vice President Kamala Harris, based on my latest reporting, talking to top Democrats. They believe that could be the easiest way for Democrats to move toward the convention and have some unity, and then have some kind of canvassing for a vice presidential candidate. At the same time, there is some uncertainty in the party about whether Vice President Harris is best positioned to beat former President Donald Trump, who just days ago, last weekend, survived an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is a tumultuous moment, a decision that was so personal for President Biden. I was being told as late as yesterday and this morning that the president wanted to stay in the race. He had been chasing the presidency really since he was elected to the Senate in 1972 and endured personal tragedy when his wife and child were killed in a car accident. This is another moment in a career that has spanned so much of the American story. And now President Biden withdrawing from the Democratic presidential race. It's notable, though, that President Biden in this decision has decided to stay as president of the United States. He will not resign from the presidency. The last president to do that was Richard Nixon in August of 1974. Following the Watergate scandal, President Biden managing foreign policy, a war in the Middle East. He's monitoring a war in Eastern Europe. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been a major part of his presidency. He says he will remain in the presidency despite being age 81 and having some concerns among Democrats about his health. But this is a churning moment. There's still a lot to be decided on the political side. But at least personally, talking to Biden confidants, this was a decision that was not arrived at lightly, but it came under intense pressure from Democrats for him to step aside.
Robert, it's clear how much President Biden and his love for this country. As you mentioned, he's been serving since 1972. However, over 36 Democrats have now called for him to drop out of the race. Today, Independent Joe Manchin also did the same. But as you well know, there are so many people in his inner circle that were encouraging him to stay in, saying, you know, our polls show you can still win this. Who in his inner circle do you think spoke to him and said, you know what, this is the best decision to step down?
Based on our latest reporting at CBS News and my conversations with Biden's closest associates, this was a family decision at its core. This is a decision he was thinking about for weeks. He was leaning towards staying in, at least until yesterday. But he has people around him like Jill Biden, the First Lady, like his son Hunter Biden, his sister Valerie Biden, and her husband, that he confides with, can have wide-ranging conversations with privately and confidentially, where he can walk through different scenarios. And he is someone who has come back so many times. He has some bitterness about how he was treated, I'm told, in 2015 when he wanted to run for president and he was urged by President Obama and others not to run. He has confidence in his ability to beat former President Donald Trump. But one of the most important voices I've been told in recent days has been former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, one of the rare people in Democratic politics who was older than President Biden. She can speak to him essentially, I'm told, as an equal, someone who could come to him and have a tough conversation, not seem like a younger person with ambition or with an agenda, but someone who can be a generational peer and speak candidly about the politics of this country. She has gone to him in recent weeks and confronted him as a friend, not just as a Democratic colleague, about how so many House Democrats are worried about Biden's ability to win, worried about their own political future. And President Biden has watched as some of his closest allies in the Senate, like Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio, who shares many of Biden's views, his appeals to working voters and union members, they've started to break with Biden publicly, put aside any kind of private whisper. And so this has been a tortured decision, I'm told, for President Biden, something he arrived at after a long and winding series of conversations where until the very end, the 11th hour here, he was insisting to many in his family and his inner circle that he wanted to stay in. He firmly believes even now that former President Trump is a threat to American democracy. Think about why Biden decided to run for presidency in the winter of his political career. He has always cited Charlottesville and the white supremacist gathering in 2017 in Virginia as a reason to get in. He fears the rise of what he believes is an authoritarian streak in the Republican Party, the rise of white supremacy broadly in this country, and that has compelled him to stay in despite all of these mounting concerns about his age and his political ability. He believed until the 11th hour that he beat Trump once, he could beat Trump again, but he knew also that as a longtime political operator, someone who has more of a political antenna than almost anyone I've ever covered, that he was losing support fast from Democrats. He lost Democrats who have long supported him, and he wanted to go into the convention with strength. And if that became no longer possible, and he was facing a crossroads where the party might not be with him at that convention in Chicago. And there hadn't been whispers yet of someone mounting a challenge against Biden for the nomination at the convention, but there was certainly talk that if Biden didn't step away in the coming weeks, someone might have to start to run against him. So he's avoided any kind of messy convention by making this decision. But I can't underscore enough, after reporting on this story for weeks, how this is a sad moment for President Biden. He is a proud man in the eyes of his closest friends and family members. This is not someone who ever would want to leave the presidency, something he has thought about as a rising young leader in the 70s and 80s through personal humiliation, political humiliation. You think about his run in 1988. He had a plagiarism scandal, then suffered an aneurysm, but he came back, always coming back, always returning, never quitting, staying in the Senate. Falls apart in 2008 politically when he runs for president, then put on the ticket by then Senator Barack Obama. 8 years president, with the first black man to ever serve in the White House. And then he runs for president, and again, everyone counts out Joe Biden. He loses in New Hampshire in the primary in 2020. He loses in Iowa. He keeps losing. No one counts him as a real contender. And then all of a sudden, one of the leading black Democrats in the country, Jim Clyburn of South Carolina, endorses him, and Biden storms to the nomination in 2020. So that history of a comeback has been informing so much of the decision-making and conversations in recent days. But at the end, at the final hour, it was just no competition for what Biden faced from his fellow Democrats in terms of pressure to leave. But Biden will be closely watched in the coming days. Does he anoint, politically speaking, Vice President Kamala Harris as his successor or not? And if he does not, you could face a chaotic Democratic convention with no clear standard bearer for a party that's already on edge about its electoral prospects.
Robert Costa, please stand by. And I do want to back up some of the points that you were just discussing there regarding how difficult of a decision this was for the president. If we could bring up the statement one more time for those viewers who may just be joining us here in this breaking news hour on a Sunday. The president now announcing today that he will end his re-election bid. In a letter just released, he writes that it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And getting to the point of what Robert was talking about regarding how difficult and heartbreaking of a decision this was for President Biden, he goes on to say, while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to step down, stand down, that is, and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. Willie James Inman is traveling with the president. He is in Rehoboth with the president now, and he joins us now live with an update. Willie, what are people there saying on this historic day?
Hey there, Christine. It's good to be with you. Well, this is just sending political shockwaves across the nation today. For the most part, things are going about as they should here in this beach community. This is a community that President Biden knows very well. He spends a lot of time here. But if you talk to the folks here, they love President Biden. This is his home state, of course. This is a town that he visits quite often. But in his statement, he also talked about the successes of his administration. He thanked Vice President Kamala Harris. But as Bob pointed out, it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out if President Biden does indeed endorse Vice President Kamala Harris to take the helm to be the Democratic nominee and go up against former President Donald Trump. But the president really saw the doors closing in, so to speak, as those senators came out. You had Joe Manchin come out today and said that the president needed to step aside. You had members of the House, more than 3 dozen Democratic lawmakers stepping out publicly and saying that the president should end his political campaign. And in fact, that is what he did today. Although, of course, he is behind closed doors. He's in isolation because he has COVID-19, growing frustrated with all these public calls for him to step down. So quite a moment in American history for the president to step down in this way. In a statement, we haven't seen the president since he arrived here in Rehoboth Beach amid that COVID-19 diagnosis. But I anticipate, as he mentioned in his statement, we will hear from him in the coming days.
So, Willie, no indication then, as you just mentioned, the president does plan on speaking to the nation later this week. As far as you know, and what your sources and what you're reporting is indicating, is that we will not hear from the president today, other than this letter.
All indications are that we will perhaps not publicly see the president. They have called what we call here a lid, which means that we won't see the president publicly. And remember, he is isolating from COVID-19. Of course, things could always change. He is, in fact, the president of the United States, so we could perhaps see him give an address in some type of way. But for now, what we have from the president himself is this statement saying that he will not seek another term, essentially for the good of the country, but also for the good of the party, because you will see this play out if it were to potentially go forward with President Biden at the top of the ticket. If the Democrats were to do that, it could be messy at the convention with the party not fully behind him. So the president making this tough decision after decades in the political atmosphere, both in the nation and around the world, making this decision to not seek another term. Christine.
Willie James Inman, thank you for that reporting. He is traveling with the president here this afternoon, with the president in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, where the president is now recovering from COVID. I want to bring in now Joel Payne, our political contributor here at CBS News. Joel, as you're listening to this all unfold here this afternoon, I just have to know your thoughts in the context of how this will look in America's history.
This is a political earthquake for sure. This is major. I don't need to underscore that. This is a very significant development for a number of reasons, particularly looking at the calendar, looking at what this means for the Democratic Party. But I'd be remiss not to take a second and just, focus on Joe Biden here for a moment. This is an incredible personal sacrifice. that he's making. And it bookends a personal sacrifice that he made in 2020 when he ran for the presidency by his own narration because of what happened in Charlottesville and his concern about the future of democracy. And so it's, in many ways, it's very appropriate that he would end this chapter of his political career focused again, not on himself, but on the American people. That is the story that will be told, not just within the Democratic Party, but I think millions of Americans will see this as the selfless act that I think it's designed to be. Joe Biden clearly understands that his campaign for president is untenable going forward. The leaders of his party have been clear in their conversations with him. And I think given the stakes of this election, he has made the very difficult, selfless decision to end his campaign. And I think that this will put him in very rarefied air, not just, again, in Democratic politics, but really just in the annals of presidential history. This is a pretty remarkable turn of events, but also a remarkable, decision by Joe Biden, someone who has been in the public space for 5 decades, who has started off as he's told it himself, as one of the youngest senators in U.S. history, went through a storied career interwoven with personal crisis and tragedy, ran for president several times unsuccessfully, and at this late stage in his career became president. And now, after achieving this goal that he has been chasing for so long, has decided to step aside for the betterment of the country. It's a pretty remarkable story.
Joel Payne, if I could ask you to stand by, because we have now just made contact with Nancy Cortez, who is at the White House. And Nancy, obviously a historic day. As I mentioned here, as soon as we broke in with this breaking news, this is just another twist to what has already been a historic election cycle. And as we were speaking there with Joel Payne, our CBS political contributor, he honed in on how this is a personal sacrifice for President Biden. Do you agree?
I do agree. This is a position, the presidency, that President Biden has been seeking for nearly half a century. But before we get to that, Christine, we do have a major piece of news, which is just moments ago, President Biden answered a question that many of us have been asking, and that was whether he would endorse his vice president to take his place. And in a statement on social media, he now has. Here's what he says. He says, "My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump." So this is a major puzzle piece falling into place, Christine. Had he not done that, we would have been heading into several very chaotic weeks, perhaps a contested convention. But this is the president basically turning not only his endorsement over to the vice president, but also his campaign war chest, his campaign operation, basically giving her the most high-profile endorsement he can to launch her on what will now be a breakneck 3.5-month campaign for the presidency. This is just something that we really haven't seen in modern times.
I have to imagine before he made this endorsement, his inner circle, his team must have said to him, this is our best path forward.
Yes, and there have been a couple of different schools of thought within the party, Christine. There are some who say, let's have some kind of mini election, some sort of mini primary that will end up strengthening whoever comes out of it. And then there's been this other school of thought that says, no, that's a process that's uncontrollable. You can't predict who will end up being the victor. You could end up damaging any number of those who are involved. And these are individuals, some of whom have not been vetted on a national stage. And so this is clearly the safest route, especially given how little time there is to introduce the Democratic nominee to the public, get them comfortable enough with this individual to hopefully enable them to have a strong showing in November. So there's no question that this is the safest path. And the fact that the president did this and endorsed Kamala Harris as the nominee so soon after he announced that he himself would not be seeking the nomination is an indication that despite their public claims that they weren't looking into this at all, that behind the scenes there was a plan for this kind of 1-2 punch for the president to announce he wouldn't seek the nomination and then in very short order to throw his support behind his vice president.
Nancy, so much information to take in here this afternoon. Please remind us and our viewers how exactly we got here. How did we get to today?
Well, about a year ago, there were a lot of questions about whether President Biden would seek re-election. There were many Democratic voters who were a little bit nervous about the fact that he would be 86 at the end of a second term, who wondered if he had the energy and the vigor to continue. And he argued at that time, yes, he did. He said he had had a very successful first term. He felt he could be successful in a second term. He took some time to think about it, longer than anybody expected, and he ended up deciding to run for re-election. But just recently, in perhaps the last 2 months, I would say, we've really seen him slow down a step. You obviously saw it at the debate, but not just at the debate. He seemed to have more difficulty, not just physically, but also remembering names, remembering facts, being able to summon facts as quickly as he once had. You know, this is an individual who was once known as a great orator, perhaps one of the greatest orators in the Senate, who was having trouble completing sentences, not in every situation, but in some situations, and that made many Democrats nervous. And particularly after the debate, you started seeing members of Congress come out urging him to step aside, or at least to consider stepping aside. At first, the Biden White House thought they could weather that storm. It was just a trickle of lawmakers. There were a lot of lawmakers who were saying publicly that they wanted him to step aside, but who were worried about crossing him publicly, didn't want to appear disloyal, so they tried to put on the pressure behind the scenes. But when that didn't work, you saw Democrats coming out much more forcefully, and you started hearing some equivocation even from Democratic leaders, reports that the leaders of the House and the Senate were not calling on him to resign publicly, but at least telling him behind the scenes that many of their members didn't think that he could win and that he would end up dragging down Democratic candidates in the House and Senate, perhaps causing them to lose the House and Senate. And it was just steamrolling day after day. The pressure was becoming more and more intense until it was clear to this White House that even if they believed that President Biden had a huge well of support in the public, that they weren't going to be able to counteract the sort of daily slings and arrows that he was experiencing from members of his own party, and that for the good of the party, he needed to step aside.
You know, Nancy, up until yesterday, the president said he was going to stay in this race. So I wonder what changed overnight.
Well, I'm not sure it necessarily did change overnight. Clearly, you don't want to say you're leaving until you leave. But I think the fact that he made this announcement and then so soon after ended up endorsing Vice President Harris to take his place, that shows that there has been some forethought here. That shows that they've been mulling it over. And it's frankly impossible to imagine that they weren't thinking this over. I mean, this has been weeks now since the debate. What was that? June 26th, rather. So almost a month now that they have been enduring calls from their own party to step aside. And, there's only so much of that you can endure before it becomes clear to the Democratic electorate writ large that there is a brush fire brewing within the party, and it simply was untenable. And so yes, they didn't reveal it publicly till today, but clearly there was some planning going on behind the scenes.
Nancy Cordes at the White House. Nancy, please stand by. I want to get to Ed O'Keefe now. He is on the phone. He also covers the Biden White House. Ed, what can you tell us here this afternoon?
Christine, while this was a surprise to many, I've spoken with at least one senior party official now who says they were given a heads up momentarily before the president issued that surprise letter on social media, and that senior party official was told at the time that the president would be endorsing the vice president. It was an intention to do so. He has now done that, of course, again in the social space. And that now presents a series of challenges because there are no rules in the Democratic Party bylaws, in essence, for how this is supposed to proceed. And while you might conceivably see others try to challenge the vice president, this is a Democratic National Committee that is stacked with operatives and lawmakers and other leaders of the party who are incredibly loyal to her, both from a having worked with her perspective, the belief that a woman like her should be president one day, or just ideologically aligned with her, or maybe even just hail from her home state of California, which has such incredible clout over the party given the size of the state. So we are in total, unequivocal, uncharted American political territory at this point, and so much is unknown about how exactly the party will proceed, whether they will respect the president's wishes, or whether we will see a series of people try to conduct a 4-week snap primary leading up to August 19th, which I believe is the day, right? That Monday, August 19th, when the convention begins in Chicago. There have been those, Christina, we should caution this and maybe explain why there's some appetite for this. There's a belief among those who aren't fans of the president anymore, believe he can't do this, that this kind of drama and chaos might actually be a good thing, that it might drag attention away from former President Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance, that it might draw enough intrigue from voters who have been telling us in polling for more than 2 years that they don't like their choices. It might reinvigorate the entire political system to say, all right, we heard you. We saw our guy stumble. We're making changes to address those concerns, and now let's pick someone else and take them on. And to the question of, does she have the ability to defeat Trump? In various public polls in recent days, she's sitting right at about the same spot the president is, a few points behind Donald Trump in the single digits, not much more than that. There were some polls that actually put her in better shape than the president, either nationally or in certain battlegrounds. So it may just be at this point that a generic Democrat trails Trump by single digits, but the belief of the party is, with the issues they have to run on, restoring access to abortion rights, sustaining democratic, lowercase d, democratic values, ensuring that Ukraine and NATO are sustained into the future, the economic growth that's been seen in the last several years, the work on climate change, and on those issues, they can win. And if they can find themselves a new set of characters to lead the party and perhaps draw new attention and excitement, that might be enough to get past Trump.
Ed O'Keefe, great insight there. I want to just pause you for a moment, but please do stand by. I'd like to recap here for our audience. It is now 2:31 in the east, 11:30 on the west, and there is breaking news on this, what now is a very historic Sunday for our nation. President Biden today announcing that he will not seek re-election. Biden, the 46th president of the United States, made this announcement in a letter just released. The president writes, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." President Biden did offer his full support for Vice President Kamala Harris to be the Democratic Party's nominee this year. The president says that he will address the nation later this week. Mr. Biden, the first president now since Lyndon Johnson in 1968 not to declare to seek a second term. The president is at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware this weekend. He's recovering from COVID, and he returned there late Wednesday night from a campaign swing in California. I also have a statement here now from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer that I would like to read to you. He writes, Joe Biden has not only been a great president and a great legislative leader, but he is a truly amazing human being. His decision, of course, was not easy, but he once again put his country, his party, and our future first. Joe, today shows you are a true patriot and great American. Bringing in Nancy Cordes at the White House. Nancy, this statement from Senator Schumer, quite profound. It goes back to that personal sacrifice that we were speaking to earlier.
Right, and Joe Biden, if nothing else, has very, very deep roots in the Senate, and this was a very personally painful experience for many of these senators who served alongside Biden in the Senate, some of them for decades. This has been a really gut-wrenching experience for the entire Democratic Party, not only because it was difficult for them to see someone who they cared for quite a lot and who they felt had really had a very historic first term filled with a lot of successes, checking off many of the goals that he had set out for the first term of his presidency, but also this desire that many of them had from Chuck Schumer on down to make sure that this was a decision that President Biden could come to on his own. They wanted to show him that respect and enable this to be his decision and not to force him out. And so they proceeded slowly, especially the leadership. These members of Congress who had gotten to their positions of power just like he did through years of hard work and being with him in the trenches in those negotiations, they proceeded pretty slowly to try to send that message to him behind the scenes without coming out and calling on him to step down. They really wanted him to do this with dignity. And so, yes, there are a lot of members of Congress today who aren't proud that this is the way that things ended up. They believed in Joe Biden. They had hoped that he would be the nominee for another 4 years. This wasn't necessarily the outcome that anyone wished for or anticipated. But once it became clear to members of Congress all the way up to the upper echelons that it appeared that Joe Biden was going to struggle, not just over the next 4 months in this election, but potentially in the next 4 years, they also felt a duty to send him a very strong message. And so I think that, that letter that you read from Schumer is pretty indicative of how a number of members of Congress are feeling today.
Nancy Cordes, obviously, as you mentioned, that they wanted to show the utmost respect to the president and have him make the decision and do it on his terms. Let's go back to Willie James Inman, our CBS News correspondent, who is following the president in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Willie, what do you have?
Hey there, Christine. Well, we are in position here at the Rehoboth Beach Library. It's a spot that the president doesn't stay far away from if he wants to make a statement, but no word yet in terms of if or when the president will come out and speak publicly. Of course, as you have been mentioning, as we've been talking about, the president is recovering from COVID-19. He is in isolation. And what a weekend to make this decision to, of course, be with his family. We knew that the First Lady has been with the president amid this COVID-19 diagnosis. Clearly, there was a conversation behind the scenes going on with not only the family, but amongst those close to President Biden. We knew from reporting that he has grown frustrated and, of course, being isolated in this situation amid these reports of Democrats coming out and saying that the president should step aside. But clearly, we would love to see and hear from the president today, but he came out with this statement on X, on Twitter, to say to the American people that he will not seek another term, but still behind closed doors here as he recovers from COVID.
Willie, I'd like to read another statement, a letter actually from the president regarding his endorsement of Vice President Kamala Harris. He writes, "My fellow Democrats, I've decided not to accept the nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this." Willie, are you hearing any word today of whether or not we will hear from the vice president?
Yeah, that's certainly an open question. I anticipate some type of statement coming from her to talk about this situation, but I also want to talk about what's going on out there in the American public. They're seeing this for the first time, of course, as we're getting it. Vice President Kamala Harris has been with the president since he decided to choose her as his running mate. And as Margaret Brennan pointed out on Face the Nation earlier today, this is about votes, and there have been a lot of black voters, I'm talking about black women in particular, who see Harris as the next party leader, who see Harris as someone who can carry the torch, that it's their turn to seek leadership in terms of leading the country. So Kamala Harris has a lot of fierce support within the black community. So does Joe Biden, but at the same time, Harris is someone who could potentially bring about that coalition. It's an open question as to whether or not she'll be able to be as powerful as President Biden was at the top of the ticket just several years ago. But clearly, this is something that we'll continue to watch, and we'll bring it to you first once we hear from the Vice President, Christine.
Some great points there, Willie. And on that note, I'd like to bring in now Ed Gordon, anchor at BET. He actually interviewed the president just this past week. Ed, your reaction here today on hearing this news?
Yeah, well, I can't say that I'm surprised, but it is an extraordinary place in history that this moment will take. I think when I sat with him on Tuesday, Christine, he had all intention to continue this fight and really believed, I think, that he was going to be the nominee and truly believed he was going to be able to defeat Donald Trump. So I think between this past Tuesday and the announcement today, he started to read the tea leaves. If nothing else, this man is political and understands there are certain points, political points, that you just can't walk away from. And with the idea of Nancy Pelosi not being full-throated in her support, even someone like Jim Clyburn, who was in fact full-throated, just listening to him during an interview today, you started to get the idea that this may be coming.
You certainly did. The drumbeat did get louder and louder since that debate with former President Trump. That is for certain. Ed, I'd like to get your take just on the gravity. I know we have a long road ahead of us. However, if the vice president is in fact endorsed and nominated as the new Democratic nominee at the Democratic National Convention, which will begin on August 19th, just a few weeks from now, the gravity of the fact that she is a woman, and she is a black woman here in our nation's history.
Yeah. I think Ed O'Keefe hit it earlier when you spoke to him. We're in uncharted territories, Christine. I don't know that we know. Will America be ready for a black female? We'll see. People said that about Barack Obama. There were many who believed that at that point in time, America wouldn't be ready for an African-American president. And he was able to break a glass ceiling that many of us thought would never be broken. I think one of the things that we've got to be cognizant of, though, even with this endorsement, there are forces in the Democratic Party that do not want her leading that ticket. And we're about to see whether there's going to be some political wrangling around that, or whether they will walk in lockstep with the idea that this is, in fact, probably the easiest route for Democrats to follow, but more specifically to give Joe Biden the ability to say, this is who I am putting my belief behind. You should, in fact, do the same.
Well, he did put the word out that he is, in fact, endorsing his vice president. So I do wonder if that was meant for everyone in the Democratic Party to hopefully just fall in line. I know you are close to the vice president. You mentioned earlier that you said, is the nation ready to elect its first female black president? Is Kamala Harris, in your opinion, ready for the road ahead that's ahead of her?
Yeah, I think, and I'm bothered sometimes by that question. I think African Americans in these positions get that question far more than we give to others. I think, 3.5 years in the White House has certainly readied her more than any other person on the Democratic side. She is a bright woman. She's been in politics for a long time. She certainly, I believe, has the ambition now. She stood stalwart next to Joe Biden. But someone in her position would certainly, I think, rise to this occasion, and I think she's ready, able, and willing to say, I want to take this task on.
What are some of those personal qualities that you know about her that you feel will help in the road ahead?
Well, I think what we've seen her do at the outset when she was given the idea of handling reproductive rights, a lot of people have suggested, that she stumbled and failed on the border issue, but I think that that's one of those issues that everyone who's been front and center of that, and I'm talking about presidents who were seated in office, have had an opportunity to, use the bully pulpit, but haven't been able to get their arms around the best way to handle that. But she, as many people have suggested, found her footing around reproductive rights. She's a brilliant woman, a great orator, and the energy that she's going to bring to this, if in fact she becomes the nominee, is extraordinary. We've seen her in debates before. We've seen her during Senate hearings. She's quick on her feet. I think she'll be a formidable opponent.
Ed Gordon, anchor at BET. Ed, we appreciate you taking some time with us, and if you wouldn't mind, please do stand by as we continue our coverage of the CBS News special report. I'd like to bring in Joel Payne once again, our CBS political contributor. And Joel, I'd like to just continue on this notion of Vice President Kamala Harris receiving the Democratic nomination in these upcoming weeks. Your take on the historic choice for the Democratic Party she would be?
Yeah, obviously historic for a number of reasons. She would be the first woman president, and obviously she's already broken history, made history as the first African-American Asian woman vice president. Picking up on Ed's comments, I do think there has been a very fulsome conversation within the Democratic establishment in recent weeks about if we reach this point where Joe Biden decided to step aside from this race, what's next? And in many ways, I actually think that's what has somewhat delayed the decision by President Biden. I believe the lack of a uniform, belief or agreement on a plan B is maybe what delayed this decision somewhat. You have many in the party who want an open primary. They want to hear from the other, what they believe, stars of the Democratic Party, whether it's a Governor Shapiro in Pennsylvania or Governor Whitmer in Michigan, many others, Raphael Warnock in Georgia, Mark Kelly in Arizona, et cetera, right? But then you also have a very strong group of Democrats who believe that there is no other choice than Vice President Kamala Harris for many reasons. One, she has really shown herself to be a stalwart surrogate for President Biden and for this administration, has been a partner in governing, and has been somebody who has really built a profile around a couple of issues that we know are going to be very engaging this time around. The issue of abortion, which she is probably the foremost spokesperson within the Democratic Party right now, and also issues of consequence to young voters like climate change and student debt relief. She went on a very much ballyhooed, college tour in recent months that I believe has really rebooted her reputation with those populations of voters. Not to mention just the obvious fact, let's just say the quiet part out loud, Black women are the strongest, most reliable part of the Democratic voting coalition. And I think that any attempt to pass over Kamala Harris, who has been a very strong and very representative vice president, I think will be received poorly. I know that maybe the polling says something mixed about that, but I do think a party that has historically had a tortured history with recognizing and representing Black voices would have a lot of challenges to keep that coalition together, which is highly dependent on engaged Black voters, if something like that were to happen. So to me, there was no other choice but for Joe Biden to endorse Kamala Harris here. I would not be surprised if you see many other Democrats do that. I think just in the time we've been talking, Congressional Progressive Caucus Chair Pramila Jayapal has endorsed Vice President Harris. I imagine you'll see many folks do that. I think a name to watch, a person to watch in terms of how she will treat the news of the Harris endorsement would be Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, somebody who recent reporting has suggested wanted an open process if Biden were to step aside, as opposed to immediately moving the nomination to Kamala Harris. So there is a lot here, and I believe the next few days will be of great consequence to figure out whether or not Kamala Harris's endorsement from Joe Biden will transfer to the rest of the party.
All right, Joel Payne, CBS News political contributor. It is still early here in the East, even earlier in the West, and we are going to continue to cover President Biden's decision to step down for re-election for President of the United States. I'm going to hand over our coverage now to CBS Evening News anchor Norah O'Donnell in Washington. Norah?
Christine Johnson, thank you. We are coming on the air at this hour as President Joe Biden has decided to drop out of the 2024 race for the White House on Sunday, just a short time ago, releasing a statement to the American people saying over the past 3.5 years, we have made great progress as a nation with the strongest economy in the world, but that he has decided to instead endorse his vice president, Kamala Harris, in this effort to try and defeat Donald Trump. Want to bring in Margaret Brennan, who is the host of Face the Nation, as well as Robert Costa, who's with me as well. And Margaret, I understand you've been speaking with some people inside the Biden camp.
We have, because President Biden made this decision in a very small group of advisors. They kept this very, very quiet. And from the calls I've made so far, there is an appeal to say, please don't make this about the process. Focus on the legacy of Joe Biden, that he made this decision in what he views the best interest of the country. That is, he finally heard the message that for 3 weeks now, Democrats have been saying quietly and increasingly more loudly, as they did earlier today on Face the Nation. Joe Manchin, Dean Phillips, others joining the chorus of lawmakers saying that the president has lost the faith of the Congress and lawmakers and that he needed to pass on that torch. What he is stepping aside to do now with this endorsement of Kamala Harris, which he did all via social media. We haven't heard from the president directly. I understand we will in the coming days. But this is a message to quickly respond to the cacophony of voices telling him that he may lose this election versus Donald Trump. Now, we know from our polling data at CBS News that in a hypothetical head-to-head, Kamala Harris trails Donald Trump by 3 points. Joe Biden trailed by 5 points. That is, of course, where we are in the race right now. This focus, this onslaught will turn towards her. Republicans already coming out and saying that Joe Biden's endorsement of Kamala Harris without reopening a primary process somehow looks raked, somehow denies the vote that primary voters set earlier on in the race we've had to date. So you are about to see an onslaught aimed at the vice president and to undermine faith in the process, the primary process and the selection here. But in this moment in time, it is worth noting that Joe Biden has come to a very painful decision for a 50-year legacy in Washington at such a consequential time, having passed bipartisan legislation, having faced a world in crisis, and by the way, about to go face-to-face with a world leader and trying to broker a Middle East peace.
Right. The President of the United States saying, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. Want to bring in Robert Costa. And Robert, obviously a very difficult decision for President Biden to make. He has been in elected office for some 52 years, has a tight-knit group of supporters. They were pushing very hard to try and stay in this race just as early as yesterday, saying he's going to be back out on the campaign trail next week. He's going to be meeting with the Israeli prime minister that's here in town. What changed?
This is a seismic political moment, a historic moment for this country. The first time since March 31st, 1968, that incumbent president has decided to step away from from the nomination. That same year, 1968, the Democrats were having their convention in Chicago, just like they will be in Chicago this year. For Democrats, this was about a pressure campaign on a president who was insisting that he wanted to stay in the race until the 11th hour last night. Based on my conversations with his confidants, his family was urging him to stay. First Lady Jill Biden, sister Valerie Biden, son Hunter Biden. They believed, as he believed, that he could beat former President Donald Trump. But as Margaret said, he has been in politics since he was elected to the Senate in 1972. He has a political antenna. He saw the pressure rising. This was not something he wanted to do, but he was talking through with his advisors, Mike Donilon and so many others like Anita Dunn, and saying, if I do get out, what do I do? Do I get behind Vice President Harris? Ultimately, there was a decision for party unity to make sure that endorsement was quick. It came today. He's not making a statement, I'm told, today on camera because he is still recovering from COVID. He's in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware right now. This is a personal retreat for him, a place where he goes for contemplation very often for many weekends. And I can't underscore enough what Margaret said. This was painful for President Biden. He loves being in the political arena. Now stepping out. He will not resign the presidency. He says he will serve his term that ends in January 2025 as he continues to manage foreign policy and domestic policy. This raises questions now about how former President Trump will respond. We're standing by for a statement from his campaign and his top advisors. At the same time, there will be a lot of speculation in the coming days about who will be on the vice presidential slot for the Democrats. Will it be a governor like Roy Cooper? Could it be Secretary Pete Buttigieg? California Governor Gavin Newsom, unlikely to be that pick. It's unusual in American history due to the Constitution to have two people from the same state.
Robert Costa, thank you. At this hour, we are covering this breaking news as President Biden has decided to drop out of the 2024 race. He has endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, to succeed him. But it is worth noting that there have been a number of elected Democrats who have favored an open nominating process. The Democratic convention is in Chicago in the middle of August. So there is time still for Kamala Harris to try and wrap this up. But the nominating process begins again shortly, so there is much still up in the air. Let's go now to our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes, at the White House with new reporting. Nancy?
Nora, I can tell you that as of last night, senior officials here at the White House and senior Democratic officials outside the White House were still being told that President Biden was in it to win it and that he wasn't going anywhere despite all the Democratic calls for him to step down. And then that bombshell came just a couple of hours ago that actually he was going to be getting out after all, which indicates that if he was mulling this over, it was with his family, maybe a very small circle of aides, but that was being kept away from most in the Democratic orbit writ large, because it is obviously a very difficult decision, one that he resisted for quite some time. But clearly, he and those right around him decided that it was just too difficult to try to push back against this growing wave of Democratic lawmakers in particular who were urging him to step aside.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And what kind of challenges does the vice president face?
Well, she's got 3.5 months to mount a presidential bid, which would be difficult for anyone. Yes, she has the Biden campaign war chest. Yes, she has the Biden campaign operation. But, you know, she has 3.5 months at the top of this ticket to convince the American people that she is the best person for the job. And that is just something that is very difficult to do. She has to sort of spring in there on day one. She does not necessarily have anywhere near the same size of a team within the White House that the president does, and she's got to try to get all around the country and make her presence known and convince the American people that she has what it takes to do the job. A couple of weeks ago at his press conference, I asked President Biden whether he thought Kamala Harris was ready on day one to be president of the United States, and he said yes, he believes she she is. That's why he chose her. He pointed to her ability to hit the road all over the country, talking about reproductive rights, an issue that's very important to Democrats. He talked about her history as a prosecutor, something that she definitely brought to bear in her years in the Senate, on the Senate Judiciary Committee. But now she has to take those attributes, and the campaign has to take those attributes and sort of refocus the entire message, not just the message of the campaign, but also the message at the convention coming up in just a few weeks. Everything has to change to reorient against someone who, while she has served here in the White House with President Biden for the past 4 years, is a very different person with very different strengths, and that entire campaign machine has to reorient around her.
CBS News is doing a lot of reporting, and I want to make sure we get to all of the new information that is just coming in. Robert Costa, I know you have something new you want to share with us.
Yes, so sources close to several of the people who might be considered possible challengers to Vice President Harris for the nomination, people close to California Governor Gavin Newsom, people close to Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, all saying they're preparing to stand down. They do not believe that Democrats will challenge Vice President Kamala Harris at the convention in Chicago. Already in this immediate aftermath of President Biden's momentous decision, you see behind-the-scenes Democratic consolidation. The real race will be for vice presidential nomination on the Democratic side, but it is intriguing to me as a reporter that there's no one at this moment preparing behind the scenes to challenge Vice President Harris.
That's right. Governor Gretchen Whitmer just saying, with Biden out, my job in this election will remain the same, doing everything I can to help elect Democrats and stop Donald Trump. She wrote that on social media, so she will not get in the way of Kamala Harris seeking this Democratic Party nomination.
And my sources agree with yours in terms of not seeing a head-to-head challenger, but the question then becomes, who is the person who stands beside her August 19th at that Democratic convention to seek the nomination in that vice president role? That's where the focus is. Anyone, I was told, looking to challenge her would be committing political suicide to try to go head-to-head after Joe Biden had been so key in making it very clear, just within minutes of announcing he was not going to seek re-election, that he was endorsing her. So that's what we're looking at now.
In a moment, let's talk about who those potential vice presidential picks will be. But first, I do want to touch base with Willie James Inman. He is in Delaware. And I know, Willie, you have some reaction from the Biden family. Willie?
Hey there, Nora. Good to be with you. Well, the Biden family is reacting to this seismic news today. Jill Biden, she reposted the president's statement, and she put a heart emoji, so sending her love to her husband. We know that the First Lady has been with the president as he's recovering from COVID-19 here in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. We also are seeing some reaction from the president's granddaughter, Naomi Biden, who said, quote, "I'm nothing but proud today of my pop," referring to her nickname, of course, for the president there. And I want to bring up some reaction as well from Frank Biden, the president's younger brother, who tells ABC News that his brother's decision to step down out of the race boils down to his overall health and vitality, but also beating this genuine threat to our nation in the form of Donald Trump. Some reaction there from the Biden family, of course, who have been close with the president in coming to this decision that we are seeing today, Nora.
Willie James Inman, thank you. It is now the top of the hour, 3 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we are coming on the air with this breaking news. The historic decision by President Joe Biden announcing that he will not seek re-election, that he is dropping out of the presidential campaign, and that he is throwing his support behind his Vice President, Kamala Harris. The president, in a statement, saying, "We have made great progress as a nation, and that it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." The president also indicating that he will speak to the nation later this week and have more detail about his decision. Let's go now to our chief White House correspondent, Nancy Cordes, at the White House with new details. Nancy?
Nora, you just read from that letter that the president sent and that went out publicly at 1:45 this afternoon. Well, I've just learned from a top White House official that senior campaign and White House officials were informed of his decision right before that letter went out. He said he'd been reflecting on it for the past couple of days and that this information was closely held. We still don't have much timing on when the president plans to make an address to the public. Keep in mind, he's still got COVID. He is isolating at his home in Rehoboth, but I'm told it should be sometime later this week.
And Nancy, what about the vice president? I understand that she was just in Cape Cod at a multi-million-dollar fundraiser. Where is she today? What's happening inside her group of advisors?
She has had to be so careful these past 3 weeks to be out there on the trail campaigning as if nothing has changed. At no point did she want to look like she was gunning for this job or hoping for the president to step aside, and yet she had to continue to be a vigorous campaigner pushing for the Biden-Harris ticket. And I anticipate that she is going to continue to, not want to get out ahead of the president. She has to now launch into a lightning sprint between now and Election Day, and yet with the president holed up with COVID, she's going to want to be very careful until he's had his opportunity to get out there and explain in a more fulsome way to the American people why he has decided to step aside and why he has decided to throw the weight of his support behind Kamala Harris.
And Nancy Cordes at the White House, thank you for that perspective and new reporting. Robert Costa is here. Robert?
I've been texting and speaking with members of the inner circle of Vice President Harris. She is now perhaps the most important political figure in the United States, the assumed Democratic nominee, the first female to serve as the Democratic presidential nominee since Secretary Hillary Clinton in 2016. Her team and her closest friends are telling CBS News this afternoon that she is prepared to be the nominee to take on former President Trump at a debate, that they believe she is a strong debater, that she proved her chops when she was on the Senate Judiciary Committee grilling nominees for the Supreme Court, and that she was a prosecutor in California going back to her days in San Francisco. Her inner circle said she has been careful in recent days, but she has also been thinking ahead to the possibility as these calls and discussions have picked up speed. She expects former President Obama, President Biden in particular, to be out on the campaign trail for her. And there's also a belief right now inside Vice President Harris's inner circle that they could put former President Trump on the ropes, that he has so far in the past few days attacked her on personal characteristics, attacked her laugh at his latest campaign rally, called her Laughin' Kamala Harris. And they believe those kind of attacks, which are personal, will not stick with the kind of swing voters that are ultimately perhaps going to decide this election in the key battleground states.
Robert Costa, thank you. Also with us, checking in with many of his sources, Ed O'Keefe. And Ed, what can you tell us at this hour?
Nora, good to be with you. There is a meeting underway of the Democratic National Committee senior leadership amid the unexpected news, at least unexpected to many of them. There was a meeting going on this afternoon that was designed to sort of put the finishing touches on the convention planning, which is 4 weeks from tomorrow. But they did not get enough heads up, and in this meeting weren't able to at least address this. But we know that the DNC chairman, Jamie Harrison, convened his top brass very quickly. And in that other meeting, when the word came, said he was quite emotional about it. They have put out a statement here just a moment ago, and let me read from this because these are the people that are going to have to set out the rules of the road for the next few weeks. It says in part, Democrats are prepared and united in our resolve to win in November. As we move forward to formally select our party's nominee, our values as Democrats remain the same. He says later, we have and will continue to make this case to the American people. The American people will hear from the Democratic Party on next steps in the path forward for the nomination process. In other words, they don't quite yet know what to do. While the president has endorsed the vice president, to Bob's point earlier, that many may be standing down, given that announcement, there's a few reasons for that. One, you only got 4 weeks left. And that's a gargantuan task to try to take on a sitting vice president who's sitting on roughly $200 million, give or take, maybe less than that now, because her name is on the campaign's official title. Technically, a handful of money would go to her. and so she could use that conceivably in these next 4 weeks should she be challenged. Keep an eye instead on the race for running mate. There are a handful of governors who I've learned this afternoon have been contacted. The one I know for certain, at least in a reportable way, is the New Jersey governor, Phil Murphy, who is among those fielding inquiries and entertaining them, in part reminding people that he has a foreign policy background, given he was once ambassador to Germany. Others that will be considered include the governors of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, potentially Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, and Governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, is the kind of guy that if he really wanted to could cut himself a $200 million check and mount a challenge himself. But the early word from his staff is they didn't know either. We do now know also, Nora, real quick, that he did inform at least a handful of people before this letter went out over social media. There was one senior party official who said he got a call from someone close to the president, made clear he was going to do this and intended to nominate or to endorse the vice president. So there was some early heads up given to a small handful of senior party leadership responsible for the order of things, raising money, operations, and whatnot. We know over at the White House, however, that many staffers learned about this the way the rest of the world did over social media. Nora.
And let me ask you about this, Ed, and I think we could all sort of discuss this. It's my understanding, though, that the rules at the convention, President Biden cannot simply transfer the nomination to his running mate. He drops out of the race. There are some almost 4,000 Democratic delegates now that were selected, that were bound to President Biden, that they are now essentially free agents. Now, Biden-Harris is the name of the campaign. She will get the tens and millions of dollars that have been donated to the campaign. But is there a threat to her getting the nomination?
So what is the situation now is people have run for delegate across the country. And if they ran as Biden delegates, they are now what is called pledged delegates ahead of the convention in Chicago. It's important to note that if you are a pledged delegate, you are elected in our system, but it is by no means legally binding. So to your point, yes, legally speaking, is there an opening for someone to come in on a first ballot vote that is somewhat fluid and say, I want the pledged delegates to walk away from their pledge? Yes, that's very possible. And someone could mount a candidacy saying, I want people on the first ballot to discard their pledge. But this is a political process where these delegates are under enormous pressure to follow through in the faith of the Biden campaign, politically speaking. And if President Biden is now directing his delegates, essentially, to go with Vice President Harris, they could move in a different direction. But there's no one now making a move against Vice President Harris, and it would take a real insider who could pull and yank pledged delegates away from President Biden's decision. And remember, these people who run for delegates are the most loyal Democrats to Biden in the country. So to your point, it is possible someone could challenge her, but not likely.
And you have called this political suicide, Margaret, based on what people have said to you. Who would challenge what could be the first Black woman and Asian American to become president of the United States? What would that mean for the disunity that already exists in the Democratic Party? Is there a collective thought that they must now unite as a party in order to defeat Donald Trump?
There is a desire to take this public embarrassment that has been the past 3 weeks of disarray and dispute within the party, and in the next 3 weeks be able to clean it up so that at the convention they can shift the conversation to unity and to messaging. They just saw a very well-orchestrated Republican National Convention and a message of Republican unity there after, during a primary where the Republicans were not united. So the emphasis here from those I've spoken to so far is at least there is the intention to try to make this about issues, to try to make this about next generation, about fresh blood, about understanding, and that there's a lot of focus on who that vice presidential selection would be to join Kamala Harris on this ticket. Bob made a great point earlier in terms of that backbone of the Democratic Party, Black women. And that is about really leaning into the strength there, not wanting to in any way undercut the vice president, but they know they have a problem with the working class, the white working class male vote. There is going to be a real focus on trying to bring that in. When we talk about some of these names that are being floated, whether it's the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear, or the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, those are states where there is this emphasis on can they speak to that vote. You see their possible vice presidential picks. This is speculative at this point. It is going to be Kamala Harris.
Well, it's more than speculative. It's already happening. We're getting reporting at CBS News, someone close to Vice President Harris telling CBS they would like to see Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer picked as the vice presidential nominee. This is one of her longtime allies to double down as a female ticket against former President Donald Trump, who has been found liable of rape in civil court, who has had different allegations thrown at him in many decades. So there's already a feverish activity behind the scenes to get people on the ticket. This is tough. This is a compressed time window, and it's amazing to me how just within minutes people are setting up their camps to try to get on the ticket. But we have to come back to the point. While as political reporters, I'm highly interested in who is the running mate for Vice President Harris. The most important thing now is the President of the United States has said he will back his vice president for the presidency, and the vice president, who is a former Attorney General of California senator, is now likely going to be the Democratic nominee. This is a lot like 1968 when President Johnson pushed Hubert Humphrey towards the nomination. Presidents are using their political capital in these moments.
And what will quickly follow in a sign of Kamala Harris's strength is if the Obamas come forward and say that she is the best person to move the Democratic Party forward. What will the Clintons do next? That would be a way that could quickly send a signal to the Democratic Party that they want her to be the nominee.
Obama's allies tell CBS News there's no doubt he is going to be supportive. Think about this. Vice President Harris got to know then Senate candidate Obama when he was a state senator running for the U.S. Senator in 2004. He would come to California for fundraisers and got to know this rising star in San Francisco named Kamala Harris. They became so close that when he ran for the presidency, as a Californian, she flew to Iowa to campaign for then candidate Obama. They are close personal friends. It would be shocking if he didn't go out there again and again for her.
But to your point, Nora, there is concern among some Democrats I've spoken to that this cannot look like a coronation. This cannot look like what happened at the Republican convention, where unity was really sublimating to Donald Trump. There is a part of the party that wants to see this look open, transparent, and have
the Senator Bernie Sanders wing will be watching this all. He has not issued a statement yet, at least to CBS News. Senator Bernie Sanders and that progressive wing have not always had a perfect relationship politically with Vice President Harris. Watch what Senator Sanders and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York do. If the progressives fall in line, it's all hers politically, based on our reporting. I
want to bring in Ashley Etienne. She's the former communications director for Vice President Kamala Harris and is now a CBS News political contributor. Ashley, so good to have you on this historic day. What can you tell us about what is happening behind the scenes, where the vice president is at this hour?
Absolutely, Nora. It is an incredible day in American history. I just remember, Margaret's on with you. We were on Face Nation maybe 2 years ago, and the question then was whether or not she was going to be on the ticket with Joe Biden, and now she's at the top of the ticket. So much has changed in such a short period of time. It's incredible, but there's a level of excitement within the party and definitely within her own office. So now the question is, what are the plans going forward? How do we piece this together now going forward in a way that sort of stops the bleeding among these key stakeholders that the party's focused on? One, she's already started to make calls with fundraisers, so that's headed down the path. There's now plans for leadership on the Hill to get on conference calls today, conference calls tomorrow. Does she go to the Hill? Does the president pass the torch officially, publicly, in a way that shows that he's fully endorsing her? These are all the questions now that they're trying to figure out behind the scenes. Does he do it in a formal way at a podium, passes the torch to her? Does she deliver big remarks? The other outstanding question is this: is he going to continue? Is he going to put forth a lot of effort to secure those pledged delegates that you guys were just mentioning? Is he going to get on the phone, and is his team going to get on the phone with those folks and say, listen, we've got a plan. We've decided as a party, we need to be unified. Our unity is our strength. We need to get behind Kamala Harris and move forward and focus our attention on Donald Trump. So what's happening behind the scenes is hyper-focus on what are the next steps, and then how do we stop the bleeding among those key stakeholder groups?
Ashley Etienne, thank you. And just moments after I said we're waiting to hear from the Clintons and the Obamas, the statement from President Clinton and Secretary Clinton released, noting that they endorse Vice President Harris and will do whatever we can to support her. The Clintons going on to say in this joint statement, we've lived through many ups and downs, but nothing has made us more worried for our country than the threat posed by a second Trump term. He has promised to be a dictator on day one, say the Clintons, and the recent ruling by his servile Supreme Court will only embolden him to further shred the Constitution. Now is the time to support Kamala Harris and fight with everything we've got to elect her. And then they end with this, the Clintons saying, America's future depends on it. Pretty strong statement from the Clintons, throwing their support behind Kamala Harris, noting what many people agree is a historic presidential election, perhaps the most important in generations, and what a wild couple of weeks it has been. Beginning with that disastrous debate by President Biden, then the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, in which he miraculously survives and is barely hit with that bullet, a unified Republican convention, which we all just came back from, and his choice of this younger Senator J.D. Vance, who is from Ohio, spent his summers in Kentucky, and has been picked to try and court the white working class vote. However, there is already an effort underway, of course, to go back and look at J.D. Vance's record. The way he talked about the white working class in Hillbilly Elegy wasn't always complimentary. And so there certainly will be a discussion about that coming forward. And I think the Democratic Party and sources that I have spoken with, the reason that they pushed President Biden so hard is that they believe he was not vigorous enough in his pointing out and debating the record and the rhetoric being put forward by Donald Trump.
That's true. But also at this moment, there's a lot of anger among some of President Biden's closest friends. I can't emphasize enough how they feel he was pushed, and that while Democrats might on the surface be celebrating Vice President Harris's likely nomination in the coming days, there is a lot of fury among those closest to President Biden that he was forced to make this decision under pressure from allies of former President Obama, from allies of former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, from major Democratic donors. So expect in the coming days for Democrats to lock arms. We will see a cascade of statements in the next few minutes and hours of every major Democrat likely coming out and offering support for Vice President Harris, unless they're thinking about challenging her for the nomination, which we've reported is very unlikely at this hour. At the same time, watch what President Biden does in the coming days. He will be forceful, I'm told, by people at the White House to be out there on the campaign trail for her, and they don't blame her inside of the Biden inner circle for what has happened. But this is a Democratic Party that's at a fragile political moment. They do not feel that this was played in the perfect way for an 81-year-old president who has battled through so much. And so everyone's watching exactly how statements are made and how people use their time, their money, and their political capital.
Thank you. I want to point out that we are just hearing now from Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker Emeritus, in a statement saying President Joe Biden is a patriotic American who has always put our country first. In her words, his legacy of vision, values, and leadership make him one of the most consequential presidents in American history. She has not endorsed Kamala Harris in this statement, but notably praising the legacy of Joe Biden and applauding his decision to put our country first. We are now joined by the co-chair of the Biden-Harris campaign, Senator Chris Coons. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Great to be on with you. This is a critical moment in American history, and I hope today that we can focus on Joe Biden's incredible legacy of service to our nation. 50 years. He has been serving us in the Senate as vice president, as president, and today he's made a very difficult decision in the best interest of our nation to continue serving as president, to continue rolling up his sleeves and tackling the challenges that still lie ahead of us in the next 6 months, but to step aside in terms of the nomination of my party for president in order to make certain that Donald Trump is not returned to the White House. I admire, I respect, I love Joe Biden. I have worked my heart out for him on this campaign. And while this was a very hard decision I deeply respect how it is a continuation of his lifetime of putting our country before himself. Joe Biden is the toughest fighter I've ever met. Every time he's been knocked down, he's always got up again. And the challenge of seeing this moment and of recognizing what was in the best interest of the nation was a significant challenge. I still believe he could have beaten Donald Trump, but I also know that what he's done today is in the best interest of our nation.
And Senator, what now is happening with Vice President Harris? When will we hear next from her?
I don't know her schedule today or when she'll come on TV, but what matters is that President Biden has made an historic, a brave and important decision that we should reflect on his legacy and his leadership, which is the legacy of the Biden-Harris administration. As you know, I'm a member of the Judiciary Committee. We've confirmed more than 200 federal judges under the Biden-Harris administration. Vice President Harris, who served with me in the Senate on the Judiciary Committee, was a critical part of getting every one of those judges confirmed. She's been a key part of the successes at home and abroad of the Biden-Harris legacy, and I think she is best positioned to carry it forward. Joe Biden, our president, spoke to that just moments ago in endorsing her. I do hope that we'll take some time today and reflect on the fact that Joe Biden is someone who in the Senate, as vice president, as president, has earned a legacy among the most important, impactful, effective presidents in our entire nation's history. And there's lots more to do. Just this coming week, he will continue to work to negotiate a ceasefire in Gaza, a hostage release and return, a path forward for the resolution of the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians in Gaza. He is someone who spent 50 years being prepared to lead our nation in this moment, in Ukraine and with our NATO allies, in the Indo-Pacific, in the Middle East, and he's got 6 more months of service to complete as our president and as the most respected, most senior leader of our party.
Senator,
I look forward to campaigning hard alongside him this fall and to working with him in the Senate.
Senator, at this hour, we know that President Biden has endorsed his vice president to be the Democratic nominee. We have also heard from the Clintons in a joint statement saying they would like Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee. Do you expect there to be any challenge to the vice president?
Well, today I think we should focus on the legacy of Joe Biden as president. I do recognize the urgency of the moment. As we head towards our convention in Chicago in August, I think the most important thing we can do is come together. And Vice President Harris has an incredible legacy of success and accomplishment as a senator and vice president. I do not expect a serious challenge to her nomination, but let's let that work itself out in the coming weeks and focus today on what a big contribution to our nation our president has made. He's been my mentor. He's been my friend. I am proud of him as a Delawarean, a Democrat, and an American. And I hope the folks who have been raising lots of questions and issues in the last few weeks will do what they said they would do and recognize his leadership, his legacy, and come together to support the nominee of the Democratic Party so that we come out of Chicago united. Donald Trump is a unique threat to the future of our nation, and his choice of a running mate is someone who I've served with in the Senate and who I think, in terms of our continuing to stand strong behind Ukraine in their fight for freedom, to continue to advocate for the rights and liberties of Americans, shows everything we need to know. We should be focusing on the fall campaign and the threat that Donald Trump presents to the real legacy of accomplishment, fighting for the middle class, reducing prescription drug prices, combating climate change, helping veterans. Our president and vice president have gotten incredible things done. They've gotten them done through bipartisanship, too. They've reached across the aisle. They've crafted incredible legislation that's made a difference in everything from gun safety to combating climate change to investing in manufacturing to rebuilding this country. So for everyone who's watching, anxious, concerned about the future of our country, know that Joe Biden is a patriot who loves our nation, and know that we are positioned to carry that legacy forward this fall.
Senator Coons, it's Bob Costa. Good to see you, sir. If you could, for a moment, good to see you, respectfully put aside your role as a United States senator and talk about Joe Biden, the president of the United States. You, more than anyone perhaps I've ever covered, understand his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. This is a retreat he goes to. The final days of this decision was not like Nixon in '74 at the residence of the White House. He went to Rehoboth Beach, your home state, to be with Jill, to talk with family members. Tell us about the importance of the site of this momentous decision in American political history. Him watching the waves at Rehoboth Beach down the street from the boardwalk and the ice cream stands, a place that he has gone to again and again, decade after personal highs, political humiliation. He always goes back to Rehoboth, back to Delaware, back to the family. And I know this was a heart-wrenching decision for him based on our reporting, but you're one of his closest friends in American politics. Give us a candid assessment of what this has really been like for him.
Bob, as you say, Joe Biden is grounded. He's grounded in his faith, in his family, and in our state. Excuse me. I'm sorry. This was a very difficult decision, and one that I think reflects the very best of who Joe Biden is. Someone who, as you put it, Bob, comes home because it's where his strength is. His strength is in his family. His strength is in our community. His strength is in his faith. And as he was going through the excruciating loss of his beloved son, Beau, it was in Rehoboth, in Wilmington, in prayer, and surrounded by all who have loved and supported him for decades in Delaware that he found strength. As he was finding his way through the tragic loss of his wife and daughter back in 1972 that began his career in the Senate, it was in Delaware, and it was in his faith that he found the grounding and the strength to be able to get back up and continue. And in every chapter in his life, in politics, in service, in his family, and at home, he's been grounded. Joe Biden, more than anyone I've ever known, speaks to what is best in the American spirit, a capacity to keep going, to see challenges, but to find hope and to find strength. The folks in Delaware who've been texting me and calling me in the last few hours all want me to say to Joe Biden how much we love him, how much we admire and respect his service, and how grateful we all are for the decisions he's made over decades in his service and his tireless loyalty to our home state of Delaware. He is the greatest Delawarean in our history. And the fact that he has chosen to be grounded in our community, in our parish, in our parishes, in the traditions and history of bipartisanship and of respecting each other and of being compassionate and decent, all of that comes from our community, his family, his faith, and our traditions. And so thank you for asking. He did make the hardest decision, I suspect, of his whole life in a way that was informed by and grounded by everything that has sustained him in his decades of public service.
Senator Coons, it's Margaret Brennan, and I appreciate your emotion talking about your friend and doing so in a way that really speaks to his legacy. I'm wondering, as you talk about how painful this decision was, this was a painful and drawn out 3 weeks where it was death by 1,000 cuts. And he was being urged publicly to make the decision he ultimately came to. I wonder if you have any insight into what ultimately shifted for him. Was it hearing that he had, had lost the faith of some of the Democratic leadership? Was it numbers in Congress and losing races, or was it ultimately something within him that said, this is not my moment? Do you have any insight into what changed overnight?
Look, Margaret, I shouldn't get into details where I'd be speaking for our president. But I will say this. He is someone who has always fought hard. He is tough. He is a fighter. He has survived blows that would have leveled any lesser man. And so in the last few weeks, he has struggled with that instinct, that toughness, that determination to keep fighting and to keep showing what America is all about. If you read his letter that he put out today, he said he's more optimistic today than he's ever been about our nation, that together, if we unite, there's nothing we cannot do. And I think there was a tough balance there. He listened, he heard input from average folks, from folks who've loved and supported him from decades, from folks, of course, in the political spectrum all across our country. He dedicated a lot of time to listening to senators, to mayors, to House members to governors to advisors to friends. But at the end of the day, I think what really mattered more than anything else was his confidence that this was the right thing for our nation. Joe Biden has always put our country first, and his ability to keep fighting these next 6 months to get things right on the world stage, to address the tragedy and the conflict in Gaza with Israel, to secure freedom for the people of Ukraine as they continue to fight Russian aggression, to put some finishing touches on critical work in the Indo-Pacific, and to do that while also leading a campaign effort for the Democratic nominee. I think that opportunity to keep fighting for the things that matter ultimately won out over he personally being the nominee of our party. This is a momentous, a difficult, and a heartfelt decision, and I deeply respect how he made it.
Senator Chris Coons, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it is now 3:30 on the East Coast. And just to update everyone who is just joining us, President Biden has made the decision to drop out of the 2024 presidential contest. This happened at about 1:45 Eastern time, so almost 2 hours ago, informing his campaign team just a minute before he put this statement out, where he said, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." President Biden has also endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, to be the Democratic nominee. And we have also heard from the Clintons in a joint statement saying they endorse the vice president to become the nominee because, in their words, America's future depends on it. They say they have been through many ups and downs, but the Clintons saying nothing has made us more worried for our country than the threat posed by a second Trump term. I want to bring in Ed O'Keefe, who covers the White House as well. And this has been a difficult decision for President Biden, who has been described as very angry as he is still recovering from COVID at his home in Delaware. What ultimately moved him to make this decision?
Well, we're still trying to figure out exactly what it was, but there were obviously a collection of things that were occurring, and the latest that had come essentially in the overnight hours is the fact that money was becoming an issue. Donald Trump now has more money on hand than Joe Biden does in his campaign coffers. And so that was a signal that after weeks of hearing that donors were withholding large sums of money, not only to his campaign, but to the various super PACs that run ads and try to find people across the country to turn out and vote, that it was going to become difficult to keep the lights on conceivably in the coming weeks and to pay for the advertising and the travel and the staffing necessary across the country. So that was another factor that had emerged just in the last day, essentially. We don't know that that is necessarily the one, but it is a big data point that affects any candidate when they're in the crunch if they start to see money issues. This appears to be becoming a conversation about how do we formally nominate her, the vice president, and then who do we pick as her running mate? There are no indications yet, and Bob has reported this as well, that there are no others currently planning to step up and challenge her after the president said what he said this afternoon, endorsing his running mate. But there will be a conversation about who is most palatable, who makes the most sense to be on the ticket with her. We've heard about a handful of governors, some senators as well across the country from key swing states that could conceivably help. And we've seen some statements from some of those that had raised concerns about the president in recent days. Let's look at this list, for example, here. You have the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear, the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, the Michigan governor, Gretchen Whitmer, the North Carolina governor, Roy Cooper. Those four right there are seen as potential good ones because they have executive experience. They've run modestly sized states, or in the case of Andy Beshear, won re-election as a Democrat in a red state, and are seen as the kind of person who can be sent out to campaign with the Senate and House candidates who for the last 3 weeks have been saying they can't campaign alongside the president. Others on that list, Mark Kelly from Arizona would be an interesting pick, the former astronaut from a swing state. There's a Democratic governor who could replace him, what might deliver a much-needed battleground state. Those are the kinds of conversations going on right now with Democrats.
Well, certainly the same still exists today about that blue wall that the Democrats, assuming that Vice President Kamala Harris could carry the same states that they did in the last election, the most contested ones being the blue wall, giving Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania very popular in that state and popular with people who voted for Trump. So his name also at the top there. Robert Costa.
Nora, I just stepped off set for a few minutes to get calls from a couple of the people closest to President Biden and some fascinating new details to share with you. This was in the minds of, in the words of his closest advisors, a quote, presidential decision. That's how he frames a lot of things in his presidency. And he did it very much alone. Yes, he conferred with some of his family members and advisors, but he has been in isolation in his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. He has been exhausted in recent days. He has been monitoring the polls, including one from the Detroit Free Press. The weight of this all, as he's been coughing all weekend alone, has been enormous on his shoulders. He has felt wounded at times from how fellow Democrats, including from the Obama-Biden administration, have talked about him publicly, how he feels pressured to get out of the race. But he kept this decision extremely close. His son Hunter, reportedly in California, not in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, this weekend. He's talking to his sister Valerie, talking, of course, to the First Lady, Jill Biden. And they have all said to him in recent days, you do what's best for you. This is your decision to make. And he has been alone because of COVID, not because he wants to be alone. He's actually been in a pretty salty mood, I've been told, because of COVID, and he doesn't have the ability to use his phone as much or have the kind of meetings he wants to have. But there have been some key people who've really helped him with this decision to think it through. Mike Donilon, who goes back decades with him, one of his longtime trusted advisors. They always say Donilon is like a parish priest. He never speaks. He has this kind of kind demeanor. He almost never speaks in meetings. He only speaks to Biden. He has that kind of relationship, doesn't speak to other advisors because it could trickle out. President Biden, I'm told by his closest advisors, has been angry about the leaks, about anger towards him, about his electability. He has also made clear to people privately that Vice President Harris needs to be fully supported. And they're watching in the coming days. Not only does President Biden address the country, but will she address the country in some capacity? Now, it's unusual for a vice president to have a national address, but she could make some sort of major speech that's not formal with the office of the vice presidency, but a political speech to reintroduce herself to the country. And as late as yesterday evening, some of the people closest to Biden still believe the decision was fluid, was being active, that this is something that came together with 3 or 4 people in the last 6 to 12 hours.
And that I can confirm, having reached out to some of the folks who even this morning, like Cedric Richmond on our air, on Face the Nation this morning, coming out and backing Joe Biden, saying he is staying in this race. I've reached out to others from the campaign who said they were also surprised because they went out in fight mode this morning saying he's dedicated, he's not giving up. It was news to them when this was announced. You know, when it comes to the vice president, Nora, it's important to remember, this isn't the first time the question has been asked, is she ready? This was an 81-year-old president. Every single interview Kamala Harris has done, she's been asked, are you ready? Because she was a heartbeat away, and that meant something for an 81-year-old president. I was just looking at my last interview with her, and she said, yes, I am, if necessary, but Joe Biden's going to be fine. That was last September. That's how long we've been talking about Joe Biden's age as a factor in this election and a worry for the electorate. But during the Democratic primary process, we were told, put that aside. The public was told it is not a factor in his viability. And yet, 3 weeks ago, that changed completely at the debate. We watched it. We covered it in that moment, and the ground shifted.
It's an excellent point about how much has changed in such a short period of time. And now, while Kamala Harris has been endorsed by the president, by the Clintons, by a number of other top governors say they will not challenge her at this hour, there is still a test that presents itself when running for president of the United States. There is no sharper spotlight than a presidential race. It does things to people. It changes them. It changes people's views of them. No matter how qualified you are, people have stereotypical views. It is a tough grinder to run for president of the United States. She has the benefit of having run for president. She has the benefit of being 4 years almost in the vice presidential mansion in the White House side by side. Joe Biden has kept her in a lot of these key decisions by her side, but now this will test her and those around her in a way that she's not been tested to this point.
And she has been on the campaign trail quite consistently over the last several weeks since the debate, but even before that fateful debate. Just yesterday, raising $2 million up in Cape Cod with thousands of supporters.
And I've been watching some of her speeches, and they've been very vigorous.
Yep.
And they have been very tough in terms of taking apart Donald Trump, his second term, Project 2025, which is not associated with the Trump campaign, but there are strong ties between former Trump officials and this Heritage Project, which many people view as a dark turn if that were to become part of a new administration. So she has been at the front of prosecuting the case against Donald Trump, but much of her speeches have not been covered either on local or national news.
Well, I've traveled with her in recent weeks on Air Force Two to see her up close as a political athlete. What's she like? And let me tell you this, based on my reporting, she is not the Kamala Harris we saw in 2020, who was a United States Senator, running as a progressive favorite for the presidency. Where did I see her in Philadelphia, Nora? In union halls, meeting with older union leaders, union workers. She's going to the Biden coalition and saying, I'm your voice. The Sean Fains of the world at the UAWs, the Philadelphia labor leaders, the labor leaders and workers in Atlanta, Georgia, these key states. This is someone who is saying, I am going to have a broader reach than everyone believes in American politics. I'm not just this progressive from California. I am someone who has adopted the Biden political playbook, and I'm here to use that to win in 2024.
And as the conversation about the vice president continues and we ask the question of what's next and how are things being put together here, the political arm of the Congressional Black Caucus just made it official and is now endorsing her. That gives you a sense of how things are coalescing quite quickly. Earlier this hour, Emily's List, which of course is the organization designed to elect women to political office, also endorsed her. So key elements of the Democratic Party coming under her wing already just within hours of the president's announcement. We also know that there will be a meeting at the top of the 5 p.m. Eastern hour of the Biden campaign and some Democratic National Committee officials to sort of go over what to expect next. We have no word yet on whether we will hear from the vice president today, what her reaction is to all of this, whether she has spoken directly to the president. That's information we're seeking and obviously in hot pursuit of. But it's believed that we will hear from her at some point by the end of today in some form, acknowledging the president's decision and announcing what her intentions are.
President Biden dropping out of the 2024 race for president and endorsing Kamala Harris. Those close to the president want the focus today to be on his legacy and what he has done for the American people. But already there is a focus on, will Kamala Harris face any challenges in her effort to become the Democratic presidential nominee. So far, already a strong statement from the Clintons, a joint statement endorsing her as the next nominee. Ed O'Keefe.
And now there's a lengthy statement from President Obama, which to my initial read has no endorsement of the vice president, but says in part, President Biden pointed us away from 4 years of chaos, falsehood, and division that had characterized Donald Trump's administration. Through his best policies and his example, Joe has reminded us of who we are at our best, a country committed to old-fashioned values like trust and honesty, kindness, and hard work, a country that believes in democracy, rule of law, and accountability. It says later, we will be navigating uncharted waters in the days ahead, but I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges. I believe that Joe Biden's vision of a generous, prosperous, and united America that provides opportunity for everyone will be on full display at the Democratic Convention in August, and I expect that every single one of us are prepared to carry that message of hope and progress forward into November and beyond. For now, Michelle and I just want to express our love and gratitude to Joe and Jill for leading us so ably and courageously during these perilous times and for their commitment to the ideals of freedom and equality this country is founded on. No endorsement there of the vice president.
So some new information coming to light to CBS News. Everyone now is watching to see how former President Trump handles this. Vice President Harris now likely the Democratic nominee. As we were in Milwaukee for the convention, Nora, who was perhaps the most influential person at that convention? Donald Trump Jr., the former president's son, who helped the former president pick J.D. Vance as his running mate. Donald Trump Jr. just texted me, CBS News, and he said, Kamala Harris, the vice president, owns the entire left-wing policy of President Biden. The only difference is that she is even more liberal and less competent than Joe, which is really saying something. She was put in charge of the border, and we saw the worst invasion of a terrible. He says. She failed on the immigration issue. Donald Trump Jr. to CBS News already attacking in a very sharply worded text message to me Vice President Kamala Harris. If this is an indicator, this is going to be rough and tumble like we've never seen it. Not necessarily within the Democratic Party at the Unite, as we keep seeing in the minute by minute in the Democratic Party, but the former president's son, who is one of the most influential Republicans in the country, close to Tucker Carlson, close to his father, close to all these senators and governors, he is already attacking. Vice President Harris says she owns the entire policy of President Biden, even more liberal. And he's saying she's not competent.
Oh, I remember the 2020 Republican National Convention, not the one we had last week, but in 2020, and the attacks against Kamala Harris then were very, very personal.
Yes.
They continued to be, and they were very tough on her record. And I can imagine that they are refreshing that playbook.
I can only imagine that. And a woman at the top of the ticket will take slings and arrows that a male candidate won't. That's just a fact, and we know it. So they're looking at the vice presidential candidate carefully. I will say, Bob, you know, even last night, Donald Trump at his rally in Michigan was already taking aim here, talking not just about her, but saying Democrats have problems. They don't even know who their candidate is. He gets the votes, and now they want to take it away. That's democracy. They talk about democracy. Let's take it away from him. He was arguing that Democrats are undermining the democratic process by cutting the legs out from underneath their Democratic nominee. Now, in the bigger picture, we've been seeing in our polling this lack of faith, or lack, not just enthusiasm about candidates, but lack of faith in the voting system among younger voters who don't think that that is the way to affect change. Does this switch on the ticket enliven things in a way that gets young voters excited, that restores faith in a process, that enlivens the party in a way that counters what Donald Trump is saying, which is that Democrats are the threat to democracy?
Well, that's why the president had to make this decision, is that the conversation had to shift back to the issues, or at least the record of Donald Trump, because the conversation was solely focused on the health of the 81-year-old president and whether or not he would continue his campaign.
And as Bob was hearing from Donald Trump Jr., the Trump campaign has now issued a more formal statement laying out how it plans to prosecute the case against the vice president, saying, quote, she's just as much a joke as Biden is. Harris will be even worse for the people of our nation than Joe Biden. She's been the enabler in chief for Crooked Joe this entire time. They own each other's records, and there is no distance between the two. Harris must defend the failed Biden administration and her liberal weak on crime record in California, the Trump campaign argues, in essence saying, here's how we're going to take her on, in essence saying, his administration, hers administration, we're just going to keep running the race against them in their record. You know, it's a signal that, and we know in recent days there's been concerns with how to prosecute the case against her. But for now, at least, it looks like they just want to be consistent and say her record is his record.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. I want to bring in now Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota. Senator, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
First, your reaction. Did you think it was a good decision for President Biden does not seek re-election?
I did. I will say that President Biden took the honorable path today, and he did it for all the right reasons. He did it because he knows that our democracy is on the line. He has such a record to be proud of, everything from the infrastructure bill everyone always talked about, to taking on the pharmaceutical companies, to bringing the world together and strengthening NATO, to bringing back the rule of law and putting in Ketanji Brown Jackson on the Supreme Court. And my heart goes out to him and his family and everything they've done for their country. But he took the honorable path today.
And Senator, are you endorsing Kamala Harris, the vice president, to be the next Democratic nominee?
I am. I think you know, Nora, that Kamala Harris and I ran against each other for president. And what I learned from that experience was that, one, she's an incredibly strong leader who will bring to this office and to this campaign the receipts. She, along with President Biden, got our nation through this pandemic. We've seen record job increases. She is someone that knows the work, knows the job, and I also know her as a good person. I actually got to be better friends of hers when we ran against each other than we just knew each other more casually in the Senate. So I'm very excited about this. I heard you talking ahead of time about what this is going to do for the ticket. I think this is going to be an incredible shot in the arm in terms of there's going to be a lot of excitement, and I can't wait to get started.
President Biden endorsing his vice president. The Clintons in a joint statement endorsing the vice president. President Barack Obama issuing a statement, but he did not endorse her, instead talking about the legacy of Joe Biden, his former vice president. Senator, do you expect there to be any challenge to Kamala Harris in acquiring the Democratic nomination?
I don't know that right now, Nora. There could be. This is a democracy, and our party has always been a big tent party. We bring people in. That's the way President Biden and Kamala Harris went on to win the White House. And I think the important thing right now is there's going to be such a clear contrast between these two leaders. You have Kamala Harris, the former prosecutor, someone who is going to stand up for a woman's right to make her own decision about her health care. Then you have Donald Trump, who has been, convicted and who has faced multiple indictments. At the same time, his views on freedom, when you look at his position, he said in a video that he was proudly the person to overturn Roe v. Wade and to put those judges in place. You'll see the difference on their economic plans and standing up for people. It is Vice President Harris in her leadership role, and I worked with her on a number of infrastructure projects for Minnesota, who didn't just talk the talk. She and President Biden got it done. So I just think you're going to see a big contrast as we go forward. I cannot wait to see that first debate, coming up when those two are going to go head to head, because Kamala Harris is a fierce competitor, and she's going to go on to be the president of the United States.
And who do you think she should choose, and who should the Democratic Party choose as her running mate?
I think there are incredible quality candidates out there. She's going to have a lot to choose from. I think it's going to be an expedited process. There's not a lot of time left, so I think you're going to really see people coming together, and she's going to have to pick someone very soon, but I think you're going to have a lot of excitement. There is no shortage of running mates for Kamala Harris.
Senator, we've, as you know, I have Margaret and Robert and Ed O'Keefe here who would like to get in as well on this breaking news. So I'll let Margaret go first.
Senator, good to talk to you. As you know, women register and vote at higher rates than men in presidential elections. That's been the case for 40-odd years now. Do you think that that should be a factor in the selection of a vice president for Kamala Harris? In other words, do you think that there's a world in which she selects a female running mate, someone like Gretchen Whitmer, or does she need to lean in and shore up, frankly, a weakness for the Democratic Party among men? Do you have thoughts on that?
I don't think she's going to shut anyone out. And what we want here is the most qualified person for the job. And I think today is the day, if I would say, in this fast speed dating that we're going to be going through for the vice presidential choice. But today is the day where we honor President Biden's legacy and his very difficult decision, which events that I think were not expected by a lot of people, happened quickly, and he made a decision, a patriotic decision for our country. And then we also celebrate the fact that someone with the skills and the leadership ability of Kamala Harris was endorsed by President Biden and many other of my colleagues.
But for Democrats, if this is a race that Democrats have to win because, as you say, democracy is at stake, that selection of a running mate could really be decisive here. And certainly with the vice president, she has been able to talk about reproductive health care in a really strong way. She has talked certainly about some other issues like that. And I wonder what you think is needed to complete the ticket. Are there qualities, are there topics, are there issues that you think could shift the tide? Because as you know, in our polling, Donald Trump is ahead, whether it's Kamala Harris or Joe Biden.
Well aware, but it's a very close race, and I think you know that. Now we're going to have a whole new game, an entirely new ticket. And I think, again, you want to have someone for this job that, one, she trusts. We know how important that is, how good presidents and vice presidents of both parties have worked together in the past. Number two, you want to have someone who knows how to govern, who could step into the job. Number three, you want to have someone that brings other skills to the office. And I think any of the names that have been thrown out there, I'm not going to start naming names because there's so many of them, could well fit that description. So I believe sometimes you have a situation for some reason in our national politics where it is really hard to find someone. She's got a lot of great choices.
Senator Klobuchar, Bob Costa,
Hey,
some
Bob.
of your colleagues came out publicly against President Biden. There was a pressure campaign, not just behind the scenes, but Senator Tester, Senator Brown, and others, among many House members, came out. Do you believe that was an appropriate decision by your colleagues to take those public stands against the president? Because many of President Biden's allies tell me this afternoon, Senator, that many of the Democrats in the Senate and in the House effectively put him in a corner, that he was forced to make this decision. And while many are being positive at this moment about that they believe a ticket can now be strong and beat former President Trump, there's a lot of bitterness toward how some people in Congress handled this and forced President Biden's hand in the views of his closest advisors. Can you speak to that, about what Democratic senators were up to publicly and behind the scenes to force this to happen, and any role you might have played, whether tangential or not?
You know, everyone makes their own decisions about how they handle things. And what I'd say, I'm sure there's bitterness. I'm sure there's hard feelings. But you know what? We don't have time for that right now. It doesn't matter who talked behind the scenes and who said this and how they divided, what words they used, when did they call someone. There is no time for that right now. Because to me, the main goal here is to make sure that we have a president that respects the rule of law, that's going to stand up for working people in this country, and is going to lead our nation on the world stage. And so I don't think we're going to have time, and maybe it's a matter of time. I'm sure books will be written, Bob, on this entire few weeks in history. But right now, we can't look back. We can only look forward.
And Senator, one more question from Ed O'Keefe.
Well, you've kind of laid this out, Senator, but if you get approached by somebody back home in the Twin Cities there in the next few days, and they say, I don't know enough about her. I don't think that she's qualified to do this. She hasn't been out there as much. She, the memes about her on social media are basically all I ever see. What do you tell them? Why is she capable of being Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America?
Well, for me, I start with where she started. She started as a prosecutor. That's a hard job. You've got to make decisions. You've got to take on very difficult cases. Your main goal is to make sure people are safe, and that's one of the main goals of government. That's how she started in politics. I then go to her term as a senator, where she was a fierce advocate for justice and for the people of this country. She stood up against, in our judiciary hearings, some of those very Supreme Court justices who made the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. She stood up against those Supreme Court justices who issued the decision that has meant that 1 out of 3 women in this country are now living in states that have extreme abortion bans. I then move on to her time as vice president. We all remember what that was like when they came in. I was there on that inauguration stage under the beautiful blue sky, and I saw her get sworn in. And from there, she and President Biden had to get us through this pandemic. And we emerged from one of the most difficult times in our history, where we were in 300 million separate silos, where people weren't even able to go out and go to their grandma's birthday parties anymore. And we came out of that strong, so that our economy is not just stable, we are adding jobs and adding more jobs. They made a focus, and I remember Vice President Harris talking about this when we were debating each other for the presidency. They made a focus of making sure we got there on infrastructure, on manufacturing in America again, on bringing back the rule of law. So she is going to have more than a case to prosecute. She is going to have a case to be made for the future of America, and that's what's going to be on the line in this election. That's
Senator.
what I would tell constituents. And I would also point to more than a few bridges and other things and broadband and practical things that this administration has brought home to them.
Well, it sounds like you'll be able to talk the ear off of that voter, Senator.
You asked me the question.
No, I know. No, I know, Senator. Always, yes. Thank you so much for joining us on this historic day. We appreciate it.
All right. It was great.
And it is 4 o'clock in the east, 1 o'clock in the west. And for those of you that are just joining us, our breaking news, President Biden announced he is ending his reelection bid. It happened at exactly 1:46 p.m. Eastern time. The president writing in a statement that it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek reelection, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. And then in a separate social media post, the president endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, to replace him as the party's standard bearer ahead of its national convention. That Democratic convention begins August 19th in Chicago. And we should note that President Biden is the first president since Lyndon Johnson in 1968 to decline to seek a second term. And in fact, no sitting president has dropped out of a race so late in the election cycle in American history. Robert Costa.
It's really important we step back and look at the history. Politics is unfolding right now like a tide coming into the shore. But we have not seen anything like this since 1968. When Lyndon Johnson decided to not seek the Democratic nomination, the date was March 31st, 1968. We are now in the hot summer of American politics after the Republican National Convention, just weeks before the Democratic Convention in Chicago in August. And this is a time that is so tumultuous in presidential history. In August 1974, Richard Nixon resigns the presidency. And now we will remember in books and histories to come that in July of 2024, President Joe Biden, alone in Delaware with just a few staffers and family members, decided to not seek the Democratic nomination as he looked out at the beach in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. It's a seismic, shocking moment. Everything is in motion now for Vice President Harris. But for a president to decide to not seek this under pressure from his party, after thinking about the presidency going back more than a half century, it is hard to understate how much of a painful personal decision this was and how monumental of a political moment it is for the United States.
That the sitting president of the United States faced a rebellion within his own party at a time challenging Donald Trump in a rematch between the two of them. Two men, 81 years old, 78, Donald Trump. There's so much about this campaign.
And when I stepped off the set to talk to one of his closest friends, they said to me something very interesting. They said when Lyndon Johnson stepped away in 1968, at least Senator Eugene McCarthy and Senator Bobby Kennedy had the guts to run against him publicly. What makes President Biden so bitter this afternoon in Delaware is that at 81 years old, he had to relent to pressure that was often private from allies of former Speaker Nancy Pelosi and former President Barack Obama.
And at this hour, we are hearing from the Vice President of the United States. Let's go now to Nancy Cordes at the White House. Nancy.
Nora, we've just received our first statement from Vice President Harris since President Biden threw his endorsement to her. She says, on behalf of the American people, I thank Joe Biden for his extraordinary leadership as President of the United States and for the decades of service to our country. She goes on to say, it is a profound honor to serve as his vice president. I am deeply grateful to the president, Dr. Biden, and the entire Biden family. She calls what he has done a selfless and patriotic act. She says President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. And then at the end, Nora, she says this: I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. Over the past year, I have traveled across the country talking with Americans about the clear choice in this momentous election, and this is what I will continue to do in the days and weeks ahead. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda. In short, Nora, she is saying that with 107 days to go, she's all in.
Nancy Cordes at the White House with that new statement from the vice president. And Nancy, based on what you know from the campaign, the entire campaign team will now essentially unite behind the vice president. Is that correct?
This afternoon, Nora, there are meetings taking place across this town as Democrats, both within the campaign, outside the campaign, shift gears as quickly as possible to transform this campaign into a Kamala Harris campaign. CBS News has just learned that the White House Chief of Staff, Jeff Zients, held a meeting with cabinet officials this afternoon to inform them of the president's decision, to explain to them why the president had done this. We know that there's a meeting coming up a little bit later among Democratic National Committee officials. There are 107 days to go, and this is a very large ship to turn. And as Amy Klobuchar put it when she just spoke to you, no matter who said what in the days leading up to this, now time is of the essence, and we simply need to buckle down and get to work if Kamala Harris is going to have a chance to beat the Trump juggernaut.
Nancy Cordes at the White House with that new statement from the vice president. Nancy, thank you. And Ed O'Keefe, this is a moment now for the Democratic Party. We have had some members of the party call for a mini primary. Yep. Will that mini primary happen, or will the party unite behind the vice president?
At this hour, shortly after 4 p.m. Eastern, there's no sign of anybody preparing to mount some kind of a challenge to her directly, understanding that she has the president's endorsement, and now with so much goodwill towards the president and his decision, be hard to challenge that, perhaps. But she also technically does get the money, and the reason is because the Federal Election Commission makes clear, if your name is on the official title of the campaign, and it is, to re-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, it stays with her. So she starts with that pool of money, which would also be a big barrier to entry for anyone else who's considering it. I suspect we'll see a lot more maneuvering for those that might be willing to be her running mate, among governors, among senators across the country who've been mentioned, mostly men, though there is conversation about putting 2 women on the ticket. And just following up on that cabinet meeting, we know that most, but not necessarily all, of the Biden cabinet was on that call with the White House Chief of Staff, Jeff Zients. One of the people familiar with it said that Zients confirmed the reports of the president's decision, and they walked through the, quote, consequential work of this administration and the president's expectation of continuing the historic work of the administration over the next 6 months. In essence, telling the cabinet, please don't go anywhere, we still have work to do.
And they truly do. On the international front, reaction is already pouring in. We have the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. We have Israel's president releasing statements. Joe Biden is still the commander-in-chief for at least another 5 months here. And what this does allow him to do, and what some of those trying to urge him to make this decision were saying, is focus on the commander-in-chief role, whether it is Middle East peace. We have the Israeli Prime Minister shifting his visit now to have a face-to-face meeting with Joe Biden to Tuesday. He'll be addressing Congress Wednesday. You have this effort to say to Joe Biden, focus on the things that you care most about in your legacy. A lot of that having to do with foreign policy, not just because of his time in Congress focusing on these issues, but because we're in such a moment of upheaval. And there is also a desire to signal to the world that America's not in disarray, even though our political system sort of looks that way right now. There's going to be a real push from the national security oriented officials to try to signal all is fine and well and moving ahead on a charted course, even though we know we haven't seen a political race like this.
To build on what Nancy just said, Vice President Harris made this statement, and she said she will earn the nomination. She's going to work to earn the nomination. And we have new reporting that she will have to do some work to earn the nomination. Senator Peter Welch, a Democrat of Vermont, just issued a statement moments ago saying, I am confident in our ability to win and beat former President Trump, but our party has many capable, proven leaders, Vice President Harris among them. We have a deep bench who we should consider. So not everyone in this wave of solidarity behind Vice President Harris is offering their immediate endorsement. So she will have some work to do, at least in the United States Senate. Not everyone is echoing what Senator Klobuchar told you.
Senator Welch, not from a battleground state, from the state of Vermont.
But a progressive. The progressive wing is the one to watch. He's also close friends with Senator Bernie Sanders. What do they do? So far, they may want to make a negotiation on the vice presidential selection, because there's going to be a big push already to have Governor Beshear or someone else from a region of the country where Republicans have done well to counter Senator Vance being on the Republican ticket. But look for progressives in the party to say, not so fast. We need to be considered two for that number 2 slot.
Although Pramila Jayapal, the head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus in the House, has endorsed very quickly.
Endorsed Harris, but the vice presidential nomination, they're not going to want to see it just go quickly to someone they perceive as moderate, at least based on our conversations.
Both of you bring up an excellent point, which is the congressional reaction. So let's bring in Scott MacFarlane, who covers the Hill for us. And Scott, summarize what you have seen so far from Democratic lawmakers.
We're getting it from both parties, Nora. It's a tidal wave of reactions, some of which is uniquely interesting and important. Let's begin, though, with Senator Chuck Schumer. The Democratic leader did speak with President Biden today as the announcement was made. He issued a statement of support for President Biden, but didn't mention Vice President Harris, nor did the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, mention Vice President Harris. We're seeing this block of endorsements grow from her former colleagues in the U.S. Senate. Patty Murray, the top Senate Democrat who is from Washington State, third in the line of presidential succession, she's endorsed Vice President Harris. Mark Warner, chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee from Virginia, he's endorsed Vice President Harris. And all these other names, Elizabeth Warren from Massachusetts, who has the pulse of the progressive wing of the party, the chairs of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Progressive Caucus, Black Caucus, Asia Pacific Caucus. She is getting this influx of support that may make her difficult to catch because she's running now so fast out of the gates. We're also hearing from Republicans, Nora. No surprise. They're trying to fan some flames here, perhaps mechanize or weaponize this transition into a political benefit. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, says President Biden should resign if there are questions about his ability to serve another 4 years. Does he have the ability to serve the next 6 months? Steve Daines, senior Republican from Montana, issuing the same statement, but also from Mitch McConnell, something different, saying it's Democrats upending the expressed will of the American people. What you're hearing from Republicans is this argument that Democrats are circumventing the democratic process, trying to push back on Democrats who, on January 6th and after the 2020 election, accused Republicans of trying to upend an election. And a couple other notes here, Nora. We're seeing some unique statements that are worth amplifying. Richard Hudson, who chairs the House Republican Campaign Committee, he's a North Carolina Republican who says this is a scandal, that there may be questions about who knew what about the president's health. You can see that thread getting pulled by Republicans. And the Wisconsin Democrat, progressive Mark Pocan, who appeared July 5th, side by side with the president at a rally in Madison, Wisconsin, trying to reinvigorate the Biden campaign after that debate, issued a statement saying it's time for the Republicans to talk about the future of their candidate, Donald Trump.
All right, Scott MacFarlane, thank you. As we have noted, no sitting president has dropped out of a race so late in the election cycle and is now just less than a month before the Democratic convention in Chicago. I want to bring in David Becker, our election law expert. And David, let's talk about what happens now. What could we see at this convention?
Well, we should first recognize, Nora, that as of today and as of yesterday, the Democrats had no official nominee. The way the process works is that during the primaries, delegates are earned by the candidates. President Biden won an overwhelming majority. Those people, of course, knew that President Biden was 81. They knew that Kamala Harris was the vice president at the time. And The nominee was not official by any means until the delegates vote. And there was some question as to whether or not that would happen early August or perhaps during the convention. In either case, that delegate selection of the nominee would have made it official, and only then does the Democratic Party's nominee go onto any particular state's ballot. That was also true for, of course, the Republican Party up until last week when former President Trump officially received the nomination. As we currently stand now, there is no state in the country that, so long as the Democrats select their nominee and the vice presidential running mate by that point in time, the second to last week in August, there is no legal or practical issue with that ticket appearing on the ballot in any state. So what we'll see over the course of the next few weeks, of course, is there might be some political wrangling here and there to see where that ticket comes out. But there will be nominees selected at some point in August by the Democratic Party, and they will appear on the ballot in every one of those 50 states.
Ed O'Keefe has a question.
I just want you to underscore what you just said there, David. You, in your view, in your studied view of election law, there is no reason to believe any legal challenge could come to the Democratic ticket because they're not going to miss any deadlines that would put them on the ballot?
That's exactly what I'm saying, and I think I want everyone to think about this a little more clearly. I expect there might be some frivolous claims brought, but what those claims would essentially be saying is that some other party would be claiming that they can force the Democratic Party to pick someone as their nominee that has decided not to serve as the nominee or president. There's no legal basis for this whatsoever. And in fact, if this were applied in any particular states, I want to hearken back to the Colorado disqualification case earlier this year, where the Trump campaign and Donald Trump argued that you could not give a state the power to remove a candidate from the ballot because that would create this patchwork of laws and affect the outcome. And all 9 justices agreed with that. They said it was not appropriate for a single state to act in such a way. In that case, it was with regard to the 14th Amendment and the possible insurrection that Donald Trump had incited. But it would be a real problem to allow any state to affect the outcome of the election by refusing to put a duly nominated candidate on the ballot.
But you agree that there's a good chance there might be someone out there or some entity out there that tries to challenge the legality of them changing their ticket this late, right?
I mean, we've certainly heard from some groups and individuals that have made that claim in advance, and we've certainly seen that there's no bar to people apparently being willing to bring frivolous litigation. However, I am about as close as I can be 100% confident that that litigation will be quickly disposed of, that there is a very strong legal ethical value in allowing the parties under the United States Constitution to select their nominees by whatever process they have. This is the process the Democratic Party has laid out. If a presumptive nominee is unable or is unwilling to serve as a candidate, and that happens before the convention, the delegates can then select their nominee, but there is no nominee right now, and there was no nominee yesterday, and there won't be a nominee until the delegates vote, presumably in August.
David Becker, our election law expert, always great to have you. Thank you so much. Let's bring in Joel Payne. He is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Joel, I know you are speaking with fellow Democrats who are involved in this campaign. Tell me what they are saying. Do you expect that the party will unite behind the vice president, or will there be a challenge in some sort of mini primary or some sort of contested contest at the convention?
Well, the early indications are that there's a lot of momentum to rally behind Vice President Harris, as you've seen from some of the statements. There have been some statements that have notably not talked about a Harris endorsement, President Obama's statement for one, Speaker Emerita Pelosi for another, and others. One thing I have talked to some folks about is whether or not that is, and I think Bob might have mentioned this earlier, might be a way for some of those folks to keep their powder dry and maybe to negotiate an agenda or negotiate a direction of what the Harris agenda might look like, similar to what Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did recently with President Biden as he was going through this tough, tumultuous political period. So it might not be that those folks won't be there in the end. It might just be that those folks are keeping their powder dry. And I'm talking to some Democrats about that. But more broadly, I just think that the Democratic Party was in a very tense mood over the last month. And I think the fact that this is finally out is a giant sigh of relief for those in the party who can now get along with the business of figuring out how to unite and figuring out how to come together in time for a convention that is less than a month away and a very consequential, important election that the Democrats are looking at this fall, where they are behind. And whatever you think of Vice President Harris, she is behind. If she is the front runner on the Democratic side, she is behind in this race, and she has a lot of work to do, be it fundraising, be it uniting the party. Donald Trump certainly enters convention season and exits convention season ahead in this race, and Democrats know they have a lot of work ahead of them.
Joel Payne, always good to talk to you. Thank you so much. Also want to bring in CBS News political contributor Terry Sullivan. He served as the campaign manager for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential run. And Terry, I mean, this is so unusual. Of course, as you know, as someone who's run a campaign, you put so much money, you put so much research into running against one person. To have this change this late, what do you think is happening now in the Donald Trump campaign?
Yeah, look, I've talked to some of my friends in the campaign, and, you know, they're less than excited. They were ready for a landslide victory against Joe Biden. And now they're just hopeful that the Democrats push and kind of force through Kamala Harris as the nominee instead of letting an open process, because she has to defend the same policies. Because at the end of the day, it's not about a debate performance. His numbers were polling terribly before that debate, and it was based on those policies. It's inflation, border crisis, and she owns those issues just like Joe Biden did. So I think she'll be just as weak of candidate as Joe Biden was, and I think that's what a lot of the folks within the Trump campaign are hoping for.
Mm-hmm. And do you believe, though, that this gives a shot in the arm to not only the Democratic ticket, but also the base?
Yeah, look, they're a little bit of the dog that caught the car, though. I mean, in that it's interesting. The folks who seem to be the drivers behind forcing the president out for the nomination, be it Pelosi, be it Barack Obama, they have not endorsed. They didn't roll out with that statement, and I think that's rather telling. The people that are jumping to her support are all the same folks who were saying that Joe Biden's not going anywhere 12 hours ago. And so I do think there is a divide within the Democrat Party still. We'll see how it plays out. Are they all going to rally behind Kamala? Or is it going to be just as split as it has been? It's not like they're going to suddenly coalesce and come together after the infighting they've been having publicly for the last 3-4 weeks.
Terry Sullivan, thank you so much. I want to bring in presidential historian and CBS News contributor Douglas Brinkley, who is with us. And Douglas, put this in historical perspective.
Well, it's not, in my mind, shocking. I mean, ever since the June 27th debate of Joe Biden, which was a disaster, people were saying something's got to give. It's been a steady drumbeat of disillusioned delegates and donors in the Democratic Party. But I think things started escalating after each performance President Biden did. He didn't seem to be up to snuff. I know it seems minor when you happen to make a mistake of calling, switching out Zelensky and Putin. But when Biden did that at NATO, the media culture that we live in will keep reinforcing it. So people remember Biden at the very end here did the right thing getting out. Kamala Harris is his. He had the bravery in 2020 to choose her. They had won 80 million people were for Biden-Harris. Now it's going to be Harris with Joe Biden serving as her coach. And all of the delegates that Biden have, if Joe Biden, all the love I've been hearing on your show from Senator Coons and, Klobuchar and others who have loved Joe Biden, well, they've got they follow what Biden would like them to do and get 100% behind Kamala Harris. And as you mentioned, I believe, Nora, I mean, it is grueling on the campaign trail, as Nora said a little bit ago, just grueling. And there was no way President Biden could do 7 speeches a day. This was not going to be staying in the White House or Camp David or Rehoboth. You can't do a lockdown. We're not in COVID lockdown. You can't run like that. So in the end, you did need somebody with more vigor and more energy. And Vice President Harris has shown that, not just here at home, but she's been at 21 countries abroad. And yet she's not known by a lot of Americans. So there'll be a new excitement of this notion of the prosecutor going against the felon. That's how the Harris Biden team are going to position her. And then on CBS News, you'll be showing, I tell you, you will be a lot, the clips of Senator Harris when she went after Kavanaugh and then went after Barr on women's reproductive rights. Both Donald Trump and Joe Biden have been ham-fisted on that issue. It is the forte of Kamala Harris, and that now is going to, I think, rise to being a leading issue for the Democratic Party as we turn into August.
And David, do you think age will continue to be an issue? I'm sorry, Douglas. Do you think age will continue to be an issue, and it's turned against Donald Trump? And the reason I ask that is something you just said made me think about that. You said, Joe Biden couldn't go out and do 7 campaign events a day. But Donald Trump hasn't been doing 7 campaign events a day. He's been doing 1 event a day. And probably in one of the few attacks that Joe Biden made well and landed a joke, he said, well, Donald Trump usually does 1 event a day and then spends the rest of the day riding around in his golf cart and actually fills out his scorecard before he hits the ball. So do you think that the Democrats may shift the debate on age?
Yes, but remember, Donald Trump has Truth Social. He has his own built-in media infrastructure. So while he's on that golf cart, he's sending out a message every second. And they're controversial ones, so it's not at all what you see, a similarity to what Biden's been able to do. Kamala Harris, though, has to get media enthusiasm, just like J.D. Vance's Hillbilly Elegy went to the very top of the bestseller list after the convention. You're going to see Kamala Harris's memoir, and it's a well done book about her American journey rising to #1. And you're going to see photographs of her as a child growing up, and her time in Oakland, and her mother, and her time in Canada. And they're going to have to sell Kamala Harris's persona. Trump sold that a long time ago with The Apprentice, so he doesn't have to do that kind of introduction. She's going to have to, I think, probably hit more campaign stops than would be normal just to counter Trump's mega media sense.
It's an excellent point. David Brinkley, always good to have you. Douglas Brinkley, as you know, I love Douglas. Of course, my first job in journalism was with David Brinkley, the great David Brinkley, who would love to be here at this moment. So, Douglas, thank you, as always.
Thank you.
We're at such an unusual moment. The relentless pace of the news that we're even just following at this hour, which has me distracted because of the reaction that's coming in, the text that I am sending to people inside the Biden team. Because one of the questions that we have not answered at this hour is what finally put the president over the edge. We know that there was this rebellion within the Democratic Party, but there was also a large portion of the Democratic Party that was behind Joe Biden. He is sick, alone in Delaware with COVID. What changed today? We were told he's still in it. His campaign believed he was still in it. He was preparing to meet with the Israeli prime minister who's coming here to Washington. He's on the cusp of a potential peace deal. And so the question is, was it the money?
Right.
Was it someone in his family? Was it some new polling data? Was it all of it, Margaret?
Well, and all of it publicly. Democratic leadership set up a permission structure for this public embarrassment over the past 3 weeks. This was not a conversation behind closed doors. It spilled out into the open because he wasn't coming to the conclusion that he was being urged to come to. And so this was, as I said earlier, death by 1,000 cuts. But we also know that there were threats. Just earlier on Face the Nation, I was speaking to Dean Phillips of Minnesota, who said there was talk of having an anonymous straw poll among members of Congress to express faith and confidence in the president. He was saying the numbers just aren't there. We only have a tally of, 40-odd people who went on the record. There were more lawmakers behind the scenes who were expressing doubts. And it's the down ballot races, it's the money, it's the public no confidence, it's the image on the world stage as well. It all has to have weighed on him tremendously, Nora. And, I've been looking at the international reaction that's spilling in. One thing that is going to be an attack point we've heard from Republicans so far, we just also heard from Russia. The Russian foreign minister coming out and saying all of this is a conspiracy of the American media and the political circles, that they hid the true state of affairs. Russia telling Americans this message we've already heard from some Republicans: don't trust your elected leaders. Not only is the system rigged, but they lied to you about the health of the American president. And now they've been forced to be honest about it, manipulating this. And I make that point because we know it was just 2 weeks ago that senior intelligence officials briefed reporters and said Donald Trump remains Moscow's favorite candidate in this election. He then goes on to select a vice president who is extremely critical of Ukraine and blocking aid. All these things building for Joe Biden to look at the what if. What if I lose? And that's who potentially could be stepping in there. You just have to wonder, what is it that triggered it for him?
And our chief adversary, China, what about Donald Trump's relationship with the Chinese president?
Well, just last night at this rally in Michigan, former President Trump said he had just received a lovely note from Xi Jinping and talked about how he got along so well with some of these strongmen, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and others. And it's the kind of thing that we know. When you hear Joe Biden, and Ed can recite these stump speeches from memory, I'm sure. What does he always say? I'm the guy that expanded NATO. Yep. I'm the guy that built the coalition up against Russia. There are these things on the international stage in this moment of great uncertainty at home and abroad that matter to him. If he is viewing his presidency in the context of legacy and what it means for the world, that has to weigh on him in this moment as well.
A few pieces of news we should convey. We're told that we should not expect the president to be seen the rest of today. He remains in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Unclear when he returns to the White House. We know he's still recovering from COVID-19, took his 8th dose of Paxlovid today. The doctor said he's doing much better and is able to continue his presidential duties as he has all weekend long. We now also know that the president and the vice president did speak several times over the course, multiple times earlier today ahead of the announcement that the president wouldn't be seeking the nomination again. We don't know the details of those conversations, but we know they spoke. We also know the vice president, in one of her first political calls after all this, reached out to the head of the Congressional Black Caucus to ask for that group's support, which they have now given. And among others, Congressman Jim Clyburn, the senior lawmaker from South Carolina, the kingmaker of the Biden 2020 campaign, who remains such a close, trusted advisor and sort of spirit animal for the Biden movement, has now endorsed the vice president as well. So that should give you a sense of sort of where at least that wing of the party is headed, even while others may be reserving judgment.
And just to put a finer point on that, not only Jim Clyburn, but also the Congressional Black Caucus.
Yes. So that's, understandable. She's one of them. They have always said that were anything to ever happen to the president, they'd be with her. But it is a signal to the rest of the party. Lest you forget, the most loyal elements of the Democratic Party are black voters, especially black women, and they expect a black woman to get the respect of the party and to be able to be the nominee.
It was a point that Joe Biden tried to make, perhaps not successfully, in his BET interview with Ed Gordon about what he has delivered. The first black woman to the U.S. Supreme Court, the first black defense secretary. He has said that I am your best supporter, the best president in terms of supporting the advancement of black women in the cabinet. Black man in the cabinet, black woman to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, and it's across the government. Whether it's cabinet secretaries, whether it's ambassadors that have gotten positions, whether it's other federal district and appeals court judges, he has made a great effort to ensure that people like that, who represent different experiences, professional and otherwise, are put in positions of influence. To this point, I don't know if we have someone waiting to talk to us, but I think we have to dwell on who. Okay, we should do that.
Yes,
we'll get to this other side.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And yes, Ed being deferential, as he knows, to the congressman who is waiting, Connecticut Representative Jim Hines. Representative Hines called for President Biden to drop out of the presidential race right after Mr. Biden's NATO press conference, and he is the ranking member of the House Intel Committee. Congressman, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let me get your reaction.
Well, I think it's not just me. I think it's, an awful lot of my colleagues who are reacting with a combination of relief, elation, and gratitude. Relief that the split in the party, which was painful, as people sort of tried to figure out what to do. As you pointed out, I made my views known some time ago and pretty early. Elation, because I think there is a sense now that while we need to work out exactly what the ticket looks like, there's obviously a lot of momentum developing behind the vice president, but elation that I think we are now in the hunt to win this presidency. And then gratitude, of course, to Joe Biden. It was, I can speak for myself, it was enormously painful, given his accomplishments, given his decades of public service, to realize that he would probably lose to Donald Trump. So an immense amount of gratitude that Joe Biden chose to do what Nancy Pelosi did, which is to, at the very height of their powers, to step aside in favor of, probably a new generation. Not an easy thing to do when you are that powerful a person.
Congressman Hines, are you prepared to endorse Kamala Harris?
So I'm a big Harris fan, and I've been sort of arguing in the background as people said, well, what comes next? I've been arguing that, the vice presidency is a job that does not allow you to shine, right? And when you are vice president, every word you utter has to be consistent with the beliefs of the president, or you're not doing your job. I'm a big believer that Harris, when she is sort of freed from that obligation, her numbers are likely to rise and rise dramatically. Now, I was out mowing my lawn 3 hours ago when I got the news. And so I haven't crafted a statement. I haven't sort of checked in with leadership. I do things in concert with my colleagues and that sort of thing. But I can tell you right now that I am a big Harris fan. And I think that Harris at the top of the ticket, an African-American woman, a prosecutor up against a, convicted felon. I could get pretty excited about that ticket.
Congressman, thank you. Margaret Brennan is here with me as well.
Congressman Hines, I did read a note here from you. You said it's up to us to work as never before to defeat the dark authoritarian vision of Donald Trump. I wonder in this moment, given your role in the Intelligence Committee, what you think the message is to the world in terms of this upheaval within the American political system and the uncertainty as to the well-being of the commander-in-chief and his ability to continue making decisions in an effective way. Your Republican colleague, Mike Turner, on the Intelligence Committee has called for President Biden to step aside immediately, saying if he can't make it through the race, that he shouldn't be in the Oval Office now.
Yeah, Margaret, I'm very disappointed by that line of thinking. And by the way, I'm going to resist the temptation to ask my Republican colleagues to look at their own candidate, convicted of 34 felony counts, adjudicated sexual abuser and rapist. Don't come pointing at us about the caliber of our candidate. What I will tell you, though, is that this notion that Joe Biden can't complete his term as president is bananas. And as you know, I was one of the early ones out saying that he should step aside. The question in stepping aside is more about, can you beat Donald Trump, and can you then serve 4 more years? That's the president. That's the decision that the president made. So these calls from Republicans for the president to step aside. First of all, I understand why they're angry. They now realize what I realized, which is that there's a good chance that they lose. Earlier in the program, you read the statement by the Russians. The Russians, of course, had a very, very bad day because it looked like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance was going to, we're going to waltz into the Oval Office and stop support for Ukraine. But you know what? I would counsel my Republican friends, look at your own candidate before you start talking about Joe Biden.
Congressman Hines, stand by. I just want to go to Robert Costa because he has some new information. He just spoke with Donald Trump on the record. Robert?
I just spoke with former President Donald Trump on the phone. I asked the former president about his reaction to the news. He said that it's a shock to the country. It's a shock to the country, but he believes it's good for the country to see President Biden decide to step aside. He believes that President Biden was pressured out of the race. I asked him if he's willing to debate Vice President Harris. He said, I'm not sure she is going to be the Democratic nominee. He's waiting to see how the Democratic race emerges. He has not made any statement, he said, or conclusion about who the Democratic nominee will be, but he is thinking through the race. I asked him, will this change how you proceed with your own presidential campaign? He said, absolutely not. This is about policies. She carries, if she's the nominee or anyone else carries, the Biden record. He said to me in CBS News, he is running against the Biden administration, whether it's Vice President Harris or not. He expressed, in a sense, not sympathy for President Biden in any way, but he, as a political observer, believes that the Democrats took out one of their own with this pressure campaign. And he said that he, at this point, is just waiting to see what emerges in the Democratic Party. He said, I am going to run against what he called the worst presidential administration in history. He believed, in his view, that President Biden's not up for the job. So he said, quote, to CBS News just now, that it's good for the country that he's getting out. But he said this is a total shock to the country to have a president forced out by his own party. And he kept insisting the race continues as is in his view.
It's interesting to hear from Donald Trump and that exclusive interview that you just had with him. I wonder, though, how worried the campaign is. Donald Trump ran against a woman, Hillary Clinton, in 2016. It was personal. He called her nasty. He called her a lot of other words. I wonder whether those same types of attacks would work in 2024. There will be a different dynamic running against a black woman.
It was evident on my conversation, and it was a conversation, not an exclusive interview. It was a conversation I had with former President Trump on the phone. I called him up. And what's evident to me, I just spoke to Donald Trump Jr. within the last hour on text message and spoke by phone to former President Trump. What this country should be prepared for, based on what I heard from former President Trump, who I've known for many years as a reporter, have covered him extensively. What's on the horizon now is political war. It is going to be rougher than anything we've seen. His tone on the phone, his description of what's coming ahead on the horizon, even though he didn't pledge in any way to debate Vice President Harris because he kept noting that she's not the nominee formally, so who should he debate? Why should he commit to debating her when I pressed him on the issue in our conversation? But he kept going on, this is the worst administration. He said he went on his position on immigration, that in his view, they have destroyed the border. They need to be held accountable. I'm going to hold whoever runs against me accountable for what's going on at the border. And he went on and on that particular issue. And he said he believes on the issue of the economy and the immigration, he can win this election, whether it's Vice President Harris as the nominee or someone else. And he expressed a lot of confidence that his searing message and attacks on the Democratic record will be effective. And so this is a moment where Democrats are coming together, but Republicans clearly, based on my conversation with the former president, the Republican nominee, and his closest allies in the last couple hours, they are preparing to ramp up their attacks because as Democrats see this moment as one of togetherness, perhaps rallying around Vice President Harris, it should be noted that Republicans do see this publicly and especially behind the scenes as a moment of weakness for the Democratic Party, where there's a soft underbelly, politically speaking, for them to come in and attack the Democratic ticket as there is this moment of transition.
You know, I can remember the Bush-Kerry race and when John Kerry became the nominee. And I remember talking to a top official in the Bush campaign, and that official saying to me, you know, only about this small slice of America really knows who John Kerry is. And as a Washington reporter, I said, what? He's a war hero. Everybody knows who John Kerry is. He's been in the Senate. He's been a prominent figure. And they said, no, and we're going to spend the next couple of months telling everybody what to believe about John Kerry, which became some of the most brutal attacks against a war hero, the Swift Boat veterans, just to recall that campaign of late. It is true, not many people, even though she is the vice president of the United States, know a lot about Kamala Harris. And so will begin what is an effort, as our campaigns are. They are political war, as you said, to paint her in a way from a campaign, the Donald Trump campaign, which is good at this type of political warfare.
And they've got a 4-week head start.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have a convention for 4 weeks. And if she faces a challenge, she can't go out there and explain herself, and the Trump campaign can.
And I want to bring in Congressman Jim Himes, since you've run a number of campaigns yourself. What about that? About what becomes this political war?
Well, of course, the election was always going to be hard fought, but I can't disagree with the analysis more, that the idea that this is an underbelly of the Democratic Party, you know what, if you're Vladimir Putin and you rule as a totalitarian, if you're President Xi and you rule without the support of your people, if you're Donald Trump and in 2016 your own people, by the way, your own vice president, wanted to throw you overboard, I can see why this moment would be scary. But do not forget what this moment was. This moment was a moment in time when the most powerful man on the planet listened to his advisors, listened to members of Congress, listened to senators and the congressional leadership, and took a huge selfless step in the service of the country. So the framing of this thing as a weakness in the Democratic Party gets it 100% wrong. We had a debate, and the most powerful man on the planet listened and undertook a selfless act. Take that, Donald Trump. Let's see you try to pull something like that, Vladimir Putin. So yeah, look, we don't have a lot of time, but we are going to think about young people who were completely unexcited by Joe Biden and Donald Trump. African Americans, we've had a little bit of an issue with African Americans lately. These are things that the vice president, I think, is going to be in a natural position to address. Of course, the campaign matters, and of course, the campaigns are going to be tough. But I'm telling you that Democrats in Congress right now are feeling, and this explains Donald Trump's confusion as well, like we can win this thing.
Congressman Himes, it's Margaret Brennan again. For the public, Vice President Harris, she hasn't done a lot of interviews. They're few and far between when she does speak to reporters. She has the experience of being in the Oval Office alongside Joe Biden. You've been in meetings with her. I know she's been engaged on a lot of these key national security issues like Ukraine, certainly with Gaza and the crisis there. I wonder what you would explain to the public in terms of what you've seen about her ability to step into the role as commander-in-chief.
Well, remember, that's the definition of the vice president's role, that they are, and that's kind of the one thing they need to be. They need to be ready to assume the office of commander-in-chief in the case of a disaster. I can reflect on my own personal experience. For example, I was with the vice president at the Munich Security Conference. I saw her speech. I spoke with her there. I saw her in bilateral meetings with our allies. She is ready to go. Is Donald Trump and MAGA going to attack her? Of course they are. I think, as my friends in national security say, the attack area on Kamala Harris as a younger woman, former attorney general, former prosecutor, ready to go, is a lot smaller than it was on President Biden, as we all realized after that debate.
Congressman Himes, it's Ed O'Keefe is part of the coverage here. You are the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee. Your colleague Adam Smith, who's the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee, also called for the president's step down. Mark Warner, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, a Democrat of Virginia, was among the earliest to call on him to go. Were you guys seeing something, or were you hearing something from national security and military officials about how the president's processing national security information that led you all to come out and say this? Because it looked like an awfully big coincidence that some of the loudest and earliest voices raising concerns were those of you leading national security committees.
Yeah, the answer to your question is absolutely not, and I can't explain why it was. We were 3 of the 30 or so members of Congress and senators who called for it, but it had nothing to do with concern about the president's fitness. Look, I think the president has a very solid domestic record with the infrastructure investments, with the capping of drug prices and Medicare. But foreign policy, though Donald Trump tries to take credit for this, upon the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it was Joe Biden who pushed Europe to really become not just a talking shop in NATO, but actually a capable military operation. And while I've had my frustrations with the president for a little while at the speed with which we have supplied aid to Ukraine, we have made all of the difference. What the president was able to achieve, of course, in avoiding a regional war in the Middle East. You may remember after October 7th, a lot of us worried about a regional war with Hezbollah going to war with Israel. Again, Joe Biden, with the help of the United States ship Eisenhower, stopped that. The investments that have been made in the Indo-PACOM region, buttressing Taiwan, this is a record that gives none of us pause.
But there was nothing you were hearing from people at CIA or other intelligence agencies or the Pentagon that said he can't process this anymore, he's too old to do it?
Well, first of all, let me be super clear as the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee. If somebody at the CIA or at any of the intelligence agency made a comment to me on the viability of the president, I would be extraordinarily concerned, because it is essential that the intelligence community remain 100% out of politics. But no, the answer to your question is an unconditional, unqualified no. There was never a moment where I thought that the whatever metaphor you want to use, the hand on the wheel or the finger on the trigger was not perfectly capable.
Okay. Connecticut Congressman Jim Himes, thank you for jumping in there. Himes, one of the first to call for President Biden to step aside after that NATO press conference where, as we mentioned, the president inverted the names of Zelensky and Putin. But I want to go now up to New York and our colleague John Dickerson, who has been standing by. John Dickerson, we have been tapping into your encyclopedic knowledge of presidential history on too frequent a basis these days. It's hard to believe, John, that it was just a week ago that we were talking about the attempted assassination of the Republican nominee, and now we are talking about a change at the very top of the Democratic ticket. I wonder what your thoughts are about where we are in this moment.
Well, the old expression that a week is a lifetime in politics, it feels like the debate on the 27th of June was back in the Middle Ages. The number of things that have changed within the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, but just focused for a moment on the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party was not, there was this push against the sitting president, but there was also a lot of pushing and ripping within the Democratic Party. There were a lot of harsh things being said by those who were responding to the president's debate performance. There were a lot of accusations among rank and file that those who were just sticking with Biden were essentially engaging in the same kind of behavior as the Trump team. When you start making those kinds of accusations, it gets pretty ugly. So that, for the moment, is on pause. The movement to Harris is happening pretty fast. There are a lot of people who haven't spoken out because, as some previously have mentioned, the shop is open a little bit, which is to say when a politician needs your support, you can get things in return. There are also members of leadership who have to make sure that any wounded parties or any people who might have a future in the Democratic Party are tended to and listened to and heard out. So that might delay some people from endorsing Harris. But at bottom, the Democratic Party had a problem it could not fix, which was the challenges of Joe Biden's age, because time only moves in one direction. And they were proved in the difficulty of fixing it by his performance from the 27th of June onward. Now they have a whole set of other challenges, some of which are not even known to us. As Nora was mentioning, the effort to define Kamala Harris will ramp up considerably. However, at least the thinking at the moment is it's a set of challenges they can address, whereas the signature one, blocking Joe Biden's successful candidacy, was one they really couldn't fix. So that's the way it feels at this nanosecond, but I have the right to completely revise everything in 5 seconds when it changes again.
John, that's becoming part of the job requirement, frankly, for all of us to be quick on our feet in this moment. Stay with us if you would. I want to go to Nancy Cordes at the White House because I'm told she has some reporting for us. Nancy?
Margaret, we're now hearing for the first time from a member of President Biden's family about this decision. CBS News had a brief conversation with Frank Biden, one of President Biden's two younger brothers, and here's what he told us. He said, "I'm incredibly proud of my brother. Selfishly, I will have him back to enjoy whatever time we have left. He is a genuine hero. Country over self. It sounds corny in our cynical political environment, but he nor I are cynical. The goal remains the same: defeat Trump and continue the work that Joe has done. My hope is that our party rallies around this heroic act." We asked him whether he feels that his brother's overall health and vitality played a major role in this decision? And he says, in my humble opinion, absolutely. So a member of the president's family now confirming that the president's health was indeed a major factor in this decision, and calling his brother a hero for making the decision to pass the torch to Kamala Harris.
So, Nancy, sorry, can you clarify that the family is saying his health was or was not a factor?
He's saying that in his humble opinion, yes, the president's health and vitality played a considerable role in his decision. It's important to note, Frank Biden is not speaking for the family writ large. This was simply a conversation between CBS News and Frank Biden. Unclear how much input he had in this decision, but he says that he believes that his brother's health did play a role, and he says that the goal remains the same, to defeat Donald Trump.
Well, that is notable because to date, the family, the White House, the establishment has rejected the premise that there was anything that was challenging the president's mental acuity or his health, and that all these accusations were baseless, that it was just age and a few, difficult nights like he had on the debate stage. So that is a change in message. Ed?
You were talking to John, and John, I'd be curious for your thoughts on this too. That the debate felt like the Middle Ages, and that was only about
the 27th
of June. I would take things all the way back to the first week of June, when the president went to France for the D-Day commemoration events, and then flew back on Sunday the 9th, and then flew again to Italy later that week. He bounced from Europe to Washington to Europe, and in the midst of all this, his son was under federal trial in Wilmington, lest we forget. His wife was ping-ponging back and forth from Wilmington to Paris to attend these events. There was incredible personal and emotional strain on the president.
That's a great point.
And had to be doing the day job of literally holding NATO together as they marked a major anniversary, and then go to Italy for similar high-stakes meetings, and then fly all the way to Los Angeles in mid-June for a $25 million fundraiser with the former president, and then had all these other things to do. It was incredible strain for anyone. That's what led to this debate night where he admits now he probably had worked too hard. And I just wonder, John, when we look back at his presidency, well, that decision to have done that, to have not kept him in Europe maybe for those 3 extra days, or to send him at all in the height of this campaign season, could that have been the signal that just said to him, I can't do this anymore, I'm too old, and it clearly is straining me. But to me now, whenever I see this, I just think it started with that trip to Europe. It didn't start with the debate. And this whole 8-week period was just too much for an 81-year-old.
The question of stamina.
Yeah.
I want to bring in Robert Costa on that point. Robert.
So I also got some new reporting. One of the key constituencies we're watching right now in the Democratic Party is organized labor. The president's closest ally politically has been Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers in this country. He has gone to union hall after union hall. Speaking to top labor sources in this country, they say that they believe Vice President Harris has been an ally and champion for the UAW and working people across this country. They're committed to defeating former President Trump, but they will meet in the coming days to decide next steps. Not any formal endorsement coming soon for Vice President Harris, but they offered a lot of positive support for her informally at this moment before they have a membership meeting with the UAW's International Executive Board.
That is significant indeed. At this hour, President Joe Biden has said he will not seek re-election and is endorsing his Vice President Kamala Harris. We have heard from the Clintons in a joint statement saying that they endorse the vice president and, quote, will do whatever we can to support her, in their words, because as the Clintons say, nothing has made us more worried for our country than the threat posed by a second Trump term. We have also heard from the office of Barack and Michelle Obama, noting and talking about their dear friend, Joe Biden. Of course, they served together for 8 years. They have not yet endorsed Kamala Harris, Harris, but that is the expectation. A number of other Democratic leaders also weighing in at this hour, throwing their support behind the vice president, or some of the governors who could have been potential Democratic nominees saying they will not stand in her way. Let's bring in CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. She is at the U.S. Naval Observatory where Vice President Harris lives. Weijia?
Nora, she returned here to her residence last night around 7:30 from Massachusetts following a grueling, intense week on the campaign trail, where, as you have been talking about, she was fiercely defending President Biden at every turn that she could, anytime that she had an opportunity to talk about the fact that he is staying in the race and that she was standing by his side. But of course, we know now that she faces a massive decision here. And we know that she and the president spoke several times today before he made that announcement. And whether she is here or not, we aren't exactly sure, because there is not always a protective group of reporters that travels with the vice president, and we don't have details about her movements for today. But certainly you can imagine that she has been on the phone in many, many conversations talking about, what's next for her, and of course who she might run with. And Nora, I spoke with sources who say the big question is who can fill the void that President Biden is going to leave from the ticket. And they believe the list is actually quite short, and as you mentioned, include many of those, some, I should say, because it is short list, some of those Democratic governors, especially in swing states. But I also heard from one source that we should be looking at former Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh, who was also the mayor of Boston at one time. Of course, everybody has something to say about this, and we won't know until we know about that short list exactly what it is. But this is a monumental decision that the vice president is trying to make right now. And so, again, she is here, we believe, at her residence in Northwest Washington. We have not seen her on camera today. She has not made any remarks, but of course we do have that lengthy statement talking about her appreciation for the president and how she intends to move forward and, frankly, win this race. Nora?
Weijia Jiang at the U.S. Naval Observatory, where the Vice President of the United States lives and where Kamala Harris is believed to be meeting with advisors at this hour after speaking with President Joe Biden. Let's pause now, as it is 5 o'clock in the East, 2 in the West. We are on the air because in a momentous decision, President Biden says he is dropping out of the presidential race, saying in part, quote, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." Mr. Biden then followed shortly with another statement endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. And we have seen that within the past hour, Vice President Harris responded with her own statement. Let me read from that. "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination." Also, we have heard from the Clintons, Biden ally Jim and Representative Jim Clyburn, Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar, all among some of the high-profile Democrats sending their messages of thanks to President Biden and also endorsing Vice President Harris. Now, President Biden says he will address the nation later this week. Let's go to John Dickerson. And what a political earthquake. This decision by the president throws this contest into chaos.
Yes, and aftershocks to come, for sure, not just because we've all been conditioned by the events of the last few weeks to be on guard for big political developments that come quick and fast, but because this opens up a lot of activity. There's, as you mentioned before, the attacks that will begin from the Trump campaign. That question of vice president and who that pick will be, it will be the first presidential level decision that Kamala Harris will make if she, in fact, goes on. on to become the nominee, and all the movement here seems to be going towards her, and because there's not a real alternative. And if somebody wanted to be the alternative, they would have to get out there fast, as these endorsements keep coming pretty darn quickly. But the decision to pick a vice president, you know, one of the challenges for Harris is, will voters, and there'll be a lot of guessing about the voters, and we're just going to have to sit tight and wait to see what the polling shows, but will voters judge her as a possible commander-in-chief against the alternative, Donald Trump, or against some other standard? That's one question. Sometimes related to that is, how does she make decisions? And the vice presidential pick is one of those things. And that's something that's got a lot of political sensitivity, and it's coming at this time where she's going to be facing, you know, thousands of decisions right now about what to do next and where. But that vice presidential decision will be a kind of stand-in for presidential level decisions for Harris. And so it's not just who's in the job, but the rationale for it, and how cleanly that comes off, because sometimes vice presidential picks can wound a candidacy.
It's an excellent point. John Dickerson, thank you. Want to bring in Robert Costa for reaction from the Republican side. And I know you spoke with former President Donald Trump.
Yes, just in the last few minutes, I did speak with former President Donald Trump. A quiet weekend where former President Trump, Nora, you and I are golf fans, watched the British Open earlier today. It was going to be a quiet day of golf for many golf fans around the country. One of them is former President Trump. Well, he did react to the news, to CBS News, in a conversation, and he said that this was a shock to the country. Shock to him, but it really a shock to the country. He said it's also, quote, good for the country. He believes that Vice President Harris is probably going to be his opponent, but he made no commitment to debate her at this time, citing his belief that she might not end up as the Democratic nominee. He said he is going to wait and see how the Democratic nomination unfolds, and then he will make a final decision about whether he will debate the Democratic nominee. Our reporting shows the Democrats consolidating around Harris, but not every single one of them at this time. When I asked him about the campaign, I said, how does this change everything? You're now not running against President Biden. He said that's absolutely not right. He said he is running, in his view, against the Biden administration, and he said he's running against their record. He called it the worst presidency in history, and he believes that he can run against President Biden's record and policies and win a large electoral victory this November.
Robert Costa with that new development. Thank you. Want to bring in Ed O'Keefe, who covers the White House and the campaign. What are you learning?
A few things. It's now officially the Harris campaign for president. The paperwork has been amended with the Federal Election Commission just in the last little bit. And here it's now the principal candidate is Kamala Harris, and she's seeking the presidency, according to this.
The lawyers move quickly.
They did. The Harris Victory Fund is among the joint accounts that have been established, and a few other things as well. So her name is now there. The president's has been removed. We know they spoke several times earlier today after he made this decision and started telling people, we are not expected to see the vice president today, I am told. That could always change, but the current plan is to not see her, and we'll wait to see when and if we see her tomorrow in some form.
Can I build on Ed's excellent reporting for a moment? I'm hearing from top Democratic sources that the next 72 hours are critical for Vice President Harris. Does she wait for President Biden to speak? He has said he wants to address the nation in the coming days, or does she go public immediately? Will she hold a news conference? Will she meet with Democratic leaders and answer questions in a public forum? And we're still waiting to see what Senator Bernie Sanders is going to do and others. For example, just weeks ago on Face the Nation, Senator Sanders said, when I said to him, what will you do if President Biden drops away from the ticket? He said, well, right now I'm focused on running for re-election. And he said, again, right now that's my focus. So a lot of Democrats so far are being somewhat coy about what they're going to do. If she can't assert herself immediately as the de facto Democratic nominee, now, as Ed reported, she's doing it legally, professionally, politically, but it's not a done deal. And so this is such a crucial window for her to establish herself forcefully as the nominee, because if anyone sees daylight there and they're ambitious, they might step in and start to stir the pot.
the vice president facing fresh scrutiny at this hour as she attempts to become the Democratic nominee with the backing of the current president and a number of top Democratic lawmakers. Want to bring in Senator Peter Welch of Vermont. He joins us. When he called for President Biden to drop out, Welch said, in part, the good news is that President Biden has united the party and created a deep bench that can defeat Trump. Vice President Harris is capable, proven leader. Senator Welch serves on the Judiciary Committee and joins us now. Senator, good to see you. Will you endorse the vice president to be the Democratic nominee?
I'm not endorsing right now, and I'll tell you, it's really important for her. She's clearly, I think, in the process of clearing the field. But it's really important for us as Democrats to take advantage of the extraordinary energy that's been unleashed by the president's decision to step aside and show that we're confident about engaging everyday Democrats to participate in this. My view is that our nominee, in all likelihood, I think Vice President Harris, is going to be strengthened by a process that's seen as open. So that I think it will really be terrific for her to make contact with everyday Democrats, not just members of the Senate, House, and the governors.
Senator, the election is 4 months away. You think you have time to have a primary?
Well, it's not going to be a primary. The DNC is going to have to set up a truncated process. But I do think there's enormous unity. One of the gifts that President Biden gave us is a unified party on two issues. One is keeping Trump out of the White House, and the other is continuing his extraordinary legacy. So the various people who've been mentioned all have embraced those two principles, and that's what unites Democrats. So this is not a situation like in 1968 where you had the pro-war and the anti-war Democrats at each other's throats. This is a convention where everyone is celebrating the extraordinary accomplishments of President Biden, the desire to continue those, and the existential challenge we face of protecting our democracy by keeping Trump out of the White House.
What effect do you think it has had during the Republican convention as the Republican Party was unified and putting together an indictment of the Biden-Harris administration that the Democratic Party was not able to mount a successful counter-argument and was essentially in disarray as this rebellion was against the current sitting president? What effect does that have?
I think there's a place for candor in politics. And what we saw in that debate was that the aging process had cast its gaze on President Biden. And it created a real anxiety for us because we had a president we revered, whose record we really admired, for whom we had great affection, but where there was enormous doubt and where the election was going to be about his health as opposed to Trump's threat. And we dealt with it. And then, it's a testament to President Biden's character that this man who's been intensely competitive, who's had to make decisions that affected him personally and politically, he had the office he loved the job and was doing a great job, but he ultimately came to the conclusion that it would be better for the country if he stepped aside. That takes a lot of humility. So we went through this. It was real. We did it openly. And the president has now given us space. So, I think people understand that. And I think that candor in politics is a power that we can use to our advantage because people think that's real.
Senator Welch, Bob Costa here with Nora. You represent the state of Vermont. You know Senator Bernie Sanders so well. He ran for president in 2016 and 2020. He has told CBS in recent weeks he's focused on running for re-election, but did not rule out considering a bid should President Biden step away. Now that President Biden has stepped away from the nomination race, what can you tell us about whether you would support Sanders to think about running, whether you believe he will consider a run or not? What do you know? We really want to know, candidly, what you are hearing and what you believe will happen on the Sanders front, because you know him so well.
Well, I do, and I supported him. I supported Bernie in both those races. I think it's a totally different time, but I don't have any information. I haven't talked to Senator Sanders since all of us just got this news, so I don't know. You'll have to check with him. I supported in those two races proudly. I think he has made an incredible contribution. He was very close to President Biden, who leaned on him, but I don't know what he's going to do.
Would you encourage him, though, or not? Is it time for Vice President Harris to be the nominee, or would you encourage someone with his stature and him specifically to run or not?
You know, I'm not certain that I would support. I would encourage Bernie to do it. You know, he's as old as he's older, I think, than Vice President Biden. So age is an issue.
Senator Peter Welch of Vermont, thank you so much for joining us. Want to bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane. And Scott, where do we go from here? What are you hearing from Democratic lawmakers?
We're watching to see just how many make the plunge today and endorse Vice President Harris. The list is growing, and some of them stand out more than others. Adam Schiff, the congressman from California who is trying to do what Kamala Harris did and serve as senator of California, says President Biden will go down in history as one of the greatest presidents of all time, but that he endorses Vice President Harris. Pivotal throughout this process over the past few weeks, Nora, have been the voices of those January 6th committee members, those who dedicated so much of their lives and put their names on the line to investigate efforts to overturn the 2020 elections and the efforts of Donald Trump. They were among those early in the process who called for President Biden to withdraw or pass the torch. And we're seeing them with some of the first statements today saying they're supporting Vice President Harris or that they support President Biden's decision. Also, this statement struck me from Liz Cheney, who, of course, lost in a primary after serving on the House January 6th committee, viscerally opposed and vocally opposed by Donald Trump. She says President Biden's is a courageous decision. It's somebody who put duty ahead of self-interest, which is primary for the continuation of democracy. Of course, Liz Cheney is a Republican who has built quite a platform to talk about Donald Trump and to talk about the preservation of democracy. And I want to add another note here because it's coming up on us. Some House members are responding to this, some are saying their piece, but some are also getting ready tomorrow for a pair of very important investigations. There is a House committee hearing on Capitol Hill tomorrow about the security failures that led to last Saturday's attempted assassination of Donald Trump. There's also a second panel, Nora, that's going to be on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania tomorrow to launch their own investigation.
That is an excellent point, Scott MacFarlane, our congressional correspondent. So much going on in this presidential contest, as well as the investigation underway into what happened in that attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Want to bring in Joel Payne. He's a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Joel, what is happening now inside the Democratic Party? Will they unite behind the vice president?
I think there is certainly an element of the party that is starting to unite around Vice President Harris. You've seen a lot of supportive statements. There is some tension out there about others who might want an open primary process. By the way, Nora, I think part of the reason why we maybe were delayed in President Biden's decision that he reached today is because of this eventuality on the other side of this decision. Do you unleash chaos by potentially opening up a very ugly, nasty primary? The Democrats who I'm talking to don't anticipate that. They anticipate that even if you don't have folks immediately fall in behind Kamala Harris, that there will be a more orderly process, that this will not feel like chaos. But of course, we have seen a lot of unexpected, unpredictable things over recent weeks. And so I would advise people to continue to buckle in. But, you know, one source I talked to who runs Democratic congressional campaigns, you know, on the front line in particular, was telling me that, you know, Joe Biden's popularity had gotten to such a low point that, you know, someone like Vice President Harris at the top of the ticket has nowhere to go but up. And that will, you know, that they are anticipating that will have downstream impact on a lot of Democrats who are running, you know, with what we assume might be Vice President Harris on the ticket this fall. That was a real challenge and a real concern. That was part of the reason why Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries and others were agitating for President Biden to make this decision because of that impact on vulnerable congressional Democrats. So already some of the folks who I'm talking to in that space are telling me they anticipate that having that change at the top of the ticket could lead to just better outcomes and better possibilities for Democrats holding on to the House and overall having a more united Democratic front in some of these battleground states across the country.
Joel Payne, thank you. I've just had a moment to go back over the statement from Barack and Michelle Obama, and they are supportive of President Joe Biden's decision not to seek re-election, and they praise his outstanding track record as president. And yet a paragraph sort of buried in this long statement, the Obamas say, "We will be navigating uncharted waters in the days ahead, but I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges." Why aren't the Obamas backing Vice President Kamala Harris?
That's a good question. Well, that's a good question.
There is some tension between the Obama and Biden camp right now. And as Senator Welch just told you here on CBS, there is a bit of hesitation among some Democrats to get ahead what they believe will be a truncated process to formally make Vice President Harris the nominee. As we detailed earlier in our conversation, Vice President Harris has known President Obama since he was a state senator going to San Francisco for fundraisers. She helped him in Iowa in 2008 when he ran for president. There is a relationship there. And I would be surprised that if in the coming days President Obama did not formally get behind Vice President Harris, but there is a sense among some people close to President Obama and President Biden that they can't be rushing out statements because of the sensitivity Biden has about how this has played out. President Biden, especially his closest advisors and family members, are unhappy that they feel he was put in a corner to make this decision. Often they feel his hand was forced by those close to President Obama. And for President Obama to let President Biden have his moment with this decision. Think about this. President Obama knows that President Biden is now in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, making the biggest decision of his career with a statement because he's coughing as he looks at the shore with his family, because he's recovering from COVID. To then start making this about Vice President Harris in the annals of presidential history would be perhaps a step too far because of this sensitivity. In the wake of that debate, which so many Democrats say was disastrous, I have been told that President Obama and President Biden have only spoken once, maybe once more, but likely only once, that there's a real belief that in the Biden camp that Obama didn't play this as they would have had hoped. They want him to be on the trail to help the Democrats. But I'm not surprised that President Obama is just trying to leave it be with President Biden, knowing he's recovering from COVID, coughing as he makes this decision.
It's still notable, though. And let me bring in John Dickerson, because I'm looking at the contrast in statements between the Clintons, who said there is no greater threat than Donald Trump. And so they wholeheartedly have put their support behind the Vice President, Kamala Harris. The Obamas are saying that they have confidence that the leaders of our party will create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges. Is there time for the Democratic Party to go through a process?
You know, there is time, but every little detail of a process that you create, even if it's a truncated one or a mini primary or whatever, every little detail becomes something to fight over. So there is an advantage to a process in the sense that you get the rank and file to feel like they weren't just being forced into a decision. There are some people who wanted Joe Biden to stay, so they already feel like the kind of a cabal plus the media has forced a good man out of a job that they think he should be reelected to. And so what do you do with the people with those bruised feelings? Forcing them into a new nominee right away might not soothe those feelings. I think Bob is exactly right in the sense of you've got to also create the conditions for the party and everyone to celebrate Joe Biden, who has just done something that the more they celebrate what he's done, the more of a contrast they draw to Donald Trump. As Liz Cheney said, here's somebody giving up power. Okay, somebody who their whole career was counted out. So it's giving up power and moving against personal instinct, which is, I'm going to show them when they count me out, and it's worked for him. And that's quite a contrast to Donald Trump, who was so desirous to hang on to power that, according to the leaders in his own party, he inspired an attack on the Capitol. So to the extent that you celebrate this decision by Joe Biden in this period of time and don't immediately get on to Harris, it actually works to the Democratic Party's benefit.
It's an excellent point, John Dickerson. Thank you. I want to bring in Margaret Brennan, who also has some new reporting. Margaret?
Well, Nora, I know we're all looking at the timeline saying they don't have a lot of time in their favor. And really, typically, it takes about 2 months to vet a vice presidential candidate, is what I was told. Some of that already underway. It's now underway in an expedited basis. And Democrats are all buzzing about who that could be. And when we look at the thinking here of what Vice President Kamala Harris has to weigh when she makes her decision, there's the chatter about, does she go all-female ticket with Governor Whitmer? Or does she also take into consideration the idea that perhaps she should pick a lawmaker? And if she picks a lawmaker, she can't pick one from a state with a Republican governor, because they would lose that very, narrow majority they have. So there are all these little factors that are being weighed by the vice president at this time. And certainly we know some of the names. There are no surprises on this list. But when you hear, for example, Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona, does that speak to Kamala Harris, the vice president, in a way that says we can put gun violence at the top of the ticket as an issue? We can put someone who has, there's a competitive Senate race in that state, and Democratic governor who would likely appoint another Democrat to that spot? Or do you go with the two governors I've heard the most about in recent days, Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, who just had a powerful speech last Saturday and Sunday, Nora, in the wake of the rally with the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, someone who has been vocal about the scourge of anti-Semitism in this country. Also hear about Governor Beshear quite a lot as well.
Remember the other night when we were at the convention and John Tester issued his statement, being one of the first Democratic senators to say he's got to go, but we've got to open up this nomination process to others. And that was the signal that there is an element of the party that needs to know that there's a more moderate or maybe even Western, Midwestern character involved at the top of the ticket for them going forward, that it's harder. He was signaling, I can't run with Kamala Harris alone on the ticket or someone like her. There needs to be somebody else that speaks to my more moderate politics, my brand of politics. And that's why you look at some of those governors and some of those lawmakers like Mark Kelly from Arizona, a battleground state, has a moderate bipartisan record, is an astronaut, is married to Gabby Giffords, and you think that's the kind of person that a John Tester, a Sherrod Brown, a Jackie Rosen in Nevada, all facing difficult re-elections this year, are going to be comfortable campaigning with in those closing 3 months, and comfortable having them come to their state to campaign in ways that perhaps she couldn't as the running mate, and that Joe Biden now couldn't.
But will the Democratic Party say, we need a moderating force?
Right.
Vice President has a liberal voting record. She is from San Francisco. Will they look to join the ticket someone who is perhaps more of a conservative Democrat, like a Governor Beshear?
Well, that is certainly what someone like Joe Manchin, the senator from West Virginia, who left the Democratic Party, saying that it no longer represents, sort of the flavor of Democrat he once was. He became an independent. He had been advocating for exactly that just hours before Joe Biden made this decision public. But to Ed's point, in terms of going west to Arizona, to a border state, another way to change that conversation perhaps a bit if they go in that direction. But one of the reasons, if we remember 4 years, if we remember back to when Joe Biden was the nominee and how hard that race was, how divided the Democratic Party was. He was a selection of a candidate that was meant to try to bring the very progressive part of the party together with this centrist Democrat that almost doesn't exist anymore if you believe someone like Joe Manchin. So what flavor of Democrat are we going to end up with is definitely a very hot topic, and the belief among many Democrats is that you cannot win with someone who is purely progressive. And so you do need to have someone, particularly a man, on that ticket.
Let me bring in CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang, because she is at the vice president's residence. And Weijia has some new reporting on what happened this weekend that led up to the president's decision. Weijia, what can you tell us?
Nora, that's right. I think first we should remember there were 3 things that President Biden said might be able to change his mind when he was being pressed about whether he would even consider leaving the race. Number 1 was the Lord Almighty. Number 2 was some sort of medical condition that sidelined him. And number 3 was if his team showed him data that showed that there was no way he could win. And that's why that's so important, Nora, because because we know that he was surrounded while he was isolating, recovering from COVID, with his very top, most trusted advisors, including Mike Donilon, who is known as the data guy, the guy who can really interpret what the figures mean for the president. So we know that last night on Saturday, he was surrounded by this team, and they were continuing to work through a potential path forward. But the president, we are told from people familiar with his schedule and these conversations, began to come to this ultimate decision yesterday evening alongside his team. And then today, he made separate calls to the people who needed to know the most, including Vice President Harris, his Chief of Staff, Jeff Zients, the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, all separately to talk with them about his decision before releasing his letter at 1:46 p.m. today. And then shortly after that, because, in that letter, he was writing in his capacity as president. He said he was appreciative of Vice President Harris for being an extraordinary partner, but there were questions about why he did not formally endorse her. Well, then, half an hour later, from his campaign account, he did release a tweet, a statement formally endorsing her, asking America to fully get behind her. And then in the mid-afternoon, we know that there was a senior staff call, and that, as we've been reporting, that Jeff Zients held a call also with the cabinet and members of the cabinet to just bring them up to speed with what's going on. And this afternoon, the president actually spent the afternoon making phone calls and talking to people who he wanted to expand on his decision with. And, as you can imagine, this is a very difficult time for the president. And at one point, it seemed like he was so dug in that he wasn't going to reconsider. But of course, it became untenable, and he came to this decision that affects so many. But here at the vice president's residence, we have not seen a glimpse of her yet, and we are told we should not expect to today. But we have seen a lot of excited supporters leaving signs, including some little ones here who are very thrilled about what has unfolded in the past few hours. Margaret?
Well, thank you, Weijia Jiang. And anyone who has covered Joe Biden knows that he really takes his time with decisions. Yes. He's known for painting over decisions. So we have to believe that this wasn't sudden.
And it was methodical, and it was data-driven, and it was Socratic in the sense that he would have asked a small but influential group of advisors, and probably was taking account of what lawmakers were saying and the way they were saying it. So perhaps no surprise that it took a few days, but it happened. Also notable that there's a crowd outside the vice president's house. Anyone who knows Washington knows that is not a place people normally congregate, so it's a sign that this afternoon, at least some who live around there are excited about the news that she's now running and is expected to, or could very well become the Democratic nominee.
Not an easy corner to stand
on
at all. In Washington. Joining us now is BET News journalist Ed Gordon, who recently interviewed President Biden just this past Tuesday, and he joins us now on the phone. It's hard to believe that it was just a few days ago President Biden was insisting so strongly that he was staying in, that he was all in, that this was a winnable race. Ed, did you get any sense in the moment that there was a wavering sort of behind the scenes?
No, Margaret, I think that insistence was genuine. I think he believed that he was going to make it through. They were going to be able to rally the troops, and they were going to be able to take on and win in November. What we're finding now is between Tuesday and the announcement today, I think the heat just got turned up so much that he couldn't walk away and be genuine in his thought that he could defeat Donald Trump. I think what Ed just alluded to, the idea that the numbers are the numbers, Joe Biden's a poll guy. He's going to look at the idea, in spite of what he's been saying, the polls are wrong. He's been in politics for a long time. He understood the momentum or lack thereof that he was standing in front of. And it just became, with each day, more difficult and more difficult justifying staying in. And at the end of the day, we've been hearing words like patriot, And I think Joe Biden is that to his core, and that made him step away. It's got to be an extremely debilitating and sad day for him, but I think he'll understand that perhaps with the eyes of history, much as we look at LBJ's decision to step away, Joe Biden will be looked at in the same vein.
You know, Ed, I was looking earlier in a conversation I had with Cedric Richmond, one of the co-chairs of the Biden campaign, just earlier on Face the Nation. We had looked at our CBS data, and it showed that when it comes in particular to black voters, that group that Joe Biden was reaching out to earlier this week when he spoke to the NAACP, our CBS News polling shows that only 58% of black voters said they would definitely vote this November. Do you think that moving Vice President Kamala Harris to the top of the ticket changes those numbers in any meaningful way? We've had a lot of focus on black men in particular being peeled away by the Trump campaign. Do you think putting Vice President Harris at the top of the ticket changes those numbers or that dynamic?
I think to a degree. I think the polls are a little off when it comes to black voters at this point. I don't think there is a large number of black men who were going to be peeled off, even with a razor-thin race as we're seeing now. I don't think that black men would have been able to be stolen, if you will, in that respect. I think and I asked the president this on Tuesday, I think the black voting bloc will either put over the top, and at the time it was Joe Biden, but in this instance it's going to be Kamala Harris. Any hope they have of winning is going to be determined, I believe, by a historic turnout of black voters. I think black women have been the driving force over the course of the last two elections. We're going to see them mobilize, I believe, in sheer numbers, and Kamala Harris is going to have to ignite them in a way that she hasn't yet. They love her in one way, but they did not vote for her when she was running. They have grown to love her a bit more. And at this point, I think Democrats are going to have to be smart enough to understand whether it's Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or someone else at the top of that ticket. It's less about them for black voters than it is the idea of anyone but Trump.
Mm-hmm. Ed Gordon, thank you for sharing your insights from your interview earlier this week with President Joe Biden. And I want to bring now into the conversation Washington State Representative Adam Smith. He is the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee and one of the very first lawmakers who called for President Biden to drop out. Congressman, you are known for being a straight shooter and being very, very frank. So let me ask you, what do you think putting Kamala Harris, the vice president, at the top of the ticket does for the prospects for your party come November?
It shoots a huge jolt of life into the campaign. I mean, look, for several years now, voters have been lamenting the choices that they've had. And look, to some degree, that's the case no matter who's at the top of the ticket. America's always looking for something new, but now we've just given it to them. Kamala Harris is a very accomplished person, a very capable public speaker. She's got a great record to run on. I think it jolts the campaign in a way that it needs to be jolted. And I look forward to her getting out there and delivering that message effectively. And let me just also say that I thank Joe Biden for making this decision. It wasn't easy, very difficult for him, very difficult for the campaign. He made the right decision, which only adds, I think, to his incredible record of public service.
And we should give that service and that record its due, I understand. But we are in the midst and so close to an election. There are so many questions about what becomes possible. It was as far back as February that you, sir, publicly were acknowledging that President Joe Biden didn't have energy on the campaign trail. They didn't have energy after that debate. Democrats didn't have unity. Do you get both of those things back? I think you're saying you at least get energy. But where do you think that Democrats need to be focused right now in trying to explain their message?
Yes, I think we do get both of those things back. I think we get unity. Look, Donald Trump has been the greatest unifying factor in the history of the Democratic Party, and that hasn't changed. I mean, we saw the unhinged speech that he gave just a week ago. Republicans should be calling for him to step down as their nominee based on that speech. We will be unified. And look, our message is one of opportunity. Our message is one of representative democracy and preserving it, standing up for equality, for rights for women, which Kamala Harris has been a great spokesperson for. Donald Trump wants to cut taxes on the rich and corporations and increase tariffs so that working people pay more money. Our economic message is about working people and opportunity. Kamala Harris has been delivering that message as a senator, as a vice presidential candidate for a long time. I think she's going to continue to be a very effective messenger, and now at the top of the ticket.
Well, Congressman, can I ask you, though, because we're already seeing these attack lines from adversaries overseas and from Republicans, that Democrats covered up the truth. Is that what happened? Or did something change more immediately with Joe Biden that led over the past 3 weeks? Was it just that one debate? Or what forced many of you to come out publicly and say that he needed to step aside?
Sure, the big factor you're forgetting is the State of the Union speech. Okay, the whole world saw the State of the Union speech, and that was March. Okay, and President Biden gave an energetic speech. He responded to stuff from the audience. He looked good
through the primary process, sir. I mean, Democrats chose, but that was already through the primary process. That there was not a vibrant, there wasn't a very strong challenge to Joe Biden, your critics would say.
You're kind of missing my point here, I think.
Well, your point was that he looked like he had energy in March, I think is your point.
Right, yeah, which was right in the middle of the primary process.
But did you just put off a painful conversation for too long?
Look, no, and part of it is because of what happened in March. And look, everyone's going to be like, I don't know, a couch potato doctor at this point going, well, we all knew. No, I mean, it's hard to diagnose people. Look, I went through a massive healthcare problem, anxiety problem, hip problem, pain. I went to I don't know how many different doctors before they figured that out. Okay, so yeah, well over 100 as a matter of fact. So the notion that somehow we could have diagnosed President Biden from a distance when, again, the State of the Union speech was incredibly strong. Now, after that, we started to see some troubling signs culminating in the debate. So no, we didn't hide anything. You can't hide the president. He was out there, okay? And then when it reached the point where we saw that his health had declined, the party made the right choice, and Joe Biden made the right choice. So we didn't hide anything. The decision was made, I think, at the right time.
Because you said in February he does not have the normal strength to go out there and campaign, do rally after rally and conversation after conversation. Yeah. This will be difficult on the campaign trail. Were you privately one of those Democrats who wanted to have this conversation earlier than 3 weeks ago?
No, you're slightly misconstruing my remarks. That's what I said on CNN on a morning interview.
Yeah, I'm reading the transcript.
Right, understood. And I want to add the context. This was after Joe Biden came out and did that press conference, impromptu press conference, after the special prosecutor issued that report that was, basically saying, well, he doesn't have a good enough memory to prosecute. And we were challenging that. And I was asked by John Berman about that. And I said, look, there's no question in terms of being the vigorous, 16-hour-a-day campaigner, Joe Biden's not going to be able to do that. But I think, number one, he's doing a great job as president. He's, managing crises all around the world. And here he is showing that he can be president. And we don't have to have somebody who goes out there 16 hours a day and gives, 2 hours long rallies. I said he was strong enough to be a candidate and he was doing a great job as president. And in February, yeah, I believe that. And then we saw the State of the Union and then it changed. It changed before our eyes. We saw it and we made the right choice.
Everything is changing before our eyes. Sir, thank you very much for your candid take, Congressman Adam Smith.
Thank you.
Margaret, thank you. And we are learning some new information at this hour about what's happening inside the White House as President Biden has announced that he believes it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and focus solely on his roles as Commander-in-Chief. Ed?
Yeah, so the White House Chief of Staff, Jeff Zients, has circulated a message to the rank and file who work within the White House complex saying, essentially forwarding the letter from the president, making sure they all saw it, and said he couldn't be We're proud to work for the president, the vice president, and the American people alongside all of you, the best White House team in history. There's so much more to do. And as the president says, there's nothing America can't do when we do it together. There's going to be a 10 a.m. meeting tomorrow with those staffers to sort of buck them up and explain where things are going. But we know from an earlier conversation he had that the chief of staff had with cabinet members earlier today that they're essentially being told there's still a busy 6 months to go. Whether it's on the domestic or foreign front, they intend to keep working hard through the end of his presidency in January. And we know, as Weija reported a little while ago, that the president started informing those outside his innermost circle this morning. The vice president, the chief of staff, his campaign chief, senior advisors were told just moments before the letter went out, and that the president and vice president spoke several times. He endorsed her, of course, a few minutes after that letter. She now has accepted the challenge and will seek the nomination, says she intends to earn it and win it. And the big question is, well, who will she run with? And is anyone going to challenge her in the meantime? We have heard throughout the afternoon from members of the Democratic National Committee. There are about 4,000 delegates who get to vote at the convention. Those are the people that fill the hall, that sit there when the balloons fall and listen to the speeches every night. Those that are involved in this talk about nominating the president virtually that had been going on over the last few weeks are now being told to expect a vote on August 1st. So that's about 10, 11 days from now. That is new. It's not official, but there are several delegates we've heard from this afternoon being told expect a vote on August 1st.
What will that vote mean?
That would, in essence, attempt to put Harris's name formally in the nomination and make her the nominee. So now someone who may not like that idea only has about 10 days to say no. Let me challenge her. Let me present the delegates with another option. And let's see if somebody emerges in the coming days to do that. We have not heard as of this afternoon of anyone who's thinking of it. There is a possibility someone out there, a governor, a senator, or someone else might feel compelled to at least give the party an option. But you also got to remember that the thumb is pretty much on the scale for the president and vice president. As leaders of the party, they stack these committees with their loyalists, with people who are aligned with them ideologically or who've worked alongside them. So it's no surprise that they would be aligned with the president and vice president and be carrying out the rules that were approved last year to carry out this process. So if someone wants to make that point, they've got to do it fast, in a compelling way, and probably spend a lot of time and money in a very short amount of time to make the case to the country.
The president throwing his support behind his vice president, Kamala Harris, who says, together we will fight and together we will win. And she will embark on what is a historic candidacy with a short time frame in order to convince the American people that they should elect her as the next president of the United States. And I note historic, Margaret, because she will be the first woman of color to become a major party presidential nominee if the Democratic Party moves forward and nominates her.
And President Biden has said he wouldn't have selected her had he not thought she was qualified. But she has to convince the country of that and in some ways convince all of her party about that. I was told, and it makes sense with Ed's timeline here, that she will have to make a decision by the end of July in terms of that vice presidential running mate to go alongside her. And that is part of the calculus within the party. The last time we saw a woman at the top of the ticket, Hillary Clinton, there was quite a lot running against Donald Trump. There were quite a lot of attacks against her. And there is a mind towards what is the lesson from then? How do we apply it now?
And even as the Democratic Party has yet to officially nominate her, already some of the jockeying is going on. What will a Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris contest look like, Robert Costa?
Well, there's breaking news just now. Within the last hour, I spoke with former President Donald Trump, and I asked him, will you debate Vice President Harris? So there is a scheduled debate for this fall with another network. And he said, I can't make that decision right now because I'm not sure she's going to emerge as the Democratic nominee. That's what he told CBS News just within the last couple of minutes. Former President Trump on his social media account said, my debate with President Biden, which was slated to be broadcast in September, now that he's quit the race, he believes he's going to pull out of the debate. He said, quote, now that Joe has not surprisingly quit the race, I think the debate with whomever the Democrats choose should be held on Fox News rather than ABC News. So there had been a commitment to have a second presidential debate at another network. Now former President Trump has pulled out of that scheduled September debate, and he is urging Fox News to hold the debate. That's happened just within the last few minutes. And this comes as a very fluid situation. Based on my conversation with former President Trump and his campaign allies, they are now evaluating this race in a totally different way. I have been told in the last few minutes, ads are being prepared against Harris in case she emerges as the Democratic nominee, and they are preparing for an onslaught against her, and they feel no pressure to participate in anything unless it's on their terms, because they believe they're in a strong position, especially as the Democrats still haven't formally solidified her as the nominee.
But does it also suggest that Donald Trump or his campaign advisors are worried about a matchup with a prosecutor like Kamala Harris?
Well, former President Trump told me he's not worried at all. He said he's going to, I don't have the exact quotes in front of me right here, but he used very descriptive language to describe how he's not worried and how he's going to put on the shoulders of Vice President Harris or whoever emerges as the nominee a lot of political attacks. Vicious attacks is the way he kind of described it, on immigration, the border, the economy. That's all coming, he said, whether it's Harris or not. And just as we saw now, he's pulling out of the debate unless it's on his terms. Now he wants it at a different network.
That was scheduled for September the 10th on a competing network. Our network, though, in full disclosure, Nora, had also had plans for a vice presidential debate that Vice President Kamala Harris had committed to. The Trump campaign had not yet. So they hadn't committed to that either.
They don't know who's going to be the
exactly.
VP.
So will they do that now? Who will J.D. Vance face off against in this? I mean, there are just so many questions out here, and you wonder if there is a desire to freeze as a snapshot in time June 27th and have that be the defining moment.
You asked the right question. In almost any other political cycle, if you had a female nominee suddenly become the nominee for a party, the other party would start asking questions about what does this mean in terms of affecting key voters in the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia, or Philadelphia, or Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But frankly, just based on our reporting, that's not how the Trump campaign thinks. They don't think about gender as an issue that needs to be confronted and maybe danced around politically. They have a full, blunt force political view of how they're going to attack the ticket on the Democratic side.
But a top Democratic strategist that I just spoke with moments ago said they are eager to have Vice President Kamala Harris run against, in their words, a convicted rapist, someone who is responsible for putting 3 conservative judges on the Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade. I said, but you can imagine what the attacks will be like. We've seen the campaign. We remember the campaign between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. And this strategist said, bring it. We're ready. This is a different era. What about how will suburban women in 2024 react to attacks on the first woman of color to lead a party's ticket?
It's already underway. Go spend some time on X or Instagram or TikTok. They're already trashing her, both personally and from a policy perspective. So they've been seeing a sampling of it for the last 3 weeks, certainly, even before then.
And we saw it.
And they know where it's going.
We saw a small slice of it at the Republican National Convention.
So she knows what's coming.
Nikki Haley.
Right.
This was a part of her campaign.
Yes, I mean, and so speaking of people who are probably sitting there today going, I told you so, Nikki Haley would certainly be among them, because she had said this is going to happen inevitably, and now it has.
One of the things that I've been hearing, Nora, from Democrats I talked to is what does this sort of reboot? And certainly for progressive Democrats, they like this changes the conversation on Gaza, for example, something that had been a negative for Joe Biden, particularly with young voters and black voters, as we saw in our CBS polling, was a negative for him. She has been more sensitive on this issue in terms of loss of Palestinian life. She has been out there on college campuses. She has channeled some of that empathy in a way that Joe Biden was criticized for not doing. It also reboots the conversation on reproductive health care. Joe Biden, very clear, not big on it was his phrase, didn't even like saying the word abortion. And we know Republicans don't want to talk about that, as we just saw at the RNC, where it was just really almost erased entirely from the RNC platform. So those things are strengths for her, and some within the Democratic Party are excited that she can prosecute that case if she were ever on a debate stage or just on the campaign trail against Donald
To the
Trump.
point about Gaza, for example, when he gave speeches earlier this year, she was seeing drafts of them. She was sending back language to them saying he's got to say something more sympathetic about the plight of the Palestinian people. Put that in there. They put that in there. On abortion, remember she went to a health clinic in Minnesota shortly earlier this year, became the first sitting vice president to do so, and used language far more explicit than the president ever does to describe what it is women face when they come to a facility like that and when their potential rights are at risk, the risks medically that they might face.
When the vice president went to an actual clinic.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she said, she's like, I have no problem saying the word uterus, she said, for example. And she watched and she joked later about how the men in the room kind of blanched. But she said, that's how comfortable I am talking about this, and that's how I will talk about this.
Women's health will be elevated, certainly, in the debate. I wanted to bring in CBS News political contributor Terry Sullivan, because he's been a campaign manager for a presidential run. And so, Terry, what about this latest news that Donald Trump says that planned debate in September, it's now off?
Well, I mean, look, it's a reshuffling of the deck. We don't even know, the Trump campaign doesn't know who they're running against. And I do think that, it looks like, President Obama's statement about having an open process. I think this thing is far from over on being decided on who the Democrat nominee will be. And so he's going to pull back and he's going to, then he can renegotiate. Clearly, he wanted to debate against Joe Biden as much as humanly possible. If it's someone else, it may not behoove him politically. So he's going to wait this thing out and see who his opponent's going to be while the Democrats fight this thing out.
It's an excellent point, Terry. Thank you. And what about that, Ed? I mean, how does this play out in the coming months about what Donald Trump does in this interim period of 10 days, as you mentioned, before the delegates vote?
Well, I think, and Bob was discussing earlier the details of his conversation with Trump. They're not going to, the attacks on her will begin tonight. So they will get to go out and prosecute the case against her. She's got to decide here in the next few hours, do I get out ahead of the president and start campaigning for president myself? Am I deferential to him? Do I have to pick a running mate sooner rather than later to allay the concerns and allow that person to get out there as well? It will become a challenge. One thing we did learn, and we should pass along, there was a call among campaign staff a little while ago, and they were told by senior leadership, Jen O'Malley Dillon and Julie Chavez Rodriguez, if you have a job today, you have a job tomorrow. And they reiterated that essentially it's now the Harris campaign. We said earlier the paperwork has been filed, and it's now the Harris campaign for president. The Biden name has been dropped. And the strategy will have to shift, because now they're going to have to defend her and her record and who she is, while also prosecuting the case against former President Trump, which it would seem this candidate is more willing to do, perhaps more forcefully than the sitting president.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. I want to bring in Joel Payne, a Democratic strategist. Joel, what about that? Can the Democratic Party wait 10 days when the full weight of Donald Trump and his campaign is going to start firing rhetorical missiles at Kamala Harris?
I was checking in to just learn more about all the things that are going on. Look, I think the Harris team has been kind of seeing the writing on the wall about this for a while. And you've actually seen a lot of Democrats start to list out supporting Kamala Harris as an imperative in recent weeks. I think you're going to see a lot of Democrats have her back. To Margaret's point earlier about the issue of abortion being an issue that is much more live now, because you have a candidate in Kamala Harris who not only will say the word abortion, but is a very trusted voice and advocate on that issue. And I also think that point about Gaza is so very important. That issue was really, if you think about it, I called it the destabilizer. It was the thing that initially destabilized the Biden coalition, because it cut at his credibility with so many key parts of that anti-Trump coalition he needed to keep together. Kamala Harris resets the clock on that in many ways, and I think gets a second look at some of those voters who may have, partially or fully eliminated Joe Biden from consideration. I think Kamala Harris gives a second look at that. So you have a lot of key Democratic constituencies that have been, at best, nervous or reluctant to come back to support Joe Biden this time around. I think Kamala Harris potentially being at the top of the ticket would bring a lot of those constituencies back.
And we have seen some of those constituencies, certainly those represented by lawmakers in Congress, already throwing their support behind the vice president. Thank you. I want to bring in Ashley Etienne. Just a minute. Sorry, we're juggling.
I can't hear you.
We're waiting to bring in Ashley Etienne because she actually has worked with Vice President Kamala Harris and very familiar with her operation. As you know, the interesting thing about Vice President Harris, from day one, they have made the case that she's ready to be president of the United States. But is she ready to be the candidate who takes on and defeats Donald Trump?
Right. And as you know, she had this illustrious career in California, but there's that criticism. California is its own country, right? And can that kind of Democrat relate to and persuade the rest of the country? There will be a lot of criticism, if you remember, Nora, from the early part of the Biden administration about how she is as a manager and the turnover in her office. There'll be recombing over all of those stories about what does that indicate in terms of her leadership style, executive leadership style. I'm sure Ashley knows something about that.
That may fall under the criticism that is leveled at a lot of women sometimes, stereotypical criticism that no doubt she will face, that Hillary Clinton faced about her style as well during the campaign in 2016.
Senator Klobuchar as well.
Senator Klobuchar, who joined us earlier. And Ed, just to recap some of your reporting about why President Biden made this decision today.
Well, we now know, having heard from his brother, Frank Biden, that health was a consideration in the ultimate decision to make this call. He made it last evening after meeting with the First Lady and 4 close advisors: Anthony Bernal, who's a key advisor, longtime confidant of the First Lady; Annie Tomasini, who runs Oval Office and West Wing operations. I remember her driving around the snowy fields of Iowa in 2007 in an Aerostar van. It was her, Joe Biden, and Hunter Biden driving around that state as he failed to win the presidency. She remains a close ally. Steve Ricchetti and Mike Donilon, 2 of his closest advisors. They began informing people today, and they stunned the world this afternoon.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And just to let everyone know and to recap what we've been following, this twist in a monumental 10 days in America, President Joe Biden announcing he will not seek re-election and instead endorsed his Vice President Kamala Harris. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7 and in a special hour-long edition of the CBS Evening News. So stay with us. We will also bring you a primetime special on President Biden's decision. That's at 7 Eastern, 6 Central. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Nora O'Donnell, along with my colleagues here in Washington.
We know this community by heart. CBS News, Philadelphia.
Tonight, the breaking and historic news. President Biden says he will not seek a second term, ending his campaign and endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris for the nomination. What led to this decision, including the growing calls from Biden's own party to step aside, and what this means for the election in November.
President Biden took the honorable path today, and he did it for all the right reasons. He did it because he knows that our democracy is on the line.
A special edition of the CBS Evening News starts now.
Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell with a special 1-hour edition of the CBS Evening News. Thank you for being with us. Tonight, President Joe Biden's decision not to seek re-election is sending shockwaves across the nation. At 1:46 p.m. Eastern today, the president released a letter announcing his decision to step aside after weeks of intense pressure from Democratic lawmakers and donors for the 81-year-old president to do just that. In that letter, he said, quote, "I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to step down." And then in a post at 2:13 p.m. on social media, President Biden then endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to run in his place. Harris said she will seek the nomination, adding, "Together we will fight, and together we will win." Biden is the first sitting president since Lyndon B. Johnson not to seek re-election. His party now in chaos with just 107 days until the election. We have a team of CBS News correspondents tracking these historic developments, and we're going to begin with CBS's Nancy Cordes. She's at the White House for us tonight. Nancy, good evening. What a day this has been.
It really has, Nora. So many fast-breaking developments. CBS News has now learned that the president began to come around to this decision just last night with a few members of his inner circle. He then informed the rest of his senior advisors today, just a couple of minutes before he informed the nation. This was a decision that some Democrats have been predicting and others pushing for ever since that disastrous presidential debate 24 days ago, when concerns about the president's health and his age were suddenly forced into the spotlight. The historic and stunning announcement from President Biden came early this afternoon. In a letter to the American people posted on social media, he said, "While it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." The announcement threw the race into disarray. No sitting American president has dropped out of a campaign so late in the election cycle. In a subsequent post, Biden endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris.
Are we ready to fight for it?
Harris, in turn, said she was, quote, honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. We have 107 days until Election Day. Together we'll fight, and together we will win. Delaware Senator and Biden ally Chris Coons said it was a hard decision for the president.
I still believe he could have beaten Donald Trump, but I also know that what he's done today is in the best interests of our nation.
A slew of political heavyweights are already backing Harris, including both Clintons and many members of Congress. Pressure had been mounting on the president to step aside. A growing number of congressional Democrats called on him to leave the race as the polls worsened, donations dropped off, and the president himself showed signs of a slowdown, both physically and verbally.
Look at the heat I'm getting because I named the Secretary of Defense a black man.
On top of all that came the president's COVID diagnosis on Wednesday, forcing him to cut short a campaign trip to Nevada. As he recovered at his beach home in Rehoboth this weekend, the calls to step down grew louder.
It is time to step aside and turn this over to a new generation. My endorsement stays until he makes that decision. I'm encouraging that. The country's encouraging it. And he has a chance to be an American hero.
Even this morning, the president's top advisors insisted he would continue to fight on.
And I want to be crystal clear. He's made a decision, and that decision is to accept the nomination and run for re-election, win re-election.
After Biden pulled out, the Republican nominee, Donald Trump, slammed him, saying he was not fit to serve from the very beginning. But the Trump campaign privately wanted Biden to stay in the race, thinking he was an easier target. They've now turned their attention to Vice President Harris, attacking her in a new ad out today. Tonight, the entire Democratic apparatus is working to reorient the campaign effort and the convention around Vice President Harris. There have been conference calls and planning meetings all afternoon. We're told the vice president herself has spent the afternoon calling Democratic members of Congress, working to cement their support before she begins her all-out sprint to the nomination. Nora?
Nancy Cordes from the White House on this historic day. Nancy, thank you. And President Biden made this decision not from the White House, but from his home in Delaware, where he is still isolating, sick with COVID. CBS's Willie James Inman has been traveling with the president during the campaign. Good evening, Willie.
Good evening to you, Nora. Well, we haven't seen the president since he arrived here late on Wednesday evening after he was diagnosed with COVID-19. And it was during that night we saw the president descend slowly down the steps of Air Force One. Now we're learning that sources close to the president grew furious with the increased calls for him to step aside while he recovered from COVID. But ultimately, the president said he decided to bow out of the race for the good of the Democratic Party and the country. Now, earlier today, the president's doctor released a statement saying he is still experiencing mild symptoms, but his condition has significantly improved. And nor we don't yet know when the president will leave his beach home here in Rehoboth, Delaware. But in that statement he sent to the American people, he said he would address the public in the coming days. Nora.
We are expecting to hear from him soon. Willie James Inman, thank you very much. President Biden today offering a full-throated endorsement for Vice President Kamala Harris. The highest-ranking woman ever in American politics is a former U.S. Senator and California Attorney General. CBS News contributor Ed Gordon has more on Harris's background and her place in history.
Kamala Harris burst onto the political scene. She broke barriers as the first Black and South Asian woman district attorney of San Francisco and Attorney General of California before entering national politics.
We know this is the first open Senate seat we've had in almost a quarter of a century.
In 2016, she won a Senate seat in California, and it didn't take long for her presence to be felt in Washington.
Can you give me a yes or no answer,
in the closed
please?
briefing, well, it's not a short answer, Senator. The answer
It is either you are willing to do that or not.
Presidential buzz grew quickly. She made it official in 2019.
I stand before you today to announce my candidacy for President of the United States.
Her record as a prosecutor in California at times was at odds with the direction of the party, and her momentum faded.
It is with deep regret, but also with deep gratitude, that I am suspending our campaign today.
However, she would soon be on a new campaign with Joe Biden.
That I picked the right person to join me as the next Vice President of the United States of America, and that's Senator Kamala Harris.
And in November of 2020, Joe Biden was elected the 46th president.
We did it. We did it, Joe.
With Kamala Harris making history as the first female, Black, and South Asian vice president.
I, Kamala Davy Harris, solemnly swear.
She initially focused on the immigration crisis, but found her voice when Roe versus Wade was overturned.
And when Congress passes a law that restores the reproductive freedoms of Roe, our President Joe Biden will sign it.
And as the 2024 presidential election began to heat up, she stayed the course.
We will win re-election. There is too much at stake, and the American people know it.
Even after President Biden's debate performance against former President Donald Trump, she stood by Biden.
Joe Biden is our nominee. We beat Trump once, and we're going to beat him again.
And President Biden stood by her.
Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States.
But as President Biden drops out of the race, the focus is now on Vice President Harris. Will she be able to win the nomination and make history again? Ed Gordon, CBS News, Denver.
And we didn't have to wait long for Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump's reaction in a phone interview. He told our Robert Costa that the President Biden's withdrawal from the race is, quote, a shock to the country. Donald Trump also lashed out on social media, writing that Biden is, quote, not fit to serve and never was. For more analysis on this moment, let's bring in Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa and Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. Robert, what did Donald Trump say?
Former President Donald Trump spoke with me on the phone. He said that this does not change his view of the race, that he is still going to run a campaign against the Biden administration. When I asked him, are you willing and ready to debate Vice President Harris, he said he is not at this moment because he is not sure yet whether she will ultimately emerge as the Democratic nominee. He said he is prepared to have effectively a political war against Vice President Harris or whomever emerges as the Democratic nominee. He's not pulling back at all. He said this is a shock to the country. He also believes that Democrats forced President Biden out, so he was stirring the pot a bit in our conversation about how President Biden ultimately made this decision. And many Biden confidants tell me this was a painful one for the president.
Margaret Brennan, we still don't know who the Democratic nominee will be, but the president, Joe Biden, has thrown his support behind the vice president. The Clintons have thrown their support. Quickly, a number of Democratic lawmakers are speaking out on her behalf. But this is a critical period, the next week. What does she need to do?
Well, besides just being able to order merchandise and get the signs ready and get all the mechanics of the campaign up, she needs to make a selection that will help to offset whatever concerns there may be about, once again, having a woman at the top of the ticket, Hillary Clinton, fresh in the minds of many Democrats. And they see that Democrats have had a problem with attracting votes from men in particular. That is front of mind. There is also front of mind for many Democrats urging Harris to focus on key states like Pennsylvania and Arizona, places where they could make a key selection for a vice presidential running mate for her. That is the first really big decision she needs to make by the end of the month, I'm told. And from some of my Democratic sources who point out, you need energy and you need unity to win a campaign. They now have energy, and they need to see that unity around a ticket.
If she becomes the Democratic nominee, how does this change the debate about the substance of this contest, about the policy issues? What changes?
Well, you have generational shift, by the way. We no longer have an 81-year-old Democrat running against a 78-year-old Republican. You have a 59-year-old woman, the first woman of color. That changes. That might excite some of those young voters that Democrats were concerned about because they saw that lack of energy and enthusiasm for Joe Biden on some key issues that were weaknesses for him. As you heard one of our analysts there say, the disruptor, the war in Gaza, it resonated not just with Arab Americans and Muslim Americans, it was resonant with Black Americans in particular. It was a negative for the president that he didn't come out and express more empathy. She has. She's been very keyed in on that, specifically when she goes and speaks to young voters. The issue of reproductive health care has been the strength. Joe Biden has really leaned on her to be the messenger, not just because of her gender, but because she is very comfortable being a prosecutor and arguing this is not just about abortion, as she would argue, this put your own personal religious beliefs. You don't have to sacrifice them. This is also about IVF. It is about safe health care for women. She's going to prosecute that case, and Democrats think that is a winning issue for them.
But she can't do it just yet. My top Democratic sources say she has a lot to do between now and the convention. Can she actually unify the Democratic Party? We have seen a cascade of Democrats endorse her today, but not everybody is endorsing Vice President Harris at this moment. Senator Peter Welch of Vermont told you on CBS that he wants to see what he called a truncated process. There's also a lot of risk with vetting a vice presidential nominee in such a short window. Think about 1972 when Senator George McGovern had Thomas Eagleton on the ticket. Eagleton had to drop off because he wasn't fully vetted. Democrats are nervous. Will Vice President Harris have the political room to assert herself, or will President Biden be hovering over her shoulder at every term? Democrats now are in a vulnerable position, but also they feel a positive position to turn it back to the issues they want to talk about, but they need to really establish her as the nominee before she can actually take on Trump and make that case.
And this breaking news just in: the popular governor of Pennsylvania, Governor Shapiro, endorsing Kamala Harris. He is popular among Republican voters, Trump supporters in that state. We have so much more to cover. This is a political first. No sitting American president has dropped out of the race this late in the election cycle, and voters are already weighing in on President Biden's decision to step aside. We're going to have more on that as this special edition of the CBS News Evening News continues right after this. In the aftermath of President Biden's decision to drop out of the race, we're hearing from voters on what they think. Here's CBS's Jim Axelrod.
In this summer of surprises, this was another weekend of bold-faced headlines to be digested by voters like Richard Freeman in Ohio, a Democrat.
I think it's a good decision. I think he didn't have a chance against Trump. Too many people were concerned about his age, which I was too.
This retired bar owner in Michigan had wanted to see the president drop out ever since the debate.
Yes. After seeing him, how bad he's been failing health-wise, I think it's a good thing that he did drop out.
The latest CBS poll of registered voters overwhelmingly showed most Americans did not think Mr. Biden has the mental and cognitive health to serve as president.
Well, I can't say that I'm too fully surprised, but I mean, I honestly didn't think that was going to happen, but you know, just hearing it now, it makes sense.
From coast to coast, from suburban New York City.
I'm disappointed because I felt like he was pushed out, and I really felt like the Democrats should have stood behind him.
To Democrats in Philadelphia
I think it's a good decision. I think they'll be better suited by some new blood that will come to the Democratic Party.
To Republicans sweating it out in Phoenix, there were a lot of feelings about Joe Biden ending his campaign, but not a lot of surprise.
I just didn't feel like he was mentally capable to run this race. And also, I mean, yes, I am Republican, but I also felt like it was also to a disadvantage for him and his party to also stay running.
It is an old rule of politics that Americans don't really start focusing on presidential elections until Labor Day. Not this cycle. After the last 2 July weekends, voters would have every reason to wonder what the next one is going to bring. Nora?
It has been quite a month of news. Jim Axelrod, thank you so much. Who's on the short list to be Vice President Harris's running mate if she wins the Democratic nomination? That's next as our special coverage continues here on CBS. Vice President Kamala Harris is the most likely contender to be the Democratic nominee, and her first major decision will be to pick a running mate. CBS's Weijia Jiang now with some possible names that could join her on the ticket. Hi there, Weijia.
Good evening, Nora. Tonight, Vice President Harris is here in Washington, D.C., but she has not made any public appearances all day. Democratic sources and fundraisers tell us one of the biggest questions they are asking is who can fill the void that President Biden will leave behind on the ticket. Vice President Kamala Harris returned to Washington Saturday night after a packed week on the campaign trail, now likely weighing the question of who might return with her as her running mate. Names have already started to surface, including Democratic governors who could appeal to swing state voters. Roy Cooper of North Carolina.
North Carolina welcomes back Vice President Kamala Harris to Greensboro to get ready to defeat Donald Trump in November.
Who just stumped with Harris in his state on Thursday. Pennsylvania's Josh Shapiro and Andy Beshear of Kentucky. Harris could also tap a member of the Biden cabinet. Senator Amy Klobuchar says there are several great options.
And now we're going to have a whole new game, an entirely new ticket. And I think, again, you want to have someone for this job that, one, she trusts. We know how important that is, how good presidents and vice presidents of both parties have worked together in the past. Number two, you want to have someone who knows how to govern, who could step into the job.
Harris, a former district attorney from San Francisco, has a liberal voting record that could be balanced with a more moderate VP pick. Some have speculated whether Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Wisconsin could make the first all-woman ticket in history.
I love Gretchen Whitmer. She's been my friend not just for a few years, but for decades. But I think she means it when she says she's not a candidate for any office this year.
Vice President Harris is scheduled to campaign in Wisconsin, Indianapolis, and Massachusetts this week. Tonight, the chair of the Biden campaign told all staff during a call that Harris is the nominee. Nora.
All right, Weijia Jiang outside the U.S. Naval Observatory where the vice president lives. Thank you. And we'll have more of our special coverage of this extraordinary day in American politics. Stay with us. The news today has reverberated around the world. President Biden is dropping out of the campaign, significant for so many reasons, including that there are only 107 days until Election Day. No president has ever left the race so late in the campaign cycle. Every newspaper headline blaring the news from Seattle to New York to Mumbai, and every television station from coast to coast tuned to the news, with millions watching the headlines, are clear. The news and what it will lead to is extremely uncertain. We're going to have more on what this means for the Democratic Party and for the nation coming up as our special coverage continues on the CBS Evening News.
We're back at it, on your corner, celebrating summer with you. It's Summer Beat, every Friday starting at 4 on CBS News Philadelphia. We know this community by heart. Watch Summer Beat, sponsored by Wawa. Gotta have a Wawa.
Providers.
Finding heart in every beat. CBS News, Philadelphia.
Welcome back to this special one-hour edition of the CBS Evening News. I'm Norah O'Donnell in the nation's capital. President Biden's decision to stand down from the presidential race is sending shockwaves across the country. This momentous announcement has pushed the 2024 presidential election into uncharted territory. It's the first time in more than a half a century that a sitting president has decided to not seek a second term. Former President Lyndon Johnson was the last president to do this during the turbulent year of 1968. CBS's Nancy Cortez joins us to give us some perspective on this memorable day in Washington. And Nancy, what can you tell us about what we have learned about how the president came to this historic decision?
Well, it all happened this weekend, Nora. He was at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, recovering from COVID, with just a few members of his inner circle around him, including his deputy chief of staff, Annie Tomasini, and two of his longtime senior advisors, Steve Ricchetti and Mike Donilon. We're told that Biden began to come to this decision last night. Then he spoke to the vice president several times today. He informed his chief of staff, Jeff Zients, and his campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon. And then at 1:45 this afternoon, he held a conference call to inform the rest of his senior advisors. Just a minute or two after that, his announcement went out to the American public. And then half an hour later, he announced his endorsement of his vice president, Kamala Harris. So all of this was carefully choreographed, Nora, to ensure an orderly transition of support from him to her. And it appears that most Democrats have followed his lead.
And Nancy, what are we hearing about the vice president? How does she plan to secure this nomination? And how is she planning to respond to what are already these incoming attacks from Donald Trump?
She's going to have to move quickly. We're told she spent this afternoon here in D.C. calling around to various Democratic members of Congress to ensure their support. And what we've seen already is that many of the members who were calling on President Biden to step aside have already thrown their support behind her. So barring some major unforeseen circumstance, it appears very unlikely at this point that she's going to face any kind of serious challenge from a mainstream Democrat. And instead, she's mostly got to look ahead to the general election. She was expected to campaign in the Midwest this week and in Indianapolis. It's unclear if all of that is now going to have to change. Obviously, everything involving this campaign is going to change. There were meetings taking place at every level of the campaign, at the Democratic National Committee all day today as they reorient this campaign around the vice president.
Nancy Cortez at the White House with that new information. Thank you. Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland was one of the key Democratic lawmakers calling on President Biden to reconsider staying in the race. Representative Raskin was also a member of the January 6th committee, and he joins us now for reaction. Good to see you, Congressman. You were one of the first. You put out a letter likening the president to a tired pitcher in a baseball game. Do you think he made the right decision?
Well, he's more like a star pitcher with a tired arm. But in any event, he's been one of the great presidents of American history. He's done extraordinary things in office. He's a great patriot, and he's a great leader, too, because a great leader makes way for great leaders and helps to raise them and nurture them. And that's what he's done with Vice President Harris. And we're going to see extraordinary unity and focus in our party getting behind President Biden's choice of Vice President Harris for president. I think people are going to rally around his vision and his strategy for having us beat the autocrats and the monarchs and the theocrats that have rallied around Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. This is the election of our lifetime, and Joe Biden is going to be right at the center of it as president of the United States.
You have been at the forefront of efforts in Congress to prosecute Donald Trump, the impeachments and January 6th. How does this decision change the contours of this presidential race?
Well, I think you put your finger on it. Kamala Harris is a prosecutor. She made her career as a prosecutor. Donald Trump is a convicted felon. Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, said that Trump was going to be America's Hitler. He said that he was cultural heroin for the working class. Now he's a pusher. I think America is realizing that J.D. Vance has no convictions at all, but Donald Trump has at least 34 convictions right now, and he can share some of those with J.D. Vance. In any event, the framework of the race is clear at this point. Kamala Harris is going to prosecute this case for democracy and freedom across the country. I saw her speak yesterday. She will put abortion rights, birth control, IVF, the rights of women, the rights of health care, voting rights, democracy, right at the center of this campaign. And she will prosecute the case against Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. She's going to be an extraordinarily powerful candidate.
And are you convinced the Democratic Party will unite around her quickly?
I know the Democratic Party will unite for victory in November, and I am 1,000% convinced that we will be 1,000% unified and focused. The stakes are just too great, and our great President Joe Biden leads the way in terms of patriotism and everybody putting nation first. That's what this is about. And we're talking about a ticket now where J.D. Vance is saying, pull the plug on the people of Ukraine. He doesn't give a damn about the people of Ukraine. They're on Putin's side. They're on the side of the dictators and the strongmen and the autocrats. And it is the Democratic Party, the People's Party, that is the party of democracy and freedom. And I think with Joe Biden as the heart and soul of our party and Kamala Harris coming out swinging against this ticket, we've got the recipe for victory. And I've been to 20 states campaigning for Democrats all over the country, from Kentucky to California to Nevada, Arizona, Florida. The Democrats are fired up, and my phone and my email are blowing up now with people saying, where do I give money? Where do I get involved? It's an all hands on deck moment.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, good to have you here. Thank you very much.
You bet. You bet.
And we're joined now by CBS's John Dickerson. Good evening, John. Good to talk to you. What do you make of this memorable day?
Well, first, just starting with President Biden, a presidential decision, which means it's made alone. The stakes are high, and the decision is not an easy one, and just an extraordinary human crucible that he went through. Now, a set of presidential decisions face Vice President Kamala Harris if, in fact, she becomes the party's nominee. What do I mean by that? I mean, she's going to be deluged with options and choices and decisions to be made. They're going to be high stakes. She's going to have to make them quickly, and she's going to have to stay focused. You know, she's going to get 1,000 suggestions and have 1,000 opportunities, but her ability to focus and keep this campaign where it's supposed to be, while at the same time picking who her running mate is, if in fact she becomes the nominee, those will be two things that will be quite hard to stay focused on. And Congressman Raskin was just talking about all the things she's going to do. That's if it's in laboratory conditions. It's not going to be in laboratory conditions. This is going to be a very hectic time. And so to prosecute the campaign in the way the Congressman was suggesting would be a remarkable act of focus and ability, and she's about to face that test.
And what about that test, John? Because you and I have covered a number of presidential campaigns. The amount of scrutiny that one person faces, it is the toughest job in the world, and the campaign to get there is unlike any other.
It is, and Kamala Harris is going to face a whole new set of attacks. The Trump team knows how to attack people, for sure, and so she'll be having to manage all that, and sometimes the choice will not be what actions to take, but what to resist doing, and that's going to be one of the biggest challenges. You know, the old cliche is that they're building an airplane while they're trying to fly it, and that's in fact what they're trying to do here. Build a campaign operation. Yes, one's in place, but Kamala Harris has totally different biorhythms and a different approach to things. The campaign's going to have to get in sync while it tries to prosecute the case. And I would finish on this point, which is this is an extraordinary opportunity. People, 2/3 of the country said they didn't want the choice between Biden and Trump. Now people are paying attention. While those eyes are wide open and looking at the screen, it's a chance for a campaign to seize that moment. And that moment won't come back again. So the question is, does the campaign and does Vice President Harris have the skills to seize the moment?
John Dickerson, thank you very much. The president's son, Hunter Biden, weighing in. Plus, President Biden's decision to pass the torch caps a remarkable 50-year run in American politics. We'll have an in-depth look at his legacy. That's next.
Now you can get your CBS Philadelphia news, weather, and live stream all in one place on the CBS News app. Download it free today.
Savings event.
CBS Philadelphia has been here since the
Providers.
Finding heart in every beat. CBS News, Philadelphia.
Prevention.
Today, former President Barack Obama called President Biden one of America's most consequential presidents and a patriot of the highest order. Our chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett looks back on Biden's more than 50 years of public service.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
Joe Biden's presidency began on the steps of the U.S. Capitol, where only days before, America bore witness to insurrection.
We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do.
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was born in 1942. Biden played football at the University of Delaware and attended law school at Syracuse University. By 1972,
if you like what you see, help me out. If not, vote for the other fellow.
He was elected to the United States Senate as a long shot, tell it like it is, 29-year-old. Weeks later, his wife Nelia and their daughter were killed in a traffic accident that also injured sons Beau and Hunter. A single-father senator, Biden commuted from Wilmington to Washington aboard Amtrak to be home with his kids at night. He met Jill Jacobs, a teacher, on a blind date in 1975. They married 2 years later. His 2008 White House campaign went nowhere.
The vast majority of the people in Iowa haven't made up their mind yet.
When they did, Joe Biden! Barack Obama named Biden his running mate. In the White House, Biden oversaw stimulus spending and jumped ahead of the president by endorsing gay marriage.
And what this is all about is a simple proposition. Who do you love?
Biden told President Obama to wait for better confirmation before launching the raid that killed Osama bin Laden. Memorably, he said this about the passage of Obamacare. Biden passed on another run for the presidency in 2016 after his son Beau died of brain cancer. In 2020, Biden made history by picking California Senator Kamala Harris as his running mate, the first woman of color nominated by a major party.
She's ready to do this job on day one.
That November, Biden defeated President Trump by 7 million votes. In his first 100 days, Mr. Biden accelerated vaccine distribution and strong-armed a $2 trillion COVID relief plan through a Congress with slender Democratic majorities.
The Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Biden appointed the first black woman to the Supreme Court.
Okay, here we go.
And signed a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill into law.
Bravo.
However, a chaotic withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan, coupled with inflation concerns and doubts about his comparatively lenient border policies, yielded unrelenting low approval ratings. Throughout his bid for re-election, Biden fought hard and spent tens of millions of dollars just to try to stay tied in the polls with former President Trump.
With the COVID,
After what many in his campaign and top Democrats regarded as a disastrous first debate performance, Biden could not stop the erosion of support among lawmakers and top donors. After ignoring pressure to drop out for more than 3 weeks, Biden announced his exit from the race shortly after the Republican National Convention. Biden frequently embraced optimism for America, and at times it sounded like his own internal fight against those who bet against him.
We are the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. And let's stay together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Biden, in the end, was persuaded to preserve his legacy rather than risk defeat for himself and Democrats nationwide. Steeped in the hard realities of Washington, Biden learned that loyalty and power, even when you are president and the presumptive party nominee, can slip away when the political tides and those closest turn against you.
That was Major Garrett, and we'll have more reaction on this extraordinary day in presidential politics. That's next.
CBS News Philadelphia is now streaming 24/7, and it's free. Scan to watch us on your time. Watch CBS News Philadelphia.
President Biden's family reacting to his decision to leave the race tonight. This statement from his son, Hunter, saying, "Over a lifetime, I have witnessed him absorb the pain of countless everyday Americans who he's given his personal phone number to because he wanted them to call him when they were hurting. That unconditional love has been his North Star as a president and as a parent. I ask all Americans to join me tonight in doing the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I love you, Dad." And we're joined now by CBS News political contributor Ashley Etienne, a former senior advisor to President Biden and Vice President Harris, and Republican presidential campaign manager Terry Sullivan. Welcome to both of you. Ashley, the vice president is not yet the Democratic nominee. Do you think any other candidates will come forward, or is this hers?
I mean, the question before the party is, why would you dispense with someone who's brought the country out of COVID and now has built the strongest economy in the world? Why would you dispense with someone who's built this record that Democrats are running on all over the country, from guns to health care to infrastructure to climate? Why would you get rid of that person? There is no sensical response to that question. So I don't anticipate that there will be anyone that decides to run against her. And if someone does, I think we should question that person and ask them why would they decide to do such a thing? And
Terry, you've run a presidential campaign before. How are they changing things now with a potentially new Democratic nominee?
Yeah, they're in a wait-and-see mode because the person who thinks there should be an open process is Barack Obama, who issued that in a statement. So he's not ready to just make it Kamala Harris.
Obama's not the head of the party, though.
No, he's not. Right. He's not. But I'm just saying that there is an open process. So now the Republicans are in a wait-and-see. The Trump campaign is in a wait-and-see kind of position who they're going to be running against. And so it's a tough spot because indecision here. And while the Democrats sort this process out.
But the Donald Trump campaign is not doing a wait-and-see. They were already putting up an ad against Kamala Harris. And let me ask you about that, Ashley, because she is going to face some tough attacks, some nasty attacks. How will she respond to that? And how do you think this debate will be joined?
Well, I can say, I work for the vice president, so I was there day one when I think the punches were coming at her fast and furious, even harder than what I think she might be able to experience going forward. And she, I think, learned a lot of lessons in that moment. I think that toughened her up. Now, one thing you have to remember, Nora, she's been the first at every job she's ever had, from the AG to senator. I mean, she's always been the first in her job, so she knows what it's like to take that incoming and then fight back. But here's the key. Here's the advantage that she actually has. I think it is going to be her gender in this next election, in that the internal polls within the Biden campaign are showing that the key constituency they need to win are going to be these Republican suburban women. They don't like these type of antics. They don't like someone like Donald Trump coming after women. And here's the other thing. She's going to be on strong footing. Now this race is going to come down to, I think, this attack that Republicans are having on women. She's been prosecuting that case like no one else has. And it's yielding dividends for her in the polls among that broad coalition that Biden built in 2020 to win.
Terry, we did see Donald Trump lost the last presidential election because of suburban women.
Well, and he ran against a woman before and beat her, and Hillary.
Well, it's a different world then. We didn't know Donald Trump was in the
hold on though. But yes, so he's done it before, and he can do it again. But the reality is, she's got to defend the same record that Joe Biden did. And so the question is he doing so bad polling because of his age, or was it because of his record? Yeah. And so that's what we're going to have to sort out here, because she's got to defend the border crisis. She's got to defend the inflation, the same things that Joe Biden had to defend. And so that's going to be the real question here: is she up to that test? And she has not proven to be a super strong candidate. When she ran for president in 2020, she dropped out before there was even the first vote. So I do think this is going to be a competitive campaign. If she is the nominee for the Democrats, I think the Trump campaign is going to be able to really, really do well against her.
Ashley, some news tonight. Former President Trump told our Robert Costa that he's calling off this planned debate in September because it was supposed to be against Joe Biden. He says, well, the Democrats don't even know who their nominee is going to be. But what would a debate Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris look like?
I actually think he's scared. I mean, I think that's why he's saying that he won't debate her. I think he's scared. I mean, have you seen those clips of her grilling during those Judiciary Committee hearings, from Kavanaugh to other witnesses? I think he's absolutely scared. But here's going to be the key. I think is Donald Trump is a horrible debater. I think the more that people see of Donald Trump, his numbers go down, especially with that 1 to 2% that's going to make the difference. So that's another reason why he would want to back out of this particular debate, is because he actually doesn't want to continue to keep exposing himself and really tanking his numbers among those key constituencies.
Ashley Etienne, Terry Sullivan, great to have this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll have some final thoughts on this monumental day in Washington. That's next. CBS News has learned that Vice President Harris spoke with the House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries today. That's according to a person familiar with their conversation. And that news comes at the end of a historic day, but just the beginning of a never-before-seen election. Joe Biden saying for the good of his party and the good of American democracy, he is not seeking re-election to the presidency. The president making the difficult decision to put himself second and the people of the nation first. The 81-year-old who has served this country for more than 50 years is, regardless of your political viewpoint, making a sacrifice far greater than any he's made in the past. The eyes of today see contention and controversy, but the eyes of history may look differently at this day. The 46th president, who remains president for 5 more months, has now put an exclamation point on his chapter in history, which continues to change before our very eyes. And that wraps up this special 1-hour edition of the CBS Evening News. I'm Norah O'Donnell. Good night.
Finding heart in every beat. CBS News, Philadelphia.
A massive earthquake in this already historic presidential race. Good evening on this seismic Sunday. I'm Norah O'Donnell in Washington with 107 days until Election Day. President Joe Biden announcing he is ending his re-election campaign. The president released the decision today in a statement at 1:46 p.m. Eastern Time. Mr. Biden saying, quote, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." In a separate social media post at about 2:13 Eastern, the president endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, to replace him as his party's standard bearer ahead of its national convention, which begins August 19th in Chicago. And then we heard from the vice president, who wrote, "I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. Over the past year, I have traveled across the country talking with Americans about the clear choice in this momentous election. And that is what I will continue to do in the days and weeks ahead. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda." It should be noted, we now just have 107 days until Election Day. And so Kamala Harris says, together we will fight and together we will win. Now, the president is at home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, this weekend recovering from COVID. He is expected to address the nation later this week. He's the first president since Lyndon Johnson in 1968 to decline to seek a second term. CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes is at the White House. And Nancy, what do we know about how the president came to this historic decision?
Well, he came to this decision, Nora, within the past 24 hours. It has been days, if not weeks, of White House officials from the president on down insisting that he was in it to win it, that he was tuning out the doubters, and that he was going to win this race. Until this morning, when we started to get word that potentially he had a change of heart. Right around 2 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon, he made it official in an announcement to the American people. We're told that just a few minutes before that, he told his senior advisors. Before that, though, holed up in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, he was there with just a few members of his inner circle, including his deputy chief of staff, his longtime right-hand woman, Annie Tomasini, two of his longtime senior advisors, Mike Donilon and Steve Ricchetti. All those doubters, it appears, just got too loud, and he started to have a change of heart. After he told the American people that he had decided to bow out of the race, he threw his support behind Vice President Harris. We got word, Nora, from the president's brother earlier today saying that the president's health, he believes, was a factor in his decision. But just a short time ago, I heard from a source close to the Biden family, and they said that Frank Biden, the president's younger brother, is an alcoholic, that he hasn't spoken to the president in weeks, and that the president's health had nothing to do with his decision to leave the race.
Nancy Cordes at the White House with that information. Nancy, thank you. Congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane is here with us as well. And shortly after President Biden endorsed his vice president, we heard from a number of prominent Democrats. Scott, is the Democratic Party coalescing behind Kamala Harris?
A big chunk already has. She picked up a block of Senate endorsements and picked them up quickly, nearly 24 by our CBS News count. And it's some of the lions of the U.S. Senate. Patty Murray, third in the line of presidential succession. She chairs the Appropriations Committee. Mark Warner of Virginia chairs the Intelligence Committee. Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts has her finger on the pulse of the progressive wing of the caucus. And then all the House groups, Congressional Progressive Caucus, the Black Caucus, the Hispanic Caucus, and from some of the other names we've heard associated with potential candidacies, including Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. And there on the screen, some of those members of the House January 6th committee who spent so much time investigating 2020 and the efforts of Donald Trump to overturn the election. And if this all sounds familiar, this broad base of voices in the Democratic Party, it was a broad base of voices in the Democratic Party calling on President Biden to withdraw. This, in a way, has unified an often fractious Democratic caucus.
So much has changed in just a short period of time. Scott MacFarlane, thank you so much. Want to bring in John Dickerson, who joins us now. And John, it's hard to overstate what a seismic event this is. How does this change the contours of this presidential race?
Oof. Well, we're still figuring that all out, Nora. I mean, one of the ways is, first, the Democratic Party has to figure out how to get unified. They have to go through that series of issues. And we've been talking about the timeline. You mentioned LBJ. You know, when Johnson dropped out in 1968, he wasn't essentially the party nominee. I mean, Joe Biden is the nominee, which means the entire Democratic process made him the party nominee. To unwind that means taking care of some sensitivities and bruised feelings that might be out there as a way to get the party unified to then go forward. So the first big task is staying unified, and the second is figuring out how to take the fight to Donald Trump. Democrats are terrified that basically since the first debate, the only debate, 27th of June, they've been losing ground to Donald Trump, not able to take the case to him. The Republicans just emerged from their convention highly unified. When can the Democratic ticket form itself? Which means, of course, that crucial vice presidential decision. But then when can it start prosecuting the case against Donald Trump, which it has not been able to do basically since the end of June?
John Dickerson, thank you. Want to bring in Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. And Margaret, if Kamala Harris secures the Democratic nomination, she would be the first woman of color to become a major party presidential nominee. How does this change the substance of this race, the discussion of the issues that are before the American people?
Well, Democrats have argued that they have the policy position to win, even if they didn't have the energy and the unity. Well, now they can try to bring all together, and with Kamala Harris as vice president, put reproductive health care as the top issue that she has been the messenger on for Joe Biden, who is not comfortable messaging around that because of his personal beliefs about abortion. He's made that clear. She will put that at the fore and be able to talk about it in a compelling way against a candidate who celebrates having put justices on the court who overturned Roe versus Wade, even though Donald Trump's current position is that he sent it back to the states. She will bring that front and center. She can also help to perhaps get a second look for some Democrats in key states like Michigan, where there had been concern in particular about the president's perceived lack of empathy in terms of the loss of Palestinian life. We've seen in our CBS polling that this extends beyond Arab and Muslim voters. It was very resonant with black voters in particular. And she has been able to have a softer message, a more humanitarian message on that front. That would also be front and center. By the way, she's also 59 years old. So in that conversation about generational change, she can say she is that. There are a lot of negatives that you will hear some of her critics outlay in the next few days, including some people who may want to challenge her in the coming days. But that's the case that Democrats hope will be a winning one, that she can lean into those more progressive platform issues for the party.
And Margaret, we are just hearing from Jill Biden's spokesperson that she was supportive, whatever road he chose, that she's always been his biggest believer, champion, and always on his side. And they're some 50 years together. But this is obviously painful for the entire Biden family.
It has to be. And we've seen messages, including from Hunter Biden, President Biden's surviving son, who has been very much in a harsh spotlight because of his legal troubles. Remember his case that just in the month of June, one of the issues that had to have weighed on Joe Biden as a father, to see his son convicted in regard to gun charges, who also faces charges in September. Those don't all go away, but perhaps the shifting here and the conversations with the family, all of that has to have weighed on him. And it is interesting as he puts really front and center his family so often, 50-year spouse, saying she stood by him.
Margaret Brennan, thank you. I want to bring in Robert Costa. And Robert, a lot of the discussion is about Joe Biden and his legacy, protecting that legacy. That's in part, I think, why he chose not to seek re-election. He is throwing his weight behind his Vice President Kamala Harris. But is it clear tonight that she has the nomination? Who else may jump in?
We're looking at a Democratic Party that's convulsing tonight. Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, who just registered as an independent, a longtime centrist Democrat. CBS News has now learned he is considering re-registering as a member of the Democratic Party to consider standing for the Democratic presidential nomination, in effect challenging Vice President Harris for that nomination. He has not made a final decision based on our conversations with people close to him, but he is considering it tonight. He's talking to donors. He's talking to party officials. His consideration underscores how some Democrats are nervous about Vice President Harris's ability to beat former President Donald Trump, who I just spoke with about an hour or two ago. He told CBS News that he's prepared to have a political onslaught against Vice President Harris or whomever emerges as the nominee. I asked him, are you ready to debate Vice President Harris? He says, not at all, because I'm not even sure I'm going to be running against her. Let's see what happens.
And Nora, just to give you a sense of how fast-moving this is, Senator Joe Manchin was on Face the Nation at 10:30 this morning and said, it's time for a new generation, forget about me. Between 10:30 a.m. this morning and right now, there is a reconsideration.
That's like a month ago in politics, Margaret.
That's right. Well, so much has changed just today. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Weijia Jiang, because she is outside the vice president's residence. And Weijia, what do we know about what the vice president is doing at this hour?
Well, Nora, we know that she is in Washington, D.C., of course, but we have not seen her in public at all today. She spoke with President Biden earlier when he called her before he made the big announcement. They had a private conversation, and then she spent the day reaching out to members of Congress, including House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. And, of course, we just saw in the past week how powerful these congressional leaders can be, and she certainly knows that, having served in the Senate. So she made immediate direct outreach to them to try to shore up support. And, you know, she has been talking to advisors, too, to try to process all of this and to try to answer the million-dollar question that everybody wants to know, which is, who is she going to pick as a running mate? And, you know, that question is really, who can bring something to the ticket that she cannot? Who can bring what Joe Biden could? Of course, there's huge overlap there. And who can offer something to those voters in the critical battleground states that will likely determine this race. And so there have been many names that have already emerged, Nora, including Democratic governors of Roy Cooper of North Carolina. We should point out that they just stumped together on the trail in Fayetteville, North Carolina this past week. Andy Beshear of Kentucky, Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, who she also spoke with today, according to an aide. But she could also pick somebody in the Biden cabinet, because she is not only running on her personal record, she is running on the record of the Biden-Harris administration. So if you were to choose a secretary, Pete Buttigieg, Gina Raimondo, these are people who have already been out spending the better part of the past year campaigning for President Biden. And so today, the team says there's no timeline, no discussions in public about when she might choose. But of course, Nora, we know it has to be soon.
Weijia Jiang, outside the vice president's residence, thank you very much. Want to bring in Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy. He serves on the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You said the clock was ticking for President Biden to reassure voters. Your reaction tonight to what has happened?
Well, this is an extraordinary moment. It's a moment where we are watching a true American patriot, somebody that has given his entire life to this country, make an incredibly selfless decision. He knows that the #1 priority is beating Donald Trump, and Joe Biden made the decision tonight that Kamala Harris has the best chance of being able to rescue our democracy from potential doom if Donald Trump becomes president. It's a hard decision for President Biden. Why? Because arguably he's the most successful president of our lifetime, rescuing this country from the pandemic, passing legislation that nobody thought was possible until Joe Biden was president, the biggest infrastructure investment in the country's history, the first gun bill of any consequence in 30 years. Inarguably, he has had a really remarkable record of legislative success. And so to walk away from that is very, very difficult. But there were and are a lot of voters who were looking for the torch to be passed to a new generation. I think they're going to be very excited by Kamala Harris, somebody that I've served with, somebody who I am eager and enthusiastic to support. And I think it's remarkable tonight that you have seen such a rush of support to her just, hours after this announcement, which, by the way, was not previewed to any members of the Senate or governors. You saw this organic growth of support for her. I think, as you mentioned, about half of my colleagues in the Senate have already endorsed her. That didn't come through any coordinated effort. That came because we just all know her, and we think that she's going to be a tremendous commander-in-chief.
So, Senator, you believe that the Democratic Party is coalescing behind the vice president, and she will not face any significant challenge?
Well, it's too early to know whether there will be any challenge to her, but I see right now a pretty remarkable building of support for the vice president. She is ready to do this job. She has been side by side with President Biden, a big part of his successes. I've traveled with her around the world. I've seen how she has helped reshape America's image around the world in the wake of the destruction that was done to it by Donald Trump. So I'm pretty confident tonight that she's going to be our nominee. I think we would be better off as a party if we were able to get behind her. But obviously it's early moments, so time will tell if she's the only candidate.
Senator, how do you hope that Vice President Harris will prosecute the case against Donald Trump?
Well, she is a prosecutor. And so this is a pretty clear contrast. A prosecutor running against a felon. Kamala Harris, who as California's Attorney General and Senator and Vice President has stood up to the big banks in the billionaire class, Donald Trump, who promises in his second term to give another massive tax break to those same people. Kamala Harris, who's, spent her career trying to bring people together, trying to heal divisions. Donald Trump, who's continuing to divide us. I think she is going to be an incredibly effective messenger. I think even during this very tough time, these last few weeks when people were watching her more carefully than ever, she was at her best. And so I think that tells you that when the moment comes, when the stakes get the highest, Kamala Harris is at her best. I think this country is going to be really interested, I think really surprised at the Kamala Harris that they're going to meet over the course of the next several weeks and months.
Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Ahead, a closer look at President Biden's storied career in politics and the legacy he'll leave behind. Your age makes the choice of your vice president all the more important. Why do you think Senator Harris would be ready to step in and become commander-in-chief if something were to happen to you?
Number one, her values. Number two, she is smart as a devil. Number three, she has a backbone like a ramrod. Number four, she is really principled. And number five, she has had significant experience in the largest state in the union, running the Justice Department. It's only second in size to the United States Justice Department. And, obviously, I hope that never becomes a question.
That was from my 60 Minutes interview with then-candidate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in 2020, laying out why he says Harris was the right choice for VP. Biden's career goes back more than 50 years to 1972 when he was elected as one of the youngest senators. CBS's Major Garrett has a look back.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
Joe Biden's presidency began on the steps of the U.S. Capitol, where, only days before, America bore witness to insurrection.
We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities.
The day before he was inaugurated, Biden marked 400,000 U.S. COVID-19 deaths. Less than 5 weeks later, he mourned 500,000 American casualties.
That's more lives lost to this virus than any other nation on earth.
Biden's gesture illustrated an unadorned empathy that flowed through his entire political life, an emotive approach that seemed to fit a fitful time.
To heal, we must remember. It's hard sometimes to remember, but that's how we heal.
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. was born in 1942. When the economy collapsed in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and his father lost his job, the Bidens moved to Delaware.
My dad had an expression. He said, Joey, it's not a question of succeeding whether you get knocked down, it's how quickly you get up.
Biden played football at the University of Delaware and attended law school at Syracuse University. By 1972,
look, if you like what you see, help me out. If not, vote for the other fellow.
He was elected to the United States Senate as a long shot, tell it like it is, 29-year-old.
I think one of the reasons I won is they have more confidence in me than with other people that I will say what I think.
Weeks later, his wife Nelia and their daughter were killed in a traffic accident that also injured sons Beau and Hunter.
I felt like a piece of me died.
Biden took the oath of office in a hospital. A single-father senator, Biden commuted from Wilmington to Washington aboard Amtrak to be home with his kids at night. He met Jill Jacobs, a teacher, on a blind date in 1975. They married 2 years later.
Everyone knows I love her more than she loves me.
My name is Joe Biden. I want to be the Democratic nominee for President of the United States.
He ran for president in 1987, but dropped out after being accused of plagiarism. A year later, he suffered 2 brain aneurysms, but would later write he had no fear of dying.
Judge Thomas.
Biden chaired the Clarence Thomas Supreme Court confirmation hearing in 1991, and during the 2020 campaign, he apologized to Anita Hill, who accused Thomas of sexual harassment, but faced scrutiny and hostility.
To this day, I regret I couldn't come up with a way to get her the kind of hearing she deserved.
He drafted the 1994 crime bill. It pushed crime down, but incarceration rates up.
Hi, Penny. I'm Joe Biden, running for president.
His 2008 White House campaign went nowhere.
The vast majority of the people in Iowa haven't made up their mind yet.
When they did,
Joe Biden!
Barack Obama named Biden his running mate. In the White House, Biden oversaw stimulus spending and jumped ahead of the president by endorsing gay marriage.
And what this is all about is a simple proposition. Who do you love?
Biden told President Obama to wait for better confirmation before launching the raid that killed Osama bin Laden. Memorably, he said this about the passage of Obamacare. Biden was known for verbal gaffes, some innocent.
We choose truth over facts.
Others less so.
They're going to put you all back in chains.
Biden passed on another run for the presidency in 2016 after his son Beau died of brain cancer. In 2020, he finished 4th in Iowa, 5th in New Hampshire, but bounced back to win South Carolina.
So all those who have been knocked down, counted out, left behind, let me say to you, this is your campaign.
For months, as the pandemic worsened, Biden stumped virtually from his basement.
This is a war against this virus.
Now let me introduce to you.
Biden made history by picking California Senator Kamala Harris as his running mate, the first woman of color nominated by a major party.
Kamala knows how to govern. She knows how to make the hard calls. She's ready to do this job on day one.
That November, Biden defeated President Trump by 7 million votes, and he brushed aside Mr. Trump's false claims of fraud and prepared to bring the pandemic to heel. In his first 100 days, Mr. Biden accelerated vaccine distribution and strong-armed a $2 trillion COVID relief plan through a Congress with slender Democratic majorities. Mr. Biden, the first pre-baby boom president since 1993, approached the nation as a soft-spoken healer, but governed more progressively even than President Obama. A career politician soaked in Washington for some 50 years, Mr. Biden made his presidency a transition between the nation's older, racially calloused past and its softer, youthful, and more inclusive future.
We have shown each other and the world that there's no quit in America. None.
The Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Biden appointed the first black woman to the Supreme Court.
Okay, here we go.
And signed a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill into law.
Bravo.
However, a chaotic withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan, coupled with inflation concerns and doubts about his comparatively lenient border policies, yielded unrelenting low approval ratings. Throughout his bid for re-election, Biden fought hard and spent tens of millions of dollars just to try to stay tied in the polls with former President Trump.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
After what many in his campaign and top Democrats regarded as a disastrous first debate performance, Biden could not stop the erosion of support among lawmakers and top donors. After ignoring pressure to drop out for more than 3 weeks, Biden announced his exit from the race shortly after the Republican National Convention. Biden frequently embraced optimism for America, and at times it sounded like his own internal fight against those who bet against him.
We are the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. And let's stay together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Biden, in the end, was persuaded to preserve his legacy rather than risk defeat for himself and Democrats nationwide. Steeped in the hard realities of Washington, Biden learned that loyalty and power, even when you are president and the presumptive party nominee, can slip away when the political tides and those closest turn against you.
That was CBS's Major Garrett Wanabring and Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan. And even though the president is now not seeking a second term, he has a critical week ahead here in Washington, and yet he's still isolated at home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, battling COVID.
He is, but he is still the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military in the world, the most influential diplomatic power in the world. We know that his meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was shifted a day later, now expected to happen Tuesday here in Washington. The vice president also expected to be present for that. All the national security team has been focused on trying to deliver in the next few days a 6-week ceasefire with the release of hostages to bring 5 Americans home, more than 100 hostages entirely, and have that be a rolling end to the war. This just shows you, though, how much time Joe Biden and his team have spent trying to break through on the foreign policy front. This is so important to him and his legacy, as he is now in these, as we know, final months trying to shape it. He wants to be able to deliver on this the same way that he can stand up there and say he expanded NATO when Vladimir Putin went and invaded Ukraine. So these are key legacy-making next few weeks for him. And Wednesday, we see that joint address to Congress by the Israeli Prime Minister.
The business of the presidency continues, and now a new person to lead the Democrats' campaign and that effort underway by Kamala Harris to secure that nomination. Ahead, more on the vice president as she has just been vaulted into history. We're going to take a look at her career trajectory from California politics to the vice presidency, and now the expected Democratic nominee for president.
President Biden exits the race. Stay with CBS News for the latest.
President Trump has attacked you frequently. He's called you a monster. He said you're nasty and it would be an insult to our country if you became the first female president. Do you see this as just the rough and tumble of politics, or do you view those attacks against you as racist?
Well, this is not the first time in my life I've been called names. And it was predictable, sadly.
Do you think the president is racist?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. You can look at a pattern that goes back to him questioning the identity of the first black president of the United States. You can look at Charlottesville, when there were peaceful protesters, and on the other side, neo-Nazis, and he talks about fine people on either side, calling Mexicans rapists and criminals. His first order of business was to institute a Muslim ban. It all speaks for itself.
Well, that was my 60 Minutes interview with then Senator Kamala Harris in October of 2020. She was elected to represent California in 2016 before joining then candidate Biden as his running mate. Ed Gordon, who interviewed the president this past week, now takes a closer look at Kamala Harris.
In 2003, underdog Kamala Harris won the district attorney election for the city of San Francisco.
Most important things don't come easy.
Her victory marked the start of a political career that certainly would not come easy. Kamala Devi Harris was born in 1964 in Oakland, California. Her mother, Shamala Gopalan, was from India, and her father, Donald Harris, from Jamaica.
I was raised by a mother who said many things that were life lessons for me, including don't you ever let anybody tell you who you are. You tell them who you are.
She grew up in Berkeley, California, where her parents were both academics and activists who participated and raised their children within the civil rights movement. Harris graduated from Howard University in 1986.
I chaired the Economic Society. I was on the Howard debate team.
She then graduated from law school from the University of California, Hastings in 1989, and public service was her calling.
If you want to pass Proposition K, you're going to have the exact opposite effect.
After serving 7 years as the district attorney of San Francisco, in 2010, she was elected Attorney General for the state of California. She broke barriers as the first black and South Asian woman to hold the position, which she did for 6 years before she stepped into national politics.
Attorney General Kamala Harris just made it official. She is running for U.S. Senate.
We know this is the first open Senate seat we've had in almost a quarter of a century.
In 2016, she ran for Senate in California, and she won.
I intend to fight for truth and transparency, and trust.
And it didn't take long for her fight to be felt in Washington, D.C.
Attorney General Barr, has the president or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone?
I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
Could you repeat that?
With her insistent inquiries and commitment to progressive policies, presidential buzz was quickly building around her, and she made it official in 2019.
I stand before you today to announce my candidacy for President of the United States.
Her announcement rally in Oakland drew nearly 20,000 people, and her campaign quickly gained momentum.
And those folks don't want a wall, they want a paycheck. So let's be clear about what should be the priorities of this administration.
Harris's most notable moment came during a primary debate with Joe Biden over his opposition to federally mandated busing.
You also worked with them to oppose busing. And, you know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
But her campaign soon began to stall. Her record as a prosecutor in California at times was at odds with the direction of the party. And before long, the momentum she had was gone.
It is with deep regret, but also with deep gratitude, that I am suspending our campaign today.
However, she would soon be on a new campaign.
I have no doubt that I picked the right person to join me as the next Vice President of the United States of America, and that's Senator Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris!
Just months after her own campaign fell apart, Kamala Harris was on the presidential ticket with Joe Biden.
I accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States of America.
And in November of 2020, Joe Biden was elected the 46th president.
We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States.
With Kamala Harris making American history as the first female Black and South Asian vice president.
I, Kamala Devi Harris, solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all.
In her role as vice president, she initially seemed to struggle to find her footing.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
At first, she was assigned the immigration crisis. But she found her voice when Roe versus Wade was overturned.
Today in America, 1 in 3 women of reproductive age live in a state with an abortion ban. Since Roe was overturned, I have met women who have had miscarriages in toilets because they were refused care.
And she has taken the message of reproductive rights throughout the country.
We trust women. And when Congress passes a law that restores the reproductive freedoms of Roe, our President Joe Biden will sign it.
And as the 2024 presidential campaign began to heat up, Vice President Harris stayed the course.
When you look at current polling, the front runner for a Republican nomination is the former president, the 45th president.
We will win re-election. We will win re-election. There is too much at stake, and the American people know it.
Even after President Biden's debate performance against former President Donald Trump, she stood by him.
Look, Joe Biden is our nominee. We beat Trump once, and we're going to beat him again.
And President Biden stood by her.
Folks, I know what a black job is. It's the Vice President of the United States.
But as President Biden drops out of the race, the focus is now on Vice President Harris. Will she be able to win the nomination and make history again?
And our thanks to Ed Gordon. Another prominent Democrat has endorsed Kamala Harris, California Governor Gavin Newsom. That is significant as now a number of Democratic governors have thrown their support behind the vice president. Now joining us is Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia. He was Hillary Clinton's running mate in 2016. Senator Kaine serves on both the Armed Services and Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, good to see you. And I do have to ask you, you have the unique position of having been on a ticket as a vice presidential candidate with a woman, Hillary Clinton. What advice do you have for Kamala Harris?
Well, be yourself. Kamala has made us proud as a senator in her earlier political service career and as vice president. This is not the circumstance she might have wished, but her Senate colleagues, including me, we have a lot of confidence in her, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that she and a great running mate are successful in November. The nation needs it to happen, and I'm going to do everything I can in Virginia to make it happen.
The president is isolated now, battling COVID. We are expected to hear from him sometime this week. But does Vice President Harris need to get out there? She's already getting attacked by Donald Trump. What would you advise your party to do?
The vice president does need to get out there, but that's nothing new. She has been a tireless road warrior for the Biden-Harris achievements, the Biden-Harris ticket. And as your segment pointed out, particularly in the aftermath of the horrible decision of the United States Supreme Court in Dobbs that President Trump celebrates and continue to celebrate, she's really come into the spotlight and done a great job of advancing the notion that American women should be able to make their own reproductive choices. So she'll be out there. And then we have to offer an amazing thank you to Joe Biden. I've been saying for weeks in Virginia that Joe Biden can always be counted on to do the patriotic thing. This is in the mode of George Washington or Teddy Roosevelt being able to run again, but recognizing that the needs of the nation made it better that he passed the torch to a new generation of leadership. Donald Trump's yesterday's news. Kamala Harris is today's and tomorrow's news, and we're going to do all we can to make sure she succeeds.
How will the vice president prosecute the case against Donald Trump?
It's interesting you mentioned that. Donald Trump has been convicted of a number of crimes and been convicted, including of crimes of sexual assault. And in Kamala Harris, you have a prosecutor who has prosecuted the perpetrators of sexual crimes. And she is a great prosecutor. And I think she's going to, make the case for the wonderful Biden-Harris record low unemployment, record low uninsurance rate, stock market up, manufacturing up, infrastructure up, linking arms with allies around the globe, battling to protect reproductive freedom. She is going to make the case that the path we've been on has been the right path, and the last thing we should do is hand the government back to a guy who tried to topple the peaceful transfer of power by inspiring a violent attack on the Capitol in January of 2021.
Virginia Senator Tim Kaine, who ran alongside Hillary Clinton in 2016. Senator, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Glad to be with you.
Ahead, how did we get to this unprecedented moment in American history? And what happens next? We'll be right back.
President Biden exits the race. Stay with CBS News for the latest.
It's been a whirlwind several weeks after a disastrous debate performance and the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega now with a closer look at how we got to this historic moment.
The 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden.
The Biden campaign hoped that a summer debate would reignite doubt among undecided voters about former President Donald Trump and his fitness for office. Instead, many of the 50 million viewers were given reason to wonder about President Biden.
Eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID,
The split screen may have been just as damaging as what President Biden had to say. He looked pale and at times lost. The next day, Mr. Biden tried to repair the damage.
That's okay.
This was Raleigh, North Carolina on June 28th. The president blamed a cold for his debate performance.
But I spent 90 minutes on the stage debating a guy who has the morals of an alley cat.
The first crack in support came from Congressman Lloyd Doggett, a Texas Democrat in his swing district who publicly urged President Biden to drop out of the race. The president dismissed concerns about his mental acuity and age in an ABC News interview.
If you can be convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
Well, it depends if the Lord Almighty comes out and tells me that, I might do that.
The next message did not come from heaven, but it did come from a star. Actor George Clooney, who had helped raise $30 million for the president, wrote an opinion letter to the New York Times saying, "We are not going to win in November with this president." A summit of NATO leaders on July 11th in Washington was supposed to offer the opportunity for President Biden to show his mettle. But with every word now under scrutiny, it was hard to miss him mixing up names of an ally with an adversary.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky.
And then this hours later at a press conference.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
By this point, nearly a dozen Democrats in the House and one in the Senate had called for the president to drop out of the race. But a crowd in Detroit on July 12th had this message. "Don't you quit," they chanted. The president's future as his party's nominee was now the story of the moment.
Hello, Butler, and hello.
Until 6:11 p.m. on July 13th. The failed assassination attempt of the former president. This clenched fist contrasted with President Biden losing grip of his own party. Longtime friends, including former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, spoke with Mr. Biden privately.
I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics.
President Biden's Oval Office address the following night was intended to be reassuring in the wake of political violence. He defended his decision to stay in the race in this NBC interview on July 15th.
Who do you listen to on deeply personal issues like the decisions whether to stay in the race or not?
Me.
And he did it again the next day at the NAACP National Convention in Las Vegas.
And I am all in. So let me ask you, are you all in? Because I'm all in.
The momentum on the Hill, however, was going in the opposite direction, with more Democratic members of Congress publicly asking the president to exit the race. President Biden spoke with Ed Gordon of BET.
Is there anything that you would look to, you personally, not anybody else, not other pundits, not even perhaps family members, that you would look to say, if I see that, I will reevaluate?
If I had some medical condition that emerged, if the doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem.
Health did become an issue for the president on July 17th, just hours after meeting voters. He was diagnosed with COVID and went to his beach home in Delaware to isolate. By now, more than 30 Democrats in Congress had gone public. Equally bad for the incumbent, the growing number of political donors freezing millions of dollars in contributions. Still, the president promised to get back on the campaign trail this week. But this afternoon, President Biden quit the race and endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris to lead the ticket. Bill Whitaker spoke to her last year for 60 Minutes.
We were talking to some Democratic donors, and they have told us that should something befall President Biden and he is not able to run, that there would be a free-for-all for who would run as president. You are in the spot that would be a natural for you to step up, but we're hearing from donors that that's not a natural spot, that they would not naturally fall into line. Why is that?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to engage in that hypothetical because Joe Biden is very much alive and running for re-election. So
but
there
you
we
do
are.
know, I mean, that is a concern, and a legitimate concern, I would say.
I hear from a lot of different people, a lot of different things. But let me just tell you, I'm focused on the job. I truly am. And doing this job for the American people. Our democracy is on the line, Bill. And I frankly, in my head, do not have time for parlor games.
And this evening, Vice President Harris posted this image on social media and said in a statement she intends to win the nomination and, quote, defeat Donald Trump. Cecilia Vega, CBS News, New York.
No sitting American president has dropped out of the race so late in the cycle. I want to talk about that with everyone here. Robert Costa, this was a difficult decision for the president to make.
In the frenzy of politics tonight, it's also important to remember how much of a heart-wrenching decision this was for President Biden. Speaking to sources close to his family, some of his longtime associates, he has been at Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, at his beach home all weekend, often alone because he is recovering from COVID, coughing as he makes phone calls and speaks with his aides. He never wanted to get out until even late last night. He was telling his closest friends, I can beat Trump. I can do this. But he saw the writing on the wall politically, all of the pressure. And he was at this place that has been a retreat for him, as Senator Coons told you earlier today, Rehoboth Beach. It's where he's gone for the past 50 years after personal tragedy, political humiliation. It's always back to Delaware, and that's where he is tonight. The most momentous decision he has ever made in a long and storied political career. He did it relatively alone with his family and his closest aides at the beach, thinking about history, his legacy, and the future of the Democratic Party.
Robert Costa, thank you. Scott McFarland, we have heard from Democrats tonight saying that Kamala Harris is the perfect person as a former prosecutor to lay out for the American people the case against Donald Trump. Where does that stand?
Yeah, he's going back to court. This wild campaign is taking us right back to the courthouse. Listen to what's coming up in just the next few weeks. September 18th, potentially sentencing for Donald Trump in Manhattan for those dozens of felonies he was convicted of. August, early August, that federal criminal election conspiracy case goes back to the court in Washington, D.C. Could hear some new evidence from Jack Smith. And all the while, Jack Smith's going to try to resuscitate that classified documents case, which was dismissed on Monday.
So much still ahead. Margaret Brennan, what's next for Kamala Harris? If she becomes the Democratic nominee, this will be historic as the first woman of color at the top of any presidential ticket. But she's got a way to go before she gets that nomination.
She does. And, you know, I've traveled with the vice president. I've interviewed her a number of times. One of the criticisms of her is that she's not a typical retail politician. She's a prosecutor. If you give her a mission, she can deliver, and she can deliver that message in a strong way. It's not the glad handing that you see there. And as a California politician, didn't necessarily have to reach across the aisle very often. Those things are going to come up. You're going to hear criticisms of her. You will hear about her portfolio. She has been frustrated that her job was to solve the root causes of migration. In other words, persuade people not to travel to the United States. Her job wasn't securing the U.S. border. That's going to be an attack line, trying to package it as that. She's been charged by President Biden to do things like build alliances in Asia. I traveled with her to Indonesia, where she was doing that. She's spent a lot of time on some of these foreign policy issues, certainly just alliance maintenance. We'll probably hear more from her in a way that characterizes her as that strong commander-in-chief. That's something she will have to persuade male voters of as well.
And what both sides agree is the most important presidential election in a generation. Thanks to all of you for our coverage all day long here on CBS. And what an end to this historic day. President Joe Biden announcing today that for the good of his party and the good of American democracy, he is not seeking re-election to the presidency. The 81-year-old endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, and now a number of governors and lawmakers are endorsing her as well. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news. And for some of you tonight on the CBS Evening News, I'm Norah O'Donnell in Washington. Good night.